Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. How are you all doing?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
What the end of this? He said that whoever loses today, the IGL might retire. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I saw. The fact that Liz got it, I was like, okay, well, we're putting retirement on the line.
Shot? Yeah, the shot's back. No tech pauses.
I know that people probably are annoyed with me mentioning wrestling references.
Nats, thank you for the raid as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. We got 80 unscored Goose. Thank you so much, Goose. What happened to EMEA? Just kind of failed, man. Just kind of failed today. It didn't really work. Nothing really worked today. Trish, thank you so much with the Prime. Thank you for the 4 months. We got a map in 3 hours basically. 3.5 hours.
Smack MIBR around a couple of times at kickoff, but then the rematch, and it was not the case.
Cobbs, thank you for that, mate. Thank you so much, Cobbs. I appreciate the 5 gifted. Thank you very much, Cobbs. Now you know what to do. First, Euler of the Americas stream. Make sure we get a spam going. If anyone wants to say thank you to Cobbs_0, then do so. Thank you so much for that, bro. You said 10 gifted if I swap shop, but now it's back, so you cut it in half. Dude, there's no way we get tech pauses with this shot.
Their matches after these losses, understandably as well, they're feeling the heat a lot more. But the pressure that comes with playing for a roster, an org like 100 Thieves that has incredible.
Like, we really just got to put it to the test.
It's a completely different ball game for them as well. And when you have that just extra weight, it might not seem like a huge thing, but it just feels like just the weight of the world is crumbling onto you to really show up, and that's just prime.
No one knows if the map counts or not. If the map today counts, the map today will count, right? I'm pretty sure.
For this MIBR team, that's a huge contender, but it also, you know, that type of loss that you suffer against MIBR doesn't give you the best of confidence.
They were playing on level playing ground. It was from 5 up until 12 to 6. It was fine. Can't imagine they'll change that. But that says they don't know yet. It would be a very bold call for them to say that the map didn't count.
Yeah, but one bright spot though for sure was EU, right? Yeah. He put up some decent numbers for the squad.
Savage, thank you so much for the Prime, mate. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
At least 1 or 2 kills on the board, which is pretty big, especially considering how
Banter. I just think 100 Thieves are playing a little weird at the moment. I don't think
today against this
there's much teamwork at the moment. I think there's like a big issue.
But I think the other thing that he adds in terms of layer is his
there was some, and there has been a lot of rounds where I'm looking for ideas with ults. It's been, dude, I feel like I'm talking about way too much this year, and it just looks like, I don't know, some teams just don't have ideas with ults, or they're like using ults into rounds where they don't have the advantage, and 100 Thieves definitely comes under that.
The extra piece of person that helps Lucio build that plan.
Yeah, no, the versatility.
Not Shy Hate, thank you so much for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for that.
Impressive here. But of course, we'll see.
Of course, dude. Good to see you, dude. Thank you.
For the game. But guys, you know, we have 8 teams left in this competition, and today the field is going to be narrowed down to 6. Dun, dun, dun. But of course, the question is, who will survive? Who has it to take? Wait, who has what it takes? That's what I was going to say. To win it all, it's time to.
Apparently, the kickoff players were literally 2-3 with second lags. But in theory, they're all playing on the same server, right? And it should be the same. Imagine knowing the Vita for K-Corp Liquid. That's the one, right, as well. You know what maps are going to get played. You can't replay this. Like, if they try to replay the same map, it's going to get really weird. And you have, I don't know how long it's going to be, but at least a weekend, and you know what the exact maps are. It's a really weird situation for both the teams to be in.
Somewhere in the Mayan ruins. I don't know. I'm just making it up. But we'll each have 1 chance to spin. So Brennan, go for it.
I expect Sentinels to 2-0. Nah, not at all, to be honest. I thought there's a good possibility for a 2-1 for them, but a little 2-0? Not sure about that.
Listen, I know they're playing slow right
They played
now.
way better than I thought, and their ascent looked awesome, to be honest.
But honestly, they've got one of them worked out. Over time, you can gradually work out a second one. It's speeding up at the right moments. And I think today,
why is the shout back? Because we're getting a flawless no tech pause day.
That slow play style can absorb a lot of the early aggression that C9's going to be throwing at them. They have a decent shot at it. We know that Potter is tried and tested as a coach. Already the ideas are generally going to be good.
Wait, but that's C9. What about the winning the whole thing we're saying here?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You buy a bit of time. Okay. What I need is a bit of time to find that other gear. Like,
but you know that they're playing today, though, right?
Yes,
okay,
I know.
Just want to make
sure. A lot of time. But that's what I'm saying. Okay, but the play style is going to be favored for their opening matchup today. That's going to
wait, what day? Have they announced what day it is? Yeah. How do you know what day it's done?
For a long time right now for EG. Yeah. If they continue like this in the way that they're going, especially Superman, just absolutely on a tear right now with the lurks, creating openings as well. One of the #1 things that you can do for any team that's struggling, if your lurk player, your sentinel player is actually finding picks, it gives your IGLing pivot options that you otherwise wouldn't
It just
have.
said next week I haven't got an actual day.
Otherwise shouldn't. So I'm going to stop yapping.
I tell you what, the Yapatron 3000 was.
Oh, okay, then yeah, for sure.
It's good. You're making me believe. You're making me believe. All right, fans, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, hold on.
Spin it, spin it, spin it, spin. Why you gotta do the most aggressive spin of all time? You know,
I'm here for the big money, big money, money, big money, big money. We also have 3 minutes, so I'm just.
I know, it really does. And so NRG. Go again. We can't have the same person. We can't have the same one. And so,
I mean, we just talked about it before, right? Verno joining this team, able to speak Spanish. That's amazing for the team so far. No,
that's
am I right?
But you know that they speak Portuguese, right?
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just following what the community says. But Verno flipped everything around. I mean, in terms of firepower for this guy, for MIBR
At least he is in Madrid this weekend. Oh, so they have time to fix it.
Then you have Ospas. I mean, you don't need to debate on who Ospas is. He doesn't even need to, like, exactly. He doesn't even need to shoot as much, and you have everybody else because you have Cortezia, you have Shenum, 2 rookies are playing like veterans. They're owning it so far. They've dominated 100 Thieves in the last game. And then if you're looking even at the helm, you have Fraud. I mean, come on. A guy that has a big head on his shoulders because he's got a big brain.
NRG much? Man, I have no NRG much. The only reason I have C9 much is because someone gave it away to a thrift store. No one's giving away the NRG much unless maybe after this playoffs is done, who knows.
Exactly. But it's just common sense. You have a big head, you got a big brain. That means you got big smarts. And also,
actually, it's about the folds of the brain. How folded is the brain?
It's super folded.
Because you can have a big brain.
It's super folded? Yeah, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah, because he's been competing.
Crested, thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Will Liquid keep their map win? I'm pretty sure they will. Don't take everything as 100% though. I would say like 80% they keep their map win. I think it'll be mad to get rid of it.
Because we believed, and just like the way that I believed that Bo Dallas would retain his NXT championship back in 2017, I believe that
it's not like it was close enough to argue it. I don't know.
100 Thieves will 100% win the whole damn thing. It starts today. Busha, here's what's going to happen, right? Busha,
I crested, thank you though. Appreciate that.
Okay, that's #1. You got to shave your head. I think when you shave your head, you get new powers, right? Because then that's when the folds of your brain.
Taking the risk, Nadu was so fine today. It's going to be smooth America's broadcast here.
And every time it's too long, I feel like my luck has run out, and I pluck it for it to regrow. And every time it regrows,
I want to watch this clip. How long we got? A minute? Sure. Why is it in slow-mo? Honestly, maybe we want to see this in slow-mo.
Oh, it was after my ult!
Spike planted.
Oh, they're going A.
I mean, the ult finished here. 102.
Oh, it was after my ult!
2 seconds. Oh my goodness. Well.
Fire every analyst as an old head, FNS is an old head. I gotta go with my boy.
I mean, at least his brain's on the right track though. It's just a little bit slow.
Elimination matches on the docket today. 100 Thieves versus NRG. Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. Day 2 of VCT America's Stage 1 playoff starts right now.
Who is gonna res him? Wait, is no one close to him? Is no one close to him? Guys, they're close enough. Relax yourselves.
Playoffs in comparison to group stages is just a completely fresh start. I don't feel like there's any added pressure going into lowers just because you realistically only have one life anyway. Like, that extra pressure is genuinely something I embrace and my team embraces, and yeah, just gotta be better.
Just gotta be better.
He gets 3 on the round. Make that 4. The clip runs dry, but the damage has been
Valorant. Yeah, rough day.
Now that we have our backs
Valorant's right.
If we just like do what we usually do, ignoring the pressure
Podcast was fun though.
and the noise from outside, and just like play our game, I think we'll be good.
provide a little bit of damage.
Whoever got 100 Thieves at NRG, I went for NRG in my pick'ems.
It's definitely going to be a battle.
So let's see.
I
also went for C9 in my pick'ems though, so if you are a 100 Thieves fan, don't worry.
So our job is to make it so they can't get rolling.
I think we were like very, very confident even after the loss that we could beat them if we ever played them again. So yeah, going into it confident.
Eebs, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 2 months.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for the first elimination match of the Stage 1 playoffs. Give it
Best
up
team on the
for
Ecos?
100 Thieves!
I'm not sure, man. Got some scary teams with Sheriffs at the moment as well.
100 Thieves got a lot of pressure, as you heard a few of those players talking about it going into today. Losing out on that matchup yesterday, an absolute heartbreaker for them. A lot of hype for this team coming into the
Peg,
season.
thank you for the $2 as
well.
well. You guys can't be saying first 4v4 in VCT. That's actually mad.
I also feel like Coach Zix has been working overtime for sure to make sure that they could fix all those little mistakes that could allow for them to have potentially good maps on their strong picks. I'm hoping to see maybe coming out with some split if they can bring the Veto back into the white. Yeah. Even though if they lost it against MIBR, it's still one of their strongest maps. Or maybe bring out some Fracture where they've been
Even top frag. Yeah, I don't think they're top frag, but
and now let's bring
I'm gonna call them. At least one of them doesn't bottom frag.
Give it up for NRG.
Why am I wearing the Tech Port shirt? Because I got to prove to the I got to prove to the masses that it's not the shirt. Then I can wear this shirt on broadcast.
In this season, coming into this was like the preseason team. This was like the squad where everyone was like, "Oh man, NRG be cooking, dog," and then it all just came crumbling down around them. But similar to 100 Thieves, big opportunity here for them to turn that around and really start a run here, Brent.
But only one chance, and it's in this match right here, right now. There are no second chances. You're starting in the lowers, but you've got veteran presences on this team. They've been in similar spots to this before. They know what it takes to really be a winning team as well, and to go on a run like this as well. I have high hopes for this NRG squad. Whether or not today is the game that actually is that turning point for them, yet to be seen. But looking at the map,
Fracture, Haven,
okay.
Icebox.
What are they trying to move here? So NRG
100 Thieves picking Fracture is very smart. NRG look kind of rough on that, but at the same time, I will say 100 Thieves defensive pushes, they don't have the best synergy or numbers behind it, so I don't think it's like an insane map for 100 Thieves. NRG's Haven has looked a little rough after plant wise, so we got that as well.
I'm actually quite surprised that we're seeing the tiebreaker.
We'll see if we get the
Icebox. That
Icebox.
exploded through being Icebox, so that's a little plus of our energy if it goes to that spot. Because if you're looking at them not picking it the first time, and remember they came out with that triple flash composition, it looked very good. You're allowed to play very, very loose in Mata, and they got some really good results in their victory against Leviathan. I thought that would have been a sure pick for them to try to win that match on their side to just hopefully win a 2-0. Now they have a chance now for 100 Thieves to maybe close it out on their side.
Oh boy, and of course, as we mentioned before, this is an elimination game. You win here, you stay alive in this tournament. You have a chance to go to Toronto and fight in front of the crowd in Canada, but you got to get through this one here today.
I think the map should count for Liquid K-Corp. Yeah, I think so. I think if you're considering cancelling the whole thing, you got to do it at the 5-0 mark instead of then waiting for how many rounds do they have in a row, like 10 rounds in a row, and then cancel it. You got to do it early on. Like you got to do it 2 hours into the tech points. Plus, it wasn't a close map. And you would imagine if they're on the same server, they're experiencing the same thing. Unless like you get visual proof that for some players it's worse than others, then it's all kind of fair game.
Because if they don't win those pistol rounds, potentially looking like potentially a quick series. I don't know, 100 Thieves can come out with a lot of ideas and just come out with a couple of heavy left hook, right hooks, right off the rip. NRG don't give them any time to really adapt whatsoever. We'll see how this ends up coming out.
Yeah, and I think I saw some interesting stuff in the compositions there. There you go. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, Chambers coming into this one for Cryo.
A Cryo Chamber?
Very normal coming out for 100 Thieves as well. I mean,
oh yeah, it's Fracture, right? They've been doing this anyway.
Of course, when they're playing on this Fracture, especially where he's started right now, like he's been very good at just sectioning out the dish area as this chamber rolls.
If we get a tech pulse, dude, we're not going to get tech pulse, mate. We're so fine.
So that in a game plan itself,
and if we do, it's going to be a short one, under 3 minutes.
For them to be a little bit more proactive and very aggressive into like Southside crunches, because you could actually count on a lot of Cryo holding back here towards the dish. If they lose control of Arcade, for example, as a quarter, he's going to TP and not allow his opponents to push towards that spawn. So the game plan is very good still with this composition here for 100 Thieves, but also probably at this point could be figured out. So they have to come up with something a little bit more different this time around with this top.
Yeah, I'm seeing 100 Thieves starting on their defense, and they love to fight off the rip. I mean, Fracture just really thrives, I think, as soon as the barriers drop in trying to take a portion of map control off the rip. But NRG, if they've done their homework, which I'm assuming they have, they should be ready for this as well. One thing in particular they've got to be particularly looking out for is that arcade push that 100 Thieves love to go for as those barriers drop as well. If you get caught unaware, you need to have a plan, I think, a plan of action for these deep pushes that 100 Thieves just love to go for, the over-aggressive pushes occasionally that they go for. If they have a plan to punish, to try and contain as well, find out where these hits are coming through, and then reacting accordingly.
The 1x1, I do agree with whoever said it in chat. I'm not sure we need the 1x1 agents like these days.
He's playing double trips, puts the camera. There's been a lot of these moments when they're playing on Fracture where when you're not doing the south side crunch, you're not playing north side, there's just so much information for Finesse to know, okay, well, they're going to play a little bit more turtled up, a little bit more passive, maybe trap plays towards the hallway on the A side. So you have to make sure for 100 Thieves' side that you actually try to contest those trips left behind by Finesse to kind of get him guessing on the attack side here for NRG. If not, it should be some easier calls coming out for the IGL, the seasoned IGL for NRG to have a very strong attack side on their end.
And oh man, I can tell you one thing though, from what I've been, or rather from listening to what you guys are talking about here, it does feel like, given the pedigree, the experience both of these teams have, you know, the coaching staff in both of these teams.
Sonia, what's going on?
Certain both squads are ready to go, and I know that we are as well. So let's go ahead and send it over for map 1. Excuse me, Tier.
Even the Astra would be a better pick than Brim on Fracture. You're a little bit limited.
We have a lot of drama in this
with it. The Brim honestly is better.
Winning global tournament that are left here
but
in stage 1 playoffs.
I'm not saying that Astra's like awful. You can still deny a lot. The problem is I think you maybe have to have a Cypher if you're going to do that, or you just can't go Sans. It's a big issue.
They are the bottom 2 players left in playoffs, but they are still talking trash.
PP with the Prime, thank you for the 10 months, mate. Thank you so much for the Prime, mate. Thank you for doing that. Okay, chat. Here we go. Big game. 100 Thieves on defense, NRG on attack. Playoffs. Losers done for like what? 2 months? 2.5 months? 2 months? Something around there.
Early on in this round, 100 Thieves guessing wrong, going up towards the north side of the map, while NRG have 5 players ready to move in to be off this aggro.
And that's just talking about it. 100 Thieves this map play a ton of 4-1s. They get really proactive with these kind of pushes. So NRG's job.
Okay, I'm looking at the minimap, and this is kind of nice at the moment. Fake pressure over towards B, looking like they want to go over towards A. We'll go Cryo committing to an extent. Does have his TP away 4 bullets.
You're going to see this a lot from NRG on the attack.
There's no way they push this, right?
Very deliberate rounds before they actually get the spike down.
Cryo had a bit of
4 pass and push?
Yesterday.
No, okay.
100 Thieves lost.
Smoke goes, they clear it.
But he was the
We're at least going to give Cryo a little heads up. Here we go, 4 bullets.
Positions like this quite a lot, alone on the site.
Cryo?
Down up top,
yeah, saving 400 so he can op as well. 100 Thieves been leaning into this again. They weren't doing it in kickoff, and honestly they weren't doing it at the beginning of stage 1, but...
Asena's going to be quick through. Off the drop of the cage.
Maybe it's certain maps as well, because they didn't do it on split, I think.
NRG will oftentimes take into the defender spawn on their attack in the post plant, like they're doing now.
Here comes the fight. They deal with Cryo. Lots of space gained for 100 Thieves, but in comes the retake. 100 Thieves trying to work their way out of
goodness.
sand, but NRG's
my goodness, he's down the corner when he only had 3 bullets. I get that the call is to go there together, but I think you maybe got to comment a little bit. Should be no time on this.
A tough task.
Xander's holding on to the angle. Swing
Right?
in and stomps down 100 Thieves.
Oh, dude, they're so
Somehow
fine. Oh,
pull out
boy,
the pistol.
NRG.
I genuinely have no idea what happened
The
there.
goal was
Xander
to
just
send
chose
it
to win
over
the round,
towards
I suppose.
Sands,
What happened to
and
Finessi? 100 HP. Top
we
side,
didn't
it just
really have the bullets
NRG
for it.
had the numbers advantage going in here. We'll check it out again. It's just the sand fight, a good
Oh
flash.
boy, no
I
one
think
had
they came
bullets,
out
man.
from
I'm seeing
Lucio
2 of them
with 4
reloads.
players, or at least forcing them to turn and try and dodge the flash. Xander just ate him up.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah, Finesse just takes the
Dude,
straight
that's
looking
an
up top
absolute shocker.
there. They lose a pretty big pistol round.
We started off with a
0-4
2v5.
Yeah, really struggling in that department. Lost some anti-bonuses as well, so starting off on the right foot. Also just getting early money for Cryo to get an operator online in this half. It's one thing that 100 Thieves are super effective on this map. Any Cryo chamber map is brutal, and especially
There you go, look at 100 Thieves on this one. We are sending it heavy over towards A.
This runs a little quicker.
We break a
Mana
trip, they go
sends
fast
their line.
behind.
In comes the flank from 100 Thieves. These are the kind of rounds
They're doing this with
you
numbers.
expect from a team playing on the neon midair with the classic, and Finesse adds up the stats a bit.
Yeah,
but
he did a little bit of damage. They got a... Guess they just got a stinger out of them. That was
a
it.
lot of these early round aggro pieces of 100 Thieves. I think one of the things that 100 Thieves will have seen in the NRG tape on this map, because they played it a few times, is NRG will usually leave Finesse on his own, sort of islanded. If, you know, there's 4 players on the south side, he's going to be up on the north, or vice versa. And other teams have tried to punish him by going for those pinches early.
And it's not just this map. We get later into the series playing defense on Haven or defense on Icebox. NRG
Yeah,
loves
here we go. We got it.
playing
That's
4-1
what they
rounds
save
on
for.
both sides of the
I
map.
want to say NRG should be expecting this with how they've been playing before.
This early smoke is going to be a little bit
Drone
frustrating
goes
for
out. It
NRG.
does see the
Well,
op.
that's a good stun onto Cryo. Has to back away. So that's great space taken, and Cryo
Two.
barely jumps out of harm's way. They're going to lose the sight in the process. Xander, pretty isolated up here in Heaven. Trying to deal with a lot of angles. In comes his support from Asuna, but he's
Wait,
not
everyone-
long. And
wait.
in no way a help to Xander, who has even more use in his
It was
face.
like Xander. I
Finally
don't know what the
dying
comms were
out.
like there,
This
but
retake is
it
difficult.
looked like Xander kind of wanted help, and then I just see
Still just
Asuna send it, and the
Whole
other
players
2
tucked back
chill.
into
Obviously,
plants.
Cryo has an op, so I get why he's chilling.
Few spots, one. It should have been a free kill, but Brock covers his teammates back, and I think now
Yeah,
100
and with the
Thieves
big
are gonna call
investment,
the
gonna
save.
start looking at this, and only really Boostio can go for it. But
Go
damage
in
is
there
good
for a few
here.
more kills on the way out.
One extra
He, of
kill would
course,
be
can
nice for
buy
him.
up going into the next round. 100 Thieves just need to make sure they keep that operator online, because again, that is going to be the win condition for 100 Thieves throughout this half. Although you got to respect NRG for dealing very nicely with it in this first round. They saw it.
Yeah, had some really good util to push him off the angles. The way they also cleared out into Heaven there was very thorough from NRG. I think this Fracture has been one of their better maps when it comes to the way they're taking sites, how the util is all stacked up. It's been on point between Brock and Ethan.
And I was a little worried for them because there was this early smoke that went over into the arcade space. And they ended up just pushing straight
When
on
you
through
may
it,
play
not
that game,
getting
we're not
sort
sure
of,
yet.
you know, pushed away
You
by
gotta
that
wait.
early aggression.
You gotta wait and find out.
NRG called to just swing on through.
Thanks to Cryo saving that off. There's going to be a little more 400 Thieves coming into this one. And
Yo,
we've
a
already seen
Viper
a lot of the
on this
strategy
map?
coming into the fold. Cryo is always going to
In
be
the
ahead
Teo meta?
pretty much alone, maybe with 1 player maximum. And it's all about these quick rotations and the flood retakes for Asuna on the Neon.
I don't know what the rest of your comp is going to be, Fio, but you struggle at a lot of things.
He's going to be on the A side of the map.
You're telling me you got to go solo initiator.
Yeah, and right now you actually have Boostio playing over on that A site, fault line in hand to go off.
Let's start looking at the money. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 1, 2.
Calling away from it though.
Just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. And finally, scaling into that space for NRG now. Cryo doesn't get caught by the drone. He's going to repost on the angle here.
Win for Mata as well, grabbing the orb. And again, NRG are a little bit concerned because there hasn't been any indication.
What kind of trap
early
play is
aggro.
this?
But going back into the re-clear in A main without the drone is going to be tough for
Boostio's
them.
got the stun ready.
Missiles ready off
Got the
Asena's
salvos
contact.
ready. They look
He
pretty
should've
much
followed
good
the
for this.
slide
There's
on
going to be a
in.
lot
Here
of stuns
goes the
that follow this
utility.
up as well.
Asuna sends
But
himself
that's a good
forward. Mata
satchel.
protects well. Both players stun. Asuna has to isolate this fight, and he does it. But through the smoke
Dude,
drop,
honestly, I feel like
he
Mada
manages
did really good to
reply.
delay that and
All this
actually
time,
make sure they
Finesse
came
has
out
been
on
hanging
top.
out over in underpass on the B side, hearing for rotations, but he didn't hear
30
anyone
seconds
leave
left.
the site. And now they're going into this operator. Brutal.
It's easy. Cryo farms up.
Very, very nice. This is why they try and prioritize the op on this guy.
Finesse. A 1v4. Spike not in his hands. Should get a kill onto Boostio. Surely gets the kill onto Boostio. A 1v1 everyone was waiting for, and maybe goes the way some would have expected.
I knew Boostio was going to go give it.
Well.
I knew that was going to happen, man.
The series today gets the better in the first face-off one-on-one. And really, this is a round where, again, going into this late reclear, because 100 Thieves weren't getting, quick foot in the mid-rounds, they weren't over-rotating. They still had that stack on the A side, even after they run into that hit.
Okay, they know they're up against an op.
Left their anchor.
They can get 3 good guns.
And he's ready for that late round pivot.
Good shit.
And what do they want to do?
NRG, another 4-1 look, heading over towards B. And another chance for Cryo to try and work through this utility.
Yeah, really weird force down from NRG.
And smokes go in, they're kind of committed on this. Mada pops his ult. We're really going heavy for this one. Op is down low, and it's kind of down to how much Xander can do. Just puts a smoke on his head.
He's created a little home, a bubble, to find himself within, but there are enemies at the gate, and he's got to deal with it.
They handled this pretty well.
Fast. No adjustment, and the rest of the team for 100 Thieves starts to finally arrive on the scene as NRG.
Dude, what a weird round this is. Yeah, just straight up trading places.
Comes down, they realize north side is open, although Austin is still on the hunt.
Ooh, Brock was calm there, by the way. Tucked into the corner, knew he was going to push, called his teammate back. And then now they call to re-go over towards this site, because they're probably double over towards A main. Hey, this is good.
Play the numbers back into underpass, I think.
Oh, back into underpass, a bit of an overcook, isn't it? But, sure.
They'll leave Psalm as in bed.
Slightly worried about the time if they go underpass. Okay.
To go for a walk here.
Yeah, not too bad. So I think they just wanted to clear the corner in case they were going to try push behind.
There's a lot coming his way, and this timing could be brutal. Boostio just barely gets into heaven.
Well, now NRG are kind of spreading apart. There's options for Boostio to isolate these fights.
Oh, doesn't make a footstep. Still an unknown quantity up in tower.
Tough for EU, though. Look at the positioning of that raise. Mata is all the way in his spawn.
Boostio sticking around. Still yet to show his hand. And EU creeping in Austin. And Mata has that corner held. Now just Boosty showing his cards, but getting some kills. A 1-on-2 now, but the time is low. Ethan has a stun, Mata a nade. And that's that.
Hey, very, very nice in the end. I feel like Brock handled this very well. Yeah, I mean, this is a nice round.
Strange decision in between the rounds.
I like that they were way more decisive when they knew the op was in play as well. That was like the main thing I was looking for. It's a great shot. Jesus.
The showstopper to get in the site very quickly. Brock's cool head there at the end was what wrapped it up for NRG.
Okay, we got the op, no armor. Asner has his ult, and this is probably the swing round that we've been waiting for a little bit. Dude, so many ults though.
Looks like a fracture round. Lots of ults on board for 100 Thieves. They love building those set plays when they have a combo like the Rolling Thunder online, and you hear fight in. Out comes the finger guns for Asuna, but not really finding anyone. It's Xander instead going big damage, and trades coming back in from NRG. Boostio not caught on the flash, and a high-low setup. There's the Rolling Thunder. Players push back.
Yeah, everyone understands it's a really important round.
Everybody's dizzy. Cryo also broke a trip outside A main, so NRG have a lot of pressure on them to go back in, reclaim the spike, hunt for a little bit more.
Finesse, spotted out by the player in heaven, Boostio. That's one. Thanks to his teammate, and realizes here's the sound of
Mada did insane. Spike down, Cryo's got no armor for this one. This would have to be a madness.
Tripwire kind of gives up the game now for Cryo. Again,
You kind of knew where he was, but we're good.
Now the Neural Theft gives up his position as well, so Finesse will crawl back into defender spawn. NRG love playing post plans from spots like these.
The Cypher Cam, another problem for Cryo. He's dealt with that.
I just don't see how you get back in here.
Oh, dude, he's saving.
I don't even know if he played the round.
He has 100
Yeah,
credits
nice
to
though.
his save. His
Nice
teammates are
rounds. What have they lost? Lost 2 in a row, right? 2-4 lost bonus.
And you know what? I liked the initial idea from 100 Thieves because what we've seen at the start of rounds is Finesse keeps going for these like
Use double ult as well. Might be time for a timeout.
Round start to get info of the early aggro piece. So 100 Thieves see that
His
camp
free
break
ults,
it
yeah, it's a
and
big round.
immediately turn around and go fight up on the north side of the map. It was just really well played from Mata to get NRG back in the round.
Mata's been really outstanding at the start of this map. Had a couple key rounds in the last 2 that NRG have won with his individual impact, and has definitely been the shining light for them all year long since they made the choice to pick up this rookie.
Now with Brock next to them, NRG looking a bit reinvigorated. As we've got a bit of a moment to breathe here, but again, looking at this round, like Mata just doing some good work on that corner, takes the timing in through the Cypher cage as well. Because that was not an easy position to play from.
So the first timeout called for 100 Thieves. Their
And they
money's
haven't
gonna be
gone
reset
like,
here.
well,
They
this round was
played the
aggro,
offer,
but I
so
wonder if they're going to
that's
do
one
like
thing they're
set
talking
plays
about. But I
aggro.
imagine
Because
also
that's when we
strategic
watched them on
techniques, because
defense, that's kind of what they
They've got
do.
a really good
Set play
read on
aggro,
figuring
try
out where these
force
hits are
them
coming
into the
from,
chamber a
finding
little
the
bit
weak
more.
site and getting that plant down.
Honestly, if I am expecting what Zix is coming in with the call from here, he's saying, look, NRG have seen us going for a ton of these flanks. We need to threaten the flank in terms of breaking Cypher utility, but I'd like to see them rotate over more quickly and flood into the sites.
These timeouts are going to be cool to keep your eyes on. Mike's now the coach of NRG. Had a long tenure with 100 Thieves, playing with the likes of Asuna on this roster.
Oh yeah, it's a
all the way
grudge
back
match
since
for Mike's.
2022. He got dropped after 100 Thieves' struggles at the end of 2024. Wasn't on a team for kickoff, and midway through, after NRG got rid of Bongar, he got his chance with this squad, and kind of gets his first shot at revenge against the team that got rid of him.
Exactly, and if we do
So you would imagine the op goes instant. Since NRG have worked out the op is in play, they've been very good at making sure they're like taking space off of these bits of util. So, oops.
A little early on the satchel from Mata.
Oops.
Just like they planned it in the timeout, no worries.
Yeah.
This time out of the timeout, 100 Thieves going for a trap setup.
Yeah, and I think as soon as you see the boom bot, you kind of know they're committing on this one.
They'll pivot the util towards B main instead.
Okay, this is going to get interesting. Boom bot and drone, they didn't actually take the space. So now it gets a little bit weird and they're going to get scared of the op. But I think their calling style should be right here. Like pretty much as soon as wherever you see the breach and people fighting, you know most likely it's a 4-1. Especially if you've done the research on 100 Thieves, they pretty much always play a 4-1.
NRG have done a lot of this, and remember they got burned the last time they tried to pivot back and forth between the sites, so seems to me like Finesse
might have to duel out a little bit. We got one smoke for the no smokes.
When you're playing against a Neon, fast rotates.
Yeah, so we smoke the one, we brim ult the other.
I mean, talk of speed. He's bounding forward,
Dude,
still alive.
they all got one between them.
The scoreboard with Sheriff shots, but they need more still.
Xavier kills.
Can't stand against Finesse. And a 1v2. Another shot
Oh.
for Cryo and a freebie. He knows where the last man is. Needs to
Oh
find
my
the
goodness,
shot,
it's got close, bro. Ethan did good though. His reposition after that, after the shot was really good.
There, but Finesse keeps it cool, secures the round for his
Where did
team,
FNS think he
back-to-back
was?
with
Pushing
Ethan.
behind?
The vets for the squad coming up big.
I mean, FNS won the rounds.
How
So.
did these shots even happen?
Asuna, I think that's the best answer to your question.
But there was also the kills coming in from Boostio too. Like, yeah, Austin is sliding around, headshot and whatever.
Yes! Ethan, don't worry, don't worry.
I don't know what I heard, bro.
Locating targets.
NRG.
Okay, all pops for Cryo, and this is the 4 big buy rounds. And again, they're being a lot more decisive with their hits. They're not mixing it up too much. Dude, this is what I thought 100 Thieves was going to start doing. Insta push behind instantly, straight away with the 3. Honestly, they kind of normally do 2, so I like that they're actually starting to do 3-person with the pushes. I said before that they maybe don't commit too much. Dude, FNS is in trouble.
In a horrible position with Asuna sliding into his face.
And yet still NRG have been able to make it back up into tower. Not
I don't think they can force this. Probably just got to go back.
Mata has been the hero today for NRG.
They're trying to fall back. Brock holding the line. Stand off at the corner. Flash forward. But Asuna in the tight angle. He'll fall back as well.
Xanta creeping up a bit, puts down a smoke, which actually gives an exit window for NRG now.
So the situation is diffused for now. NRG, they've done a ton of re-hits into the same site they showed early, and this time they're going to actually call the pivot.
I like that they use Asuna here for the quick rotate for
Grabby
information.
guy's weapon was on the reset. He was trying to get info if he was crossing.
I don't think 100 Thieves heard the door.
For NRG, really, especially with him tucked up so close in main.
Yep, here comes the rocket for Mata. He's fully worried about players in spawn. Yet to consider Asuna. When does he choose to strike? Rocket actually nearly finds its mark. In goes Asuna. Slide onto the planter. Trying to adjust the aim, but Mata.
So someone's going to have to go a little bit crazy here for NRG, and it's looking like it's broke.
Coming in and baiting with the open door.
Dude, the HPs are kind of low.
NRG in completely isolated positions.
Brock up top. Too many
pretty
angles
good.
for him. And so the
Oh, that's
in the
devastating.
clutch, the ult at his feet has to go on the run. And he
That was
almost
so
finds that second
close,
player.
bro. 42 HP. Actually
The
thought he was going to do
hands
it.
for 100 Thieves.
I was
My
almost insane out of
goodness.
Mata.
I saw it. I saw it too.
Well
I thought it was it.
Muddy round, right? There's a lot of
But
different
it was
mind
actually
games
happening.
going on between Finesse and
I would definitely
Busio
compare a
there.
lot of attention.
Whether
100
it's, you know,
Thieves
that late pinch
win
coming in on the
1
south
rounds.
side,
Everyone
NRG
goes
freezing,
down.
maybe they're
Got to rebuy
retaking,
armor as well. The
maybe they're
money
gonna
is...
rotate.
I mean, they got nothing.
There was a combination of that pinch
Avinge
play
with the Prime. Thank you for the whole
with
year, mate.
Cryos off.
Thank you very much, man.
Really prioritizing A main in the post plant that locked that down for them.
I wanted a 1G. It would have been a good clip. Oh, no, it would not. No. It would have been good if you wanted to get made fun of.
At least it's still getting called a 1G and not a governor, though. I respect that.
And 100 Thieves on a round win, by the way. Look at their guns. That is rough.
Okay, Molly for heaven.
Yeah, 2 rifles and the
Drone goes
operator.
out.
Interesting, though, for NRG, putting the Tejo solo on the north side. Usually
Yeah,
there's more
definitely
players
since the
behind
time
that.
the 100 Thieves have gone back to their normal
Asuna
pushes.
has a tasty target. The adjustment was good, but Ethan a bit faster and keeps the round even.
What's a 1G?
Duelist, one for one
YouTube... YouTube 1G train CS
crossing each other
should
up on
probably
the
come
road.
up, or like
NRG would
Summit.
know yet. It's the north side,
Summit
and
train
we're hearing all of
CS.
this, by the way, Xander at least.
So 100 Thieves keep 3
You'll
on
see.
the A side.
Taking the site out
It was
of
an
the
absolute
drop
classic
of
back in the
Duelist.
day, it
Remember,
really
NRG
was.
was a team that went in their first map of this stage. They kept going for the raised top site plants A over and over again, playing
Didn't
the
go
post
too
plants.
well for them.
They really like playing the post plant from up drop, but actually hitting the site is tough, unless 100 Thieves just bundle up and leave it.
And that's exactly what is happening here.
Oh, the worm smoke attack.
Yeah. Ew. Missiles.
Wait, they
Here
push
comes the
forward?
fight from NRG, pushing forward into main. Stun from Brock, not connecting. Swing wide from the 100 Thieves.
I like they need to get some
And they're
map
gonna
control.
Keep this one rolling. Keep heading their way up through main. It's Cryo. Deals with players on the other
Okay,
side.
very
and
nicely
it's
handled
just
from 100 Thieves.
overwhelming on the retake.
I can't help but feel like NRG
Yeah,
are
it's fair.
A, being so pressured at the start of rounds, and B, playing rounds with almost no information.
They had
right?
no
They
info if
oftentimes
there were that
find
many over
themselves
towards
grouping
main.
up in the mid rounds, acting together. Not really going for any lurks or things like this, which makes sense
100
against
Thieves,
the chamber.
they're much more
Certainly
used to
not
playing
easy to
like...
go for.
They're much more used to playing this style of play where like they push instantly and then they're kind of waiting for a reaction. Because the mid rounding, when they get this kind of into this like weird chaotic mid round where like they've had a bit of map control but they fought and then it gets into like the 4v4s, which is very good at like just staying together, and Cryo just holds the site on his
He's
own.
been taking over on this map. 12-4 on the Brimstone for 100 Thieves as NRG's going to call their first timeout.
Yeah, that was starting all the way back.
Okay, the weird thing here is like the question is going to be, does 100 Thieves keep going aggro after this timeout?
Different type of game. If that had gone NRG's way like it looked it was going.
3 rounds left to play in the half for NRG. Trying to come back in. They
EMEA,
had control of this
there was
game
loads
for
of tech
a while.
pauses.
These
We basically
slow
got a
re-hits
map
were
in
working, but
one map
mentioned,
done in
100
3.5
just playing
hours.
A lot of these death ball rounds and
So
have
it
been winning on
is
just these late round flood
rescheduled.
retakes.
Yeah, I think NRG need to be putting more focus on sort of their anti-aggro protocols. Actually turn around and deal with some of these fights. 100 Thieves have been unrelenting. A lot of times teams will start off a half, play 6 rounds like that, and do a lot
They
of
go
aggro,
to
and
go
then slow
fast.
down
Hey,
one
we're gonna
phase,
drop smoke,
you know,
smoke,
so that you're
smoke. Dude,
kind
they're
of
gonna get
always
so wrecked
guessing in the
here.
back of your head. 100 Thieves have just
They're
been
about to
fighting
eat
over and over
2
again.
stuns,
They
maybe even
trust
3.
themselves and have full confidence in the fights.
I don't think NRG is going to slow down either. Here's the fight.
There's
towards
one stun.
A-Main. The Neon slides in, and the smoke
Oh wait,
keeps him off
Mada
for
did
now.
kind of incredible to beat a lot of this
Another smoke.
util.
That's onto EU. Who's going to come out on top? Asuna stunned in the face and backing away finally, but the
that's
reposition from
unlucky.
Mada expected. And now the Sheriffs ring out
I
for
thought he might be
another.
good for it with the off angle there. They still have the advantage. They could definitely.
You
Oops.
swing in with the ultimate. That'll force one man out onto the
You
island.
can still go one, but
And it's a 2-on-2.
this ult was
Another
incredible, by the way.
standoff
It was like
for
literally
Sander.
in the middle of them both.
Stepping up in another round. 1v1 against Sam. Cryo. He's going to be late to arrive and help his teammate. But through the smoke he goes. All posted on the angle and 100
Okay, got pretty
Thieves
close though.
win it out.
I feel like NRG definitely could have cancelled this because they had the 2 smokes. But
Solid anti-eco for
they
100
just kind of
Thieves
chilled
here,
out in
even though
main.
it
I love the idea from
slipping
100
a bit in
Thieves.
the
It's
middle of it
always
all.
I
nice.
feel like the most solid.
Monster, thank you so
Solid
much
in
for the
sense
primate.
that
Appreciate the 2
Xander
months.
is going to be there to lock things down,
Sure.
no problem.
Another nice 3 kills from him.
No,
Okay,
because
now the
honestly, I
eco's
think
done, we get a
Mada
buy
in that
round. Does
position
100
was
Thieves go
fairly
aggro?
unexpected. If Mada is able to take down Xander, it's a different story. But
I think they still will.
once he was able to get back into the site, play those longer lines, wasn't so much of a
Oh,
concern.
dude, this dish fight. Sorry, this arcade fight's been crazy.
Seen this start around a lot from NRG. The
Chris?
3-2 split towards B. It's
Okay.
another fight right at the start. And
Very,
again, it's
very nice from
Xander.
100
This
Thieves.
guy's taking over.
The opening fights have just been a mess for NRG. 100 Thieves have talked a lot as a team about how they love to play scrappy, how they love to go for these brawls. It's been working.
Finesse turned this 2v5 into a 2-on-3. Psalm waiting on the fate of the
Should
smoke.
NRG have been ready for that push?
Problem is the
Probably.
Spike is in a
Double
bit of a
double
pickle.
aggro A main. You call it
Finesse is going all
timeout.
the
You had
way
an
around the
eco that
map.
didn't
Yeah,
go
but again,
aggro
there's a
next
site
buy
or a
rounds.
chamber trip.
It's all fine
Probably
for a
expecting
second.
a crunch.
Actually pulled
but-
back.
I was gonna say he was intentionally staying in range of it and then chose not to. The second the Finesse is going for the lurk.
Oh, the timing. Cryo's holding this with an up. Surely he's ready.
That's
Surely he
smoke.
wins this against Finesse.
Okay, FNS should
One
see the
from
TP
Psalm.
down
Maybe that
though
pulls attention.
and be
The
really
Chamber's
ready
not
for
looking
this.
at the flank. Cryo turns back to Jack. Finesse doesn't get it. And now this becomes all the more challenging for Psalm.
What, you don't believe in 5 HP in a dream?
30 seconds
Not
left.
really. He's walking into the operator. Cryo. He misses the first shot. But only needs 1 bullet with the headhunter.
Yeah,
and-
nicely handled from
Okay.
Cryo. It was a good call from 100 Thieves as well. This push looked nice.
Again, these opening fights,
Last
it's just a
round
complete
in the
difference
half.
maker. NRG, even after timeouts,
Yeah, I mean,
been unable to find an
these
answer.
3 rounds have all been aggro plays.
And personally, I have a lot more belief on their defensive side. I think as a team, NRG play much
Dude,
better on
they
defense
all ate the
on
breach stun.
basically every map. When they can control play a calmer
I feel like
pace
in
of
that
rounds.
timeout they're focusing a lot on them and not what 100 Thieves are
continue to
doing.
Inject chaos at the start of every round. It's been them on top the last 4 in a row now.
Let's see, they
Here
got
we go
breach ult.
again.
Most people
It's gonna
go
be a fight in
underpass
B
with breach ult. And it
Asuna
looks like 100 Thieves want to go
slides
aggro.
forward,
Try and make sure they can't get
stunned in, Mada
underpass.
stuck in the smoke. The
Asuna,
ultimate,
man.
it's the best weapon
This
in
sounds
that
so good
position.
though. It's good
As
setup
100
once again.
Thieves, 3 for 1 on the trade.
And again, that's the spike, the only potential wrinkle. Ethan in underpass.
Great
But
jump.
The jump swings around. 1 for 1 is the best he can do.
Very nice. Really good half
That
from 100
wraps up
Thieves.
the half, 8-4
What are we
100
thinking?
Thieves.
4 out of
And
4
100 Thieves won a
aggro
very
rounds
heavy
after the
last 3
timeout. They
rounds,
won.
all literally just 4-1.
That's just
Leave
how they
Cryo
play the
alone on
map.
the
I
side
think
and
NRG
run
needed
it
to
down on the
be
other side.
more
Xander
ready
on the
for it,
Brimstone
really.
at halftime, 19-5. Just normal behavior from the newest edition
Yeah,
to
they could
100
actually
Thieves.
drop the neon from the comp and just let him stim beacon run it down every round.
It's weird because it felt like the
And Zix is happy about it. It's an 8-4
I think
start to this game for 100 Thieves. They're strong
the
on
op
100
made
on
them want to
this
be really
map.
decisive
NRG
drone
have a
fast
chance
play,
at their favorite
but
defense when we
then
return.
they had to kind of wait for the push fast.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
All right. Whoa. What did I do? Dude, because I muted it on me? So? Oh, wait, it jumped back. Okay, we're all good. It's the shot. Dude, it's not the shot. Leave the shot alone. Goose, thank you so much, bro. Thank you, I appreciate that. You should tell VCT EMEA to put you in charge. Okay. What's your backgrounds? What you got for us? Are you just feeling super confident? Pistol? Yeah, I mean if 100 Thieves get pistol here, it's done. You're an initiator player, that's it? Okay.
Row to end the first half here on Fracture.
I respect the attempt. Rich Vibing, thank you so much for the 16 months, man.
As we head over to the Thieves defense.
Don't be typing that. We gotta Teo nerf first.
And again, if they can back it up with another pistol round, sort of fix the problems that they were facing yesterday in their series loss versus MIBR, we could be out of this first map fairly quick. Fracture tends to snowball relatively quickly.
Last time these teams played, it was a 2-1 victory for NRG. That was all the way back at the start of kickoff.
Oh boy. You want an 8-person duel?
Oh
my god, he's almost getting another one.
Mata's dead. Off spam through the smoke, and 100 Thieves, they're not going to slow this tempo. They keep it going.
Go. I mean, no fear.
An easy callback. It's an easy callback, and Cryo's already cleared over towards A main.
And look at this lurk from Cryo. He walked into A main, they call back into him, and this is going to be a completely free
This should be
site.
so fine. The interesting thing is, like, this is a very fast push from NRG. They push through their smoke, they get the info. They are definitely here about like 5 seconds before anyone should consider it. So let's see how on top of it EU is.
You ready for it though?
Mad respect, dude.
One for one, and they'll be happy enough about that trade.
She probably wouldn't think they're going to push their own smoke.
For the post plant, and still an isolated 2v1.
Dude, they're playing nice though together. Benmark27, thank you so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate the 2 months.
I think Boosteel might want to step into the ring against this man. He's able to get one.
Mate, you've actually got a... This is the round, mate. This is the round.
Sand is going to realize Finesse 100% went into main. Now, how do you play the defuse here?
You can get it half at least.
Spike out in the open and no information.
He's got one cage.
One cage.
But he does not have time. Xander ready. Does enough to dissuade the defuse and win the pistol for 100 Thieves. 0 for 4 last night in their pistol round win, right? 2-0 to start this series.
Not too shabby so far for them. Especially, what was that? Was that Asuna just finding the spam shot at the start of the round?
Literally just spamming with the ghost head level.
So frustrating for NRG too, because they put a brimstone smoke into that play. They wanted to force players out of that space.
And you called
Goose, thank you for that, mate.
In a lot of Neon comps, the
Appreciate
Neon is going to be.
Xander,
okay, buddy.
Jesus.
As I was saying, the Neon's going to be completely alone, but not here, because every round, Brim is skimmed up running with them, and they have some weird synergy going on.
Okay, they'll have one death. Yeah, honestly.
For NRG
Maybe
Let's hear it.
Because 100 Thieves did actually win the last pistol yesterday, but then proceeded to lose the round 2 after it.
Oh.
It was some ultimate trolling.
I literally remembered in my head it's 0-4.
Yeah.
It got stolen immediately.
And then the round just completely snowballed out from them. NRG would have to tap into some of that magic, and I mean, they have full north side control.
Yeah.
My concern is they have...
What else do they have?
Looking like the right call,
though.
Yeah. And 100 Thieves is going towards A.
Yeah. 100 Thieves even baiting out a second smoke from Psalm in the round by dropping a drone down over onto B. It's now in a retake. That's not a lot of time you can stall off those main players from.
Goose, thank you so much, bro. I'll take it.
Here it is, A take, completely uncontested.
So what do they do here? They bought Sheriff Ghost, which means that they might want to try go for it in terms of damage.
Util's just about everywhere. Triple flank
5-man missile on that. I was thinking they might do that, but because of the Ghost Sheriff, they're gonna go for it.
But Cryo's arrived. Should be able to protect here. Nice shots on the Guardian. And Ethan, no more teammates with him, backs away.
Yeah, he's going on the zip line. Get out of dodge. NRG gonna switch to playing for exits and die to spike if the opportunity arises.
Asuna's gonna get 1 kill. And 100 Thieves will just group up together and start to exit their way through spawn, winning every fight in the process. Should drop 1 more gun there, so something lost, but they pick stuff up and it's all good. 10-4 up now.
At the end of the day, double digits. 100 Thieves are in a beautiful position at the moment.
You better stop.
Let's talk about the talent predictions. I'm the only one who picks 100 Thieves in this game. That is crazy.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was doing something special.
I mean, you were talking to me and you were bigging it up like I'm the one true believer. So believe in them this round. Tell me how they're gonna pull out this defense.
Well, actually, I was gonna say the guns, but 100 Thieves choose to buy up here.
Yeah, it's
NRG
the NA buy.
Look, Finesse, it's time to get some
Definitely don't need to do an NA buy at 10-4, but they're trying to end the game now.
They're gonna need to get something done here against Asuna.
Unfortunately, the trips are set up for
Got a free side door, 2 kill trips, but they got rid of 1.
Well, that's a cam dealt with. That's 1 trip. Only 1 left.
It's giving 5v5.
At one point, these smokes are gonna go down, so they gotta go a little bit faster.
On the north side, only EU holding.
But Asuna wants to
Ooh,
fight
I
through
like
spawn.
this though. Extra smoke.
The timing could be
And then,
perfect
dude, they're not
for
even
Asuna.
expecting the
He's
push after the
walking all
flash.
way through, and he's clean with the first bullet slide. The movement, it's too good. But his teammates have to do the job. Now stunned up. Brock
That was
gets
nice
1 more.
though. Bro was
Not
stunned
lucky
and went
enough
for the
to keep
peek back.
NRG in this round.
Dude, Brock's hitting some
Got it
shots
down to
though.
1. EU stuck in the corner.
Okay,
and
but now
Mata.
dude, they did the buy thing now, so it's like
It got dicey for a moment there.
Yeah,
you kind of got to
Trying to get a
eco.
little crafty with it. Couple players walking into spawn, but really nice work out of Brock. You've got to say.
And now you kind of give them a chance to get those ults online.
Yeah, full stun for the second kill as well.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's blinds being thrown his way as well.
Could be a good example of why. Dude, this was nuts by the way. Peek back in. It's a good shot.
Because 100 Thieves went for the force up there. Now their econ's
Yeah,
been
now they got
broken.
an eco. And that means for the big buy round, you're going to see at least these 2 ults. Yeah, and maybe
Classic trap
Boostio gets his ult.
The concern for NRG is if they overfight into main, Asuna can accelerate really quickly out of drop. I think it's good from NRG.
Wait, they want the ult into the... Don't ult into the
Love
eco.
the reposition from Ethan. Tucks onto the site. Rocket popped Asuna.
Oh god.
He's already off
What
of
are
the
they
entry, and no one
doing?
was there to follow him up. Only these players in main who are coming late and damaged by the rocket Mata. He wants to follow through. Walks out of the smoke and
got no
deeper
idea.
into main. No one's watching the timing. It's too good.
Dude, he has
but
no
he
idea about the
doesn't
second.
expect Xander.
Right now, 2 players rotating back on zip lines. 100 Thieves want to regroup, play 3 together, and come back into the A side. They want to play around Xander. He's the only rifle for them, but there's maybe a gun they can pick up in main.
Sun's
timing.
going for a walk. Brock with them.
Whoa.
It'll be a 3v2 in main. Contact main. Triple swing. 100
Oh,
Thieves.
bro, they're going to win this one.
Put Finesse in another clutch.
30 seconds left.
I mean, that really is
Bit
the
of a
game done if
disaster
they
for
win
Finesse.
this.
All his util was B. And now in the post lane, EU's got a full kit. Xander's got a molly as well. Last time Finesse was in the clutch, he took his sweet time and lost on it. He's got to act much more quickly now.
You want to see him roll back the years, show some confidence. But he's already spotted. Missiles flying in. Finesse just
Yeah,
runs
just
straight
forced them out into the
Xander's
open.
bullets.
Well,
And 100
I was
Thieves
questioning
come
it from
through their
100
11.
Thieves. They make a plan on the eco to get the
That
ult,
is
but
tough. 100 Thieves sort of
in the
ping-ponging back and
3v3,
forth
do they
between
need to
north
go
and south side.
aggro? When we got the 2
NRG,
on
it
the
looked
right
like they had
side,
the right
1
read
with the
initially, but that double
sentinel.
walk up into main failing like it did. It's just the
With the...
end of things. for
Maybe
them,
they're
really.
trying to like protect the guns.
I don't know if walking into Xander's the call.
No, it's not the greatest. NRG are going to use their second timeout here.
It's actually a life game from Xander. Oh my god.
25-6, Kristen.
That's unreal.
Casual, what? Nearly 5.0 KD?
Yeah. Yeah, 25 divided by 5 is 5. So,
yeah, but so 6 is like the 5 of 6s, if you think about it.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it too hard, and I don't think you should either.
So maybe stop thinking about it. Think about this time
Stop thinking about it, yeah, honestly. Truthfully, I don't know. Look, Brock's got an ultimate, but NRG have done, the last few rounds, it's been the same pattern. It's been Brimstone, Cypher playing on the B side, playing fairly retake, you know. That's your best stall, that makes some sense. While NRG tried to fight over A, but it seemed like NRG tried to go on that fact-finding mission in the mid-round and just fell apart. It doesn't necessarily even feel like it's a macro error of NRG's, it's in the micro.
It feels like they've contacted
Still a pretty important round.
Team fights and just lost out
And
yeah,
they force into this one.
I'm trying to search for
and dude, I feel like 100 Thieves got a lot of options here. Probably try and get that one to Xander.
A lot of errors have compounded, and I mean the scoreline reflects it. 11-5 up for 100 Thieves. This is their map choice.
NRG forced down to nothing. Looking for B split.
They push into B main. Psalm walking deep around this smoke. Does he go into it? He does. 100 Thieves, they're
dude, they were so ready for this.
Well, maybe you were on it, Mimi. The contact play getting punished again. That time it's around where NRG.
Yeah, it was nice though. The whole strat's pretty nice. Their reaction to this smoke is good. The other two go aggro. Oh, sorry, the other three go aggro over towards Arcade to wait for the reaction in the smoke to clear it.
Game on the line, and they're stalled out again. Brimstone orbital strike buys time and cuts them down to 1.
Dude, spraying extra bullets. That's funny.
It's just a stinger.
The ult, the ult was so fine. Talk about the Brim ult here. Dude, win this. They got no money. Get yourself 7 chances. It was a good ult. Talk about the tail. Oh, okay, well then.
Last few rounds they played retake on the B side.
Then honestly, yeah.
Their A players making noise.
They're just desperate.
That position inside of the smoke, there's just not really a chance for NRG. I mean, look, he's looking straight down on you.
And Neon might be right. 12-5
I don't think Neon was just talking about that round.
No.
26-6, Xander. Dude's got 6 deaths.
Another thing is, the start of every round, 100 Thieves have always been able to take whatever part of the map they want.
Except maybe this time, Mata is all the way up.
But this counter stuns and oh, he whiffs! Xander, too good for it. Thankfully, NRG did trade this one back even, but they're not going to be able to get those guns.
NRG have fully rotated. 4 players on this side of the map.
I mean, it's just a 4v4. Get ready for a battle. Ethan, jumping!
Yeah, mate, they gotta get a lot after that jump.
Cut them down to the IGL again. Xander doesn't check.
Yeah, they got absolutely wrecked. I like this from 100 Thieves though. In terms of like playing together, it's one of the better team play games we've seen from 100 Thieves. I know that Xander kind of took over a little bit, but we're just looking at like pure trades. You know, and like even their pushes wasn't like Asuna going with just one other. Like they actually had like 3 on their pushes.
Xander ends
It was nice.
28-7 on the Brimstone.
What a monster showing out of him. Those 400 ACS from the pistol to the final round.
I still feel like
that was 100 Thieves fully.
There's something about this stage 1 from all teams, man. Ults are so odd right now.
Cryo's off, rang out on defense. This was all 100 Thieves.
I felt like we didn't even see that much of Cryo's
off.
Like the few rounds they went into him, yeah, he was getting kills.
But it was not a takeover.
No.
It was a good game, though. NRG, they are in trouble. Down 1 map in the series. Haven, their pick, as their life is on the line when we return.
But that happened before Des on. I can't remember who they were playing, but it happened before in one of their Icebox games. I want to say it was like against 2G, where they just won because of aim. That's Crew. Was it Crew? Yeah, you might be right. I definitely remember saying or thinking the exact same thing on an Icebox game. Hey, Tansy, it can't be my fault for this. Come on.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Xander? No, Xander was a monster. Very good. Okay, chat, we'll be back in a little bit. We've got Haven coming up. Potentially the last time we see NRG for 2 months. Will I be in Paris for champs? I have no idea, mate. If they want me to stream there, I'll stream there. If not, I'll stream from home. Is that a good thing? I mean, it depends if you're a fan or not, mate. If you're an NRG fan, you don't get to watch them for 2 months, then yeah. Not a good thing. So it's not the shirt? Yeah, we need more of that. Let's mod you. Maybe we pin that. Yeah, we'll be back in a little bit.
But Asuna getting 2 into the round. You're right, Asuna's got to get his timing carry there, but Hunter Thieves get to 4. All eyes on Mata. Gets his 2 and then dismissed. Yellow, that's 3, make it 4. Mata calls game.
Here with the coach of 100 Thieves, Zix, running away with your map pick of Fracture. It seemed like you had an excellent read of what NRG were going to do on attack, on defense. Talk to me about that prep and what you expected from them today.
To be honest, I think NRG is probably our #1 scrim partner. We scrim them all the time. I think like we have like over 20 matches against them, so we definitely know how they play as a team. You know, likewise, they know how we play as a team. But we're definitely very confident against them. Like the matches usually go our way. But yeah, we all as a team kind of stayed up really late last night watching all the VODs, watching our VOD back. Did like a really long like 5-hour VOD review session, kind of talking about like what we need to fix if we want to actually like win the whole thing. So I think that helped us a lot. Today we brought a lot of confidence, aggression, being on the same page, and we looked like a different team compared to yesterday. So definitely very proud of the team from map 1.
Best luck on map 2.
Well, everything Zig said just then rings true, I think. Honestly, 100 Thieves do look like a different team, and part of it is because of this game plan. It's quite clear, it's quite easy. They just want to fight, and there's a reason for that. They want to make NRG as uncomfortable as possible. NRG, we know that they struggle, to be honest, in terms of these macro ideas, these micro ideas, I should say, actually, when it comes to the nitty-gritty of actually communicating during post plans or team fights. And 100 Thieves turned up the heat and the pressure. And you can see they're starting off here. They want to take a nice team fight all the way out through B main and see if they can get an early pick any moment here whatsoever. I'm going to play this one out and you're going to see what ends up happening, because Finesse's job is really just to absorb all this pressure that's going to be coming his way as the Sentinel player playing alone. The rest of his team playing 4 players up onto the north side as well. You can see how this opens up. Now, 100 Thieves do something slightly different. They wait for Finesse to put down his util. The cam gets broken, and Finesse at this point is saying, okay, well, they're taking control of the south side of the map right now, so he can call one of 2 options right now for his team. He can call either, guys, we can either react into another area of the map, or we can react where we're already standing and try and absorb up the space through Arcade into B, assuming that they've taken control of B main. Now, what ends up happening is 100 Thieves, they bide their time. They didn't use any util whatsoever, just breaking that camera, and they completely turn on the dime. 180 degrees, they take the fight straight to Arcade as NRG are gearing up for a refight. This was a constant game plan from 100 Thieves. The entirety of the time that they're playing on Fracture was always trying to force the issues with this fight. In this particular round, it doesn't go their way in the end, but you can see the idea behind it, and the exact same occurs here. I've pushed it up to another round, which they did end up winning as well. I'll speed it forwards a little bit as well. As you can see, as we get into it, ends up being this like a main fight that ends up being exchanged. They know roughly where Asuna is, and 100 Thieves were just really living and dying by Asuna taking these fights. But you can see this kind of pace and aggro tempo that 100 Thieves were applying onto NRG was really making them struggle in those moments. And now we can send it down to the mics, who's standing by to hear exactly how he's going to be bouncing back after that trouncing.
Here with the coach of NRG, Mike's. Now, 100 Thieves take away their map pick of Fracture. We're going to your map pick of Haven next. Now, Zix just told me that you guys scrim each other quite often, probably the #1 scrim partner. So what's the plan going into this match against 100 Thieves on Haven, your map pick?
Yeah, so obviously we've seen them play it a lot more. They've played it like 3 times in officials. We only played once versus MIBR, so I think we'll have a little bit of a different look for them.
Well, best of luck.
All right, so there you saw what Coach Mike's had to say, but of course, pressure is on for NRG. This is it, do or die. And fellas, I mean, what's the worst part about this for NRG is that you're like, oh man, you know, we're gonna try and bring this back. And then Xander has a life game. And my guy just pops off. He does just play after play after play, super talented, and just honestly did not expect this from him, Vensili.
And especially on the defensive side, I think it caters well to what you were just explaining earlier on, Bren. When 100 Thieves, they wanted to press the fight. They wanted to force the fight over to NRG. And if you're playing Brimstone, you don't need smokes because you're not going to play a retake. So he's just going to come out and support Asuna in all of these fights. And when he does need to anchor, dude, this guy is on a different level today. Looking at how he performed throughout the regular season in the first split going into now, it's a night and day performance of Xander. This is a Xander that was expected here by the Tier 2 community when he moves up here into the VCTs. That's what I'm talking about. A 5.1 KDA, 200. I love more looking at the damage per round than it is for the ACS. And to see that he's consistently putting up big numbers, over 200 in terms of damage, that's crazy.
He's left on cleanup duty in a lot of those rounds as well, because I could have gone through it there, but Asuna was often going to be the first death in those scenarios. He's being sent out to die, the whole team fighting with him, but from the Zeke's interview, you can tell they were all on the same page, and Xander always there towards the tail end of these rounds, making sure that he mops it up with either good util or using his util existingly as well so they can keep fighting further. So it shows this guy is on top form right now. It's going to be very hard for NRG to try and bounce back.
Yeah, no, 100 Thieves right now look like they're on top of the world. Can NRG respond and manage to take this Haven game and bring us over to map 3? Let's find out after a quick break, and as always, we'll see you on the other side.
Right, Haven. Dude, Haven NRG wise. Oh man, that. Let's see if they can clean up their after plans. They're doing a lot of things that you don't do, or like you shouldn't do. They were also just using maybe too much utility to go over towards the science. Dude, why can't I remember the last time seeing 100 Thieves on Haven?
Hearing what the coaches had to say, talking a lot in the break there, if you weren't here, about how they scrim each other the most of any other teams in VCT. Makes sense, you know, with
oh yeah, you're right. The neon.
HD, the new coach for NRG, what he used to do over on 100 Thieves.
They just set up the neon on defense over towards A every single time.
Where NRG have been playing the double duelist, right?
Dude, 100 Thieves don't look that bad on this map. This might be... They can definitely 2-0 this.
It's actually going to be different this time around.
Oh.
So Ethan is switching over to the Breach, and Mimi, I'm curious on your take, because I personally am a big fan of this, especially what it can give
Breach,
for
Teo,
fighting.
Jet.
Yeah, Breach is just
pretty much just the standard, get rid of the
I
Sova.
think it makes a lot more sense to just play a basic composition.
So they kind of looked...
with the Yoru, but I think
They looked at last game and they were like, we don't have enough util.
For sure.
Really hurts you on the defense.
I do also
So
wonder,
they
like,
pretty much end up just
obviously
putting a
100
breach
played
in.
against this comp a lot, but I wonder if NRG have actually scrimmed them on this map with this comp. Because that's not entirely clear, or if this is going to be a slight different change, because Zix was talking a lot about how he just feels like he has a perfect read on how NRG as a team like to play. And
well, I mean, the Breach will at least help their after plans, and they'll probably be more used to where they should positioning with it. We got NRG on defense, we got 100 Thieves on attack.
Take on the double duelist, and they're starting off quickly. towards a lobby, taking control of that part of the map. Asuna.
Okay, the double drill to sell the fake with a recon and smoke back a site.
Trying to creep up on top of it. But really, it's a ruse with the double duelist as the rest of the team is going into C long.
Wait, do they double back now?
They might just call all the way
Yeah,
back.
Mad is
again.
in a weird spot.
Where do we want to finish? That makes it a little more
That'll do
difficult.
it, though.
Using Cryo to Mata.
And Mata sort of abusing these elevated lines. He can pop over to with the jet.
Drawn could give false info. Sees nothing down long, and now 100 Thieves creep in.
Again, NRG really aren't flinching on the map. Had that double garage control for a long time. Still have a 2-stack with Ethan, who does
Rotate's looking good. Some might even get over towards site. Ethan has full util to help these out on site. It's just if Mad stays alive to be able to use it.
For a second kill. Rock on the site alone for the moment.
2 bullets.
Support floods in, but he's getting tagged up every which way. Stuck out in the open, reloading. It's a tough spot.
That wasn't
And
great.
Thieves, they're rallying back. They're taking this site. That's unless Ethan.
Okay, respect to Ethan there. He's insanely calm.
Locks it up with Vanessa's help. And wins a pistol.
Sure. It wasn't like fully convincing, but it's kind of nice. Chat, 100 Thieves won double pistol, right? So it's 2-1. Pretty sure.
Kill they had against Mata. There you have it. Right after that's the stun, and this is 100 Thieves smoke to try and break that really annoying corner line.
Bro, come on!
Didn't seem to be a problem for Ethan though.
Volume? Is the sound too low in game?
100 Thieves not choosing to really buy anything
Does
here.
feel low,
NRG, they started that first half down real rough. Could see them with some momentum in their sales here to get things going. And
okay. What do they have? We've got a Sheriff from Boostio, and that's about it. Everyone on NRG buying on this. I like that. Make sure they don't get ecoed. They definitely need to try to get good starts after what we just saw.
My eyes are really on Asuna this round. He's hanging out in this front mid space with potential to try and sell a little bit more presence into garage or B. Try and pull some rotates because he's making noise on front B. Hunting out for some Cypher tripwires right now. Yeah, they find any, so yeah, I like this call from 100 Thieves to bail out of the space.
It's nice from NRG though, to be honest. Instant pressure over towards A, gets cleared. Rotate can go in. Means they can actually fight over towards site. I don't know what cages they got down, but...
There's already players flooded in. 2 in backside from NRG. Don't want to let this plant go down, and it's not
yeah,
happening
this is nice.
today.
It's a great reclair over towards long from them. Dude, 5 assists from FNS there.
5 assists, I think, because they were just running through the cage.
Yeah.
Good stats.
It's a good counter call from Finesse there, realizing 100 Thieves leaving that A space with the walk up, instantly flooding into the site and getting there. Because if you remember how NRG were playing their defense on that last map, the Cypher side of the map was
It's a nice bonus though. Every single gun here.
Back and spawn, and for a moment there, it was similar scenes for NRG.
That is the difference on this map, especially towards C. It's a little easier to set up like retake cages to be able to flood in really early.
For sure. You even saw in that last round, there were like Cypher cages up in garage window. This round actually, Finesse has an interesting setup. So this cage in garage is trying to sell that again. It's a Cypher setup on the A side, but it's actually deep cages and the tripwires A for a potential retake.
Whoa. Madder, is he going for it? Dude, Madder's going for it.
But Mata's
He's absolutely, I mean, he's in spawn in 15
It's
seconds.
so weird. Mata is already
They're gonna hear this. They've spotted him from C, though. I was gonna say. So much going on in this round.
I mean, there's already a man down. They know A is gonna be all but open.
I mean, look, 100 Thieves are not going to expect the Cypher full setup on A behind where his jet full pushed through.
And that should be a free kill. Oh my god, he's jumping every which way. Not
Calm, bro. Calm. Composure. Relax.
Restio finally gets his gun in play. But that's a loud time for players to get out backside.
Holy hell.
Jumping. More chaos.
Oh my god. What's going on?
How's this a 1v1?
He's here very fast.
Finesse on the flank to win the bonus round against EU, who's stalked towards hell. The stinger on the swing, and EU
Very, very nice from
won't
EU.
let it slip
God, that's
away.
close rounds.
That's wild there.
Dude, if NRG were a little bit calmer here, I think they win that.
Let's rewind.
Yep.
Let's start with the jet full pushing into spawn at maybe a minute 20 on the clock. And then we get to the site, and seemingly everyone has like a
Good damage. I mean, it's a great bonus round.
Yeah, I mean, really the thing that shocks me is
There's the fact they might look at it and feel like, well,
maybe
probably should have won
they're
this.
expecting to run into some resistance on a lobby. I mean, look, again, those trips were unexpected. They got some kills. I think if
Okay,
Rock had just been a little crisper there,
the
that round
op
actually
is
goes
out.
NRG's
Set up
way.
over towards A. There's a cage up at the moment, so it creates pressure over towards short. And I'm seeing them not even worry about this. There's a good chance they have a read into how Boostio likes to play this map in terms of pressure over towards A.
Oh, he's clearing spawn because Jet ran in there last
We'll
round.
see.
Yes, you're so right.
I wonder if he's actually never lurked short with this cage that he popped.
I'll tell you though, I do not love 100 Thieves odds if they
What
try
was I
to
going to say?
go back
Money.
and clear
1,
into the
2,
A space.
3.
Yes, they have a Sova drone.
2, 4. Sure, that'll be fine.
They would
It's
have
4
the
and 3
patience
can't
to
buy
have it
next.
Clear all the way back behind bricks.
Isopop shield though.
That's annoying.
That sucks.
Yeah, Mata wants to break it. Hello. Shows his hand. Cryo walks towards short. And with the double tap up, he's going to try and get out.
Yeah, look at the C site though. It is a full retake again for NRG. Som, the only guy that's even remotely close.
Good
Oh.
spam from Som.
Wow.
Cryo in mid.
A nice kill. While this was going on, EU picked up the orb over towards long, so they do have an ult for this after plant, which means that NRG can have to go a little bit faster on this one.
We're getting a spike on the ground. So now it becomes a walk up from Xander.
He was so good map 1. Trying to do it here again. Forward Hunter's Fury. Xander follows it up well.
Ah,
And the
this
flank
was
comes in
nice. They
from
managed to get
Cryo.
2
100
kills off of the
Thieves
ult.
locking this one down well. Som is trapped.
Yeah, it's
Just a
all on
TP
him
to get
too.
out.
Ooh.
And a 1v1 against
Ooh.
Boostio. He wins that. And now a chance. Mata's arriving on the flank. Darted up. Needs this kill on the player tucked in the cubby. Mata too early on the shot. Now a
Damn,
reroute
Som.
as Som gets
Damn,
more,
Som.
and
What the hell? How have you actually managed
They
that?
brought it all
Bro,
the
he's
way
locked
back
into the
that
corner.
round. Som for 4 kills to win their 3rd.
Som just chooses to go
And he's
beast mode there.
TP'd out and
The
killed
4 piece.
everyone. That was sick
Nice
from him.
work out of him.
In the
Turning
1v1
all
one
that
on site as well, he
attention too. I mean,
smoked,
Mata
spiked,
shouldn't have any
taps.
chance on
Sorry,
that flank.
smoked the spike and taps, right? I
Still
think.
gets the kill he needs. Looks like Brock was going for the
The TP
risky
out
plant
here was
spot
nice.
there.
Yeah.
Falls victim to the
And then he
spam.
makes Cryo spam.
Stoic.
There's no reaction. Dude, that was sick from him.
VCT Americas.
NRG looking to get a little active on the anti-eco.
Go for a little walk into mid. Hello, Asuna.
Whoa.
Okay, Neon movement. Not enough to keep him alive there.
Looks a little bit silly, but at the end of the day, you get your kills. Honestly, that to me feels like a bit of a throwaway
Shot.
round for NRG. Nice shot from Som, picking up the op this round.
Cage triggered.
But NRG don't play so active like that. I think just, again, trying to throw that look into the mix on a round they're expecting to win anyways.
Mata. Just under the stun target.
Down, C.
And this one has been very well handled by NRG. They let Boostio have one gun. Give me the 1v1. Come on, let them fight.
Let them fight. Let them fight. It's crazy.
It's a dink finesse. He wins it.
It's an honest 1v1 as well, right? Ethan was there, he didn't land a shot.
Dude,
I'm
this is
calling
a lot of
fair
rounds
game
against
on
this
that.
comp on defense already, to be honest. It's normally a comp that likes to get around 7, I would say. So it's a very nice start from NRG. That round before from Som really dispels them
Checking
out.
to see maybe Som was going to hold on to the op for another round, but as far as things are concerned right now, that's going to be back in Mata's hands. Makes sense. He's got the knives ready to go.
First time out for 100 Thieves this map. Had a bit of a rough start to this one.
I wonder if they just start playing more honest execs, to be frank, because they've been playing a lot more for like.
Well, they're gonna opt to deal with it at the moment.
Think back to the pistol round, sort of ping-ponging back and forth between A and C, trying to set up either Cryo or Asuna to fake out some lurk looks before the rest of their team accelerates in. Not that I think that's been going poorly for them. It's been more post-plant issues or that strange round a couple back.
The 100 Thieves duelists 2 and 10 combined to start this game, but finally they're getting the first round of Alt Online. That's a lot of what you're playing when you pick into this ISO, trying to get yourself that free 5v4 with the ISO ultimate.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shocker seeing Cryo 2 and 5 right now, because this is a map he goes beast mode on. Like, his ISO is elite.
Well, this should be an easy round, though.
In this map will,
Easy round. You got double ults to make it very easy to make sure that you can actually get someone with this ult.
To kick things off.
And then we can overwhelm. Let's see how NRG want to play against the ult, because they need to... This is interesting. Are we going aggro? Drop some the op again? Everyone from NRG needs to be super scared of the drone, especially Som, to be honest. Like, Som needs to run away fast. Like that drone can't be spotting him.
Spot for it as well. The close angle outside garage. Usually you'd see him back on plat with a stun called in from
stun to re-clear garage, but they should know that's a re-clear after you see the stun here.
There's a wild stun line coming from over in the corner on A like that.
Okay, change up over towards A. We put a smoke in. This is the smoke where they kind of fake the pressure as well. And Mada every single time is in the pos to make this a one-way almost. Yeah, it is the pistol rounds. It literally is the same thing on the pistol, but last time he cancelled over towards C.
Yeah, except this time, I mean, Som again is calling for the cage to be popped. He wants to get out onto the site for a pick.
Kind of nice for 100 Thieves, so they get a free site and they still have a... Whoa!
That's a hit.
That is a hit.
63 HP on EU.
Eventually you'll get the plant down.
I mean, they got ISO ult. So fine.
Is this just a map that Som wills NRG to win?
It's looking possible. This one's going to be tough, though. Asuna and Boostio. Control of garage is theirs.
And what do 100 Thieves use to win the round?
Well, NRG just want to do damage at the moment. That's it. Every single kill is important. I think Brook should be hunting, personally. When I do a money
and NRG, they're going to
check.
Save these two guns. Pick up the op, presumably from Mata here.
He's taking his time.
Wanted to clear all
yeah,
the
well,
angles.
100 Thieves gonna take that. 3K for everyone.
Unless he wants his
They can make a really good comeback here.
Who's this at?
Yeah, I'm curious if NRG are going to adjust coming out from this, because they're playing very limited information, right? When you consider how, you know, Mata's playing that boosted line over towards the A side, looking down into sewer. Because 100 Thieves are throwing that elevated smoke, it's sort of cutting down on any of the forward line you'd expect an Omen to have.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 days a week. Dun, 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 dun.
Huh.
Huh. Me when I'm learning the numbers in the days a week.
That's curious.
Here's an ISO ult in hand for Cryo. Who's he gonna get? In goes Brock. 1v1.
Oh.
Cryo, shields gone, and Brock.
Dude, Cryo sits in the middle and gives him an opportunity to jiggle break the...
And back into the chaos. NRG.
The ult,
They're good
the shield.
in these positions. Brock and Ethan.
Dude, nicely done from Brook as well. Double on site to cover him.
Brock there. I love how he's
Dude,
just
that's
jiggling that ISO wall inside of the ult there to get that first shot down that breaks the armor before actually challenging him on the fight.
There's like a reason that no one... So I can't remember who started it, but if this is the ISO ult, people that were on the one used to always try and like jump peek with classic to break the shield of like someone sitting here. And then ISOs literally just knew that was meta, so they just stuck behind their wall each time. Alpha? Yeah, it might have been Alpha that started it.
More tough to keep info on
and then like every ISO kind of knew to not sit in the middle. I'm really surprised that he's sitting in the middle now.
Yeah, right now just the C camera to watch that cross.
You just give an opportunity to break your shield and get out for free.
Paranoia, good stall. Cryo, oh, he's walking into a trip. Spots it in the nick of time. Finesse.
Oh, he got spotted.
Good position, but Cryo too prepared. And now Som down as well. The missile somehow finding a kill as NRG reclaims space. They have a foothold in this site, but the fight is continuing.
Dude, okay, that was calm though. That's what I wanted to see on A site earlier.
Puts it down to Xander. A good timing onto one.
Nicely done, dude. Brook, back-to-back rounds being a beast, to be honest.
Good hold again out of NRG, especially because that was a disaster at the start, right? Wissam and Finesse falling. Brock and team come flying on in, bringing in the reinforcements.
2 rounds in a row now where Brock is just having crazy impact.
Nice!
Flooding into these sites.
Let's go, bro.
Dude, this is too many rounds, I think.
Put 100 Thieves onto the low buy. Again, just testing this mid space early on. Although if you think about it, last time NRG played the anti-eco, it was the full mid.
I guess 100 Thieves actually like
to trap,
have a pretty good default with the neon.
On the B site. And that comes after Mata's going to take a shot with the operator.
Is ignoring the sliding neon attack. Problem is that guy is probably going to one-tap you while sliding.
Ooh, there's an angle for the garage players to creep in, but unfortunately for those
increase the volume a bit, dude. Yeah, it seems to be differing, and every time they talk, sometimes they're really quiet.
He was patient on that angle.
I put it up a little bit.
Have another chance.
It's a great shot.
Banter, okay. Good shot from him. Now Finesse facing them in the corner, wrangling the spray. Two's good enough in that position. As the shorty finishes up the job, and NRG feeling happy with
nice, waiting for the flash.
Very nicely done out of them. Holding on to their ultimates as well. This has kind of been clockwork for NRG so far.
I was going to say, it does feel like NRG have
pick.
some nice reads though on a little bit of this.
Over on Fracture.
Like this was a good stack over towards B. First time that they really wanted to go over towards B. Saying that, they had the op over towards top of B, right?
Yeah,
when it was the other eco round, so maybe they just like to go B on ecos.
Each other this year. Mata picked up in the off season, won Soup with his team, did well at the Sim City Classic, and then Brock brought in later in the season to reunite with his former teammate. Facing up against another tier 2 duo on the other side of Xander and EU.
Hold on, Mata has the op back in hand. Been bouncing around between him and Sam, but this time he's on the shoreline to garage.
Oh, Boostio's in trouble. How does he get the kill? Boostio!
Nice shots,
man. Oh my god! Trying to make do on his words. 2 kills. And Mata, a desperate play into mid.
Yeah, and this guy can see his op, right?
Scene, not quite.
No?
Cryo waiting, and he knows.
No chance. That was nasty. I mean, the situation Boosty, it was in there. Missiles coming down, he's stunned.
Aftershock stun, all in the corner. They know
so
exactly
fine
where
for
he
some
is.
to chill on this, to be honest.
NRG after,
just purely because Cry is so close to ult.
This is one where, look at it,
he could do damage and I wouldn't be against it, but I don't know. I feel like you want to avoid them being one away from ISO.
Well, whether it was just Boostio winning that double fight, or I think Xander was boosted up on this block.
Oh yeah, it's going to happen anyway. Got the orb and gets ult, well,
really good
might as well go for it. They go to the main
really
orb.
Impossible for NRG to win once they lost those guys.
Nice shot.
Xander for his second on the round.
Okay.
Flawless for 100 Thieves.
It's nice little min-maxing from 100 Thieves. If they can get 5 here, it might be doable. Aiken would be proud of the orb farm. I mean, yeah, you gotta min-max it.
You know, compared to when they are, when Boostio's out of C going crazy.
The fan bases of these teams are so weird, because I feel like a lot of it has just been honest hate watching this season.
No.
People like preying on downfalls.
Dude, Ethan's face, he's like, how has Brock not traded him?
Both in playoffs. They're
Because he's
both in a
2
position
HP.
where, you know, the heat up a little could go on a run.
He's surprised that he got shot, and then he's surprised that it didn't get traded.
Catch onto this garage clear that 100 Thieves have done many times before, and it's good to trade on out. Asuna got through it and tucks into a bit of safety in this corner.
But check out Mata
weird
boosting
round.
up into window. Asuna's between 3 different NRG players right
really
now. Make
weird
that
rounds.
4. He's just inside the Matrix, and Mata's inside 100 Thieves' walls. This round looks almost impossible for 100
he played
Thieves.
it
They're
well.
definitely
This
not getting
was
back
nice,
into mid.
though.
They're not
It's a
getting
nice
back
round
in
from
either.
NRG, really.
Boostio now in a 1v4, the 1v1. Finesse, not looking, swings back and gets to safety.
All right, we got to chill with the 1v1.
It's the match of the century.
Okay.
Are you not excited about it?
Okay.
The trash talk. Boostio said he would make Finesse retire, and you don't want to see them 1v1.
you know what? Look, if he wants to get up there and talk his game, I'm happy. But ever since, like the first round over on Fracture, he was shooting bodies, he was into it, he was everything. He's kind of mellowed out since then.
Sure.
I'm waiting for him to give me that
Zink,
energy.
thank you so much for the Prime, mate. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you for the support.
I don't know if he's going to give it to you this round.
Might just bleed out every second left on the clock.
Yeah, slowly walking into B. Ethan's here with a stun, double flash. Brock will send missiles. I don't think he's going to get that plant down.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
That's one. The player towards Gong saves the day.
Not going to happen. I like that little trap look from NRG.
Milk
Again,
from
Thieves
the
default,
box.
basically every round has been sort of sending
What is this?
Arsenal
Is this like
on
a
the
meme
quick
thing?
slide outside of double doors, and then sort of resetting in before trying to clear the space. This time, NRG realized with a couple of smokes and that delayed stun into grass that they could catch the position that Austin is always tucking back into. Now expecting them to
Okay,
go back to
last round they get the Odin out. Odin up. Maybe there's a backup gun for this as well. We don't really know.
or spam every wall. I think Mata spammed with an operator, the window wall.
You would imagine.
Well, there's an Odin in
That it's
someone's
around
hands
for 100
garage
thieves?
trying to get a player grass.
Maybe.
Cryo has his second ult of the half. Didn't win
Okay,
out.
every single time they've been re-clearing over towards garage.
De-escalation from Op to Odin, now to a Vandal.
Oh, he's going further down. Gets stolen away. Asuna.
Oh,
He's
no.
going to have that kill no matter what. Cryo, though.
Okay,
He'll
tucking
get it
behind
himself and
the
put an advantage for 100 Thieves. The ult gets
the wall
canceled,
this
and
time.
They don't have C.
They're going to go back into
Ah,
A,
I mean,
though.
Bucio's
Check
just
this
made
out.
so much
Bucio
space over
stepped
towards
all
A.
the way into the A space. And actually, Sam is ulting. He's sticking that.
And Bucio's not looking.
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this, Mimi.
Now he checked his camera. They're considering it, I think. I think they've considered this,
No
right?
one's looking at Psalm. Someone has to check this.
Yeah.
Someone has to
Okay,
be
okay.
thorough. Psalm.
I saw the camera check and it was like, well,
All good. One
There's
for
a
one,
chance of
no
it.
problem for 100 Thieves.
Oh, and they hear Finesse stomping and spawn. Should I say it?
No.
Okay.
no.
Although it was.
It was.
Although,
it happened.
yeah,
And look, we come into the end
NRG
of the
did
first
pretty
half
good
here.
here.
In the exact inverse of map
Dylan,
one, right?
Dylan,
It's
thank you so much for the
NRG's
tier
map
1,
pick.
mate.
They're the
Appreciate
ones
the
leading
23
8-4.
months. Thank you for the
Without that
support,
same
mate. Thank you for the tier 1.
momentum built coming in at the end here. And now it's going to be NRG going on to the attack where you get to see them play with this breach.
Bro, I'm aiming like a fucking bot. I'm aiming like a bot.
Well, some time to fix that as we head to the halftime.
Gervo, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you, the 5 gifted. Chat in the ad break. Let's get the slug oiler spam going. Thank you so much, Gervo. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Appreciate the 5 gifted, mate. Thank you so much for that. If anyone got gifted, please add Gervo. Say thank you as well. So I'm guessing 100 Thieves need to win this pistol, otherwise we go to Icebox. The energy comp good on attack, it's pretty nice. I think they just got way too many rounds, mate, to be honest. But pistol bonus, never say never. Who do you have for Icebox? I really don't like 100 Thieves Icebox. I'm not sure I can say them. When have we even seen NRG on Icebox? What did it look like? Oh yeah, they used the Reyna. It didn't look too bad though. But they know a lot of the little tricks, but it's one of those, man. If Madder's on, then the Reyna can just take over.
Choice with a little bit of a change up, moving away from the double duelist, locking in a pretty default comp, and it's been good thus far. 8-4 up on their
I think I
defense.
probably
They head into
prefer
their attack
NRG's
side now.
Icebox from what I've seen.
That they do. Mata's been having a good one.
Dude,
No
the 100
doubts about
Thieves
that.
ults on Icebox
after
kill
a
me a little
tougher
bit.
opening match.
If they can clean that up, they It will look a lot
Now
better.
Let's see how they deal with these opening.
Arch again,
That's
thank you so much for the
something
gifted,
Thieves
bro.
love to
Appreciate
go
that.
for, right? When you have the ISO and the neon, those agents have so many tools to just set themselves up to look for early brawls. And if you note the positioning on the map, it is going to be 100 Thieves testing into mid early on.
Tries just full facing window. It's very reserved start from NRG. We saw this back on Fracture too. They love taking their time on the attack side.
The thing is, Finesse has this camera down short, which hasn't really seen anything.
Okay, 20 seconds pass.
You might expect
And they just walk down middle. They've heard the camera on short.
He ends up seeing Busio cross over into the cam vision.
Look at Asuna, already out on this
Asuna
side. Nope,
is-
he's gone. Back into the smoke.
What's going on? What's the indecision there? Oh my god, why do they look so indecisive? Wait, what?
And 100 Thieves see sight. It's theirs.
That is brutal.
Why did NRG look
Busio
like
has left
this?
a tripwire over on the C side. And just
My
completely stuffed
Omen,
NRG's hits.
my Omen's TP'd in. Why are we trying to get out of there?
I think that might
Are
have
we
been,
okay?
I don't know. Someone's screaming.
Wild stuff. Watch
Like,
this. though,
there
'cause
was
for
a
second, I thought
trip.
Mata was using this tripwire for himself. It like dashed him in, got him back.
Dude, no one's
Saucer
shooting the
couldn't
trip. Dude,
immediately
why?
get the kill.
People have got to commit here,
Asuna
man.
bore down
Commit.
on it. Wasn't an issue in the end. Was he you? Dog.
What?
Did he just give himself a headache? That's what it looks like. He put his like head in his hands.
What happened to bro?
I don't know.
Did he whiff again? He said he was like.
Oh, he was
making
talking
fun
about
of
being a
himself.
bot.
Yeah, at halftime.
Oh no.
The trip, I mean, you've got to expect the
Well,
trip there. The server will normally default it. Obviously, they don't have the
For our
server.
eardrum's sakes that he can figure it out.
He can lock in.
Oh dear, this round is not going to look good at all for NRG.
Okay,
though.
very,
Yeah,
very
3
clean
for
on
Xander.
this.
No problem.
No scream this time. EU's happy.
That'll be the yardstick, you know, that we're going to measure their performance on.
The screamometer.
Yeah, the screamometer.
Screamometer.
Is that the technical term? I'm not quite sure.
I think
but
that's how you'd pronounce it.
all things considered, NRG need to figure out what's going wrong. Right now, 100 Thieves changing their approach, so the ISO can have a undercut ready to go. Neon can scale quickly down into A lobby and potentially put some flank pressure on NRG. They did not react well to the early aggro pieces of 100 Thieves back on Fracture.
Pretty hefty
Okay, there
vibes
goes the
both ends.
aggro A, and
100 Thieves
they
are gonna have
really
5
wanted to
rifles
hold
for their
on to
bonus
this.
round.
Double
already taken
damage,
space
shock,
in A lobby.
neon stun with the neon sending it.
The thing is, 100 Thieves have called a couple players onto B, including Cryo. Smoke comes in at the perfect time.
Shield pop. Cryo expected a hit.
The
It's
shield
not
pop
coming.
after the pressure over
That
towards
shield pop will
B
be good enough
kind of
to
gives it
stall out
away.
Energy. They're not going to want to
Yeah, they'll take that.
face check through a smoke and challenge that space while it's still up.
With how short it is now, it is a bit more of a mini game to hear that.
Okay, they
wait
insert
it
one
out
over
and
towards
figure out where the
B,
ISO
and
is.
then now we
That's right
pressure
now,
over
Energy
towards
is
A,
gonna
so
throw
obviously
this
can
drone
hear the
down
rotates
towards
and is
A,
in
but
position to
still looking
punish
potentially to
like
move
the
back
2
into
reactions
outside
to an
B.
A push. So this is nice from NRG.
Face off between
All
him
the
and
teams used to
Busio.
opt for this. I haven't seen it as much these days.
Game of chicken.
Because no matter what happens, Busio should
seconds,
be
though.
heard
Energy are gonna have to
by
make up their mind
heard or
soon.
seen by Mada, depending on the two.
More than likely off of those 4 players, but Mata is starting to look to challenge, and there's a bit of bloom on this smoke. Mata could use that to his advantage.
30 seconds left.
Missiles towards short. XX coming in. Mata will bide his time. Asuna finds safety within his teammate Smoke.
Mata
And it's-
slipped into B.
Yeah, they've already flooded through. NRG have to win out this fight if they want that lurk to mean something. And Asuna shutting down.
And
Finally, the arrival of
Siab's
Mata.
fully
There's
on
no
top of this as
fanfare.
well.
It's just
The
a shutdown
duelist
from
luck.
Cryo
I
and
think we got a
100
trade on
Thieves.
site
This is
there.
their
This might
bonus
get
round
close.
I mean, that lurk is just too obvious. 100 Thieves can hold for it easily, right? NRG are hitting a site, and the jet is nowhere to be found. No fooling them whatsoever.
Oh boy.
Good hold there from 100 Thieves.
The pistol into the bonus that we said they needed.
Now it's 8-7. 100 Thieves have already found their way back in, and I think I have to bring up a point you were talking about in map 1. NRG this season, the attack sides have been a big struggle. They have struggled to find their way on multiple maps on that side of the map.
I mean, it's no surprise that Finesse likes to call a
Yeah,
slower
we gotta
paced
trade
game,
that. He's
right?
moving
Likes
around
to,
too
you know,
much.
rotate back into lurks in mid to late rounds. I think there was just a timing issue, right? One of the, either Mata or the group has to activate on something. If they don't, you run into spots like that.
Busio anchoring C. What can he do? That's one on Tamada. Wins out the opener. And out team arriving yet again. 100 Thieves are so good on these flags.
Coleman flash into TP. That was nice from Som though.
They've arrived on the
The
site.
great recon. Damages.
And guns down
Maybe
backside.
been done. Let's see. That's an must be.
Gets a couple there. What is going on?
Must be tempted to pop his ult. Dude, 8 HP.
Down to 8 HP. Pinged out as well. The approach from
Very
EU
nice. This
will
was
secure
close
things for
one
100
though.
Thieves and
Asuna
even
did
up the
great.
score.
It was a nice approach there, having the Omen TP out behind the box backside while two players ran through the smoke. Absolutely shuts down the 100 Thieves members that were already on C. But thankfully, 2 more left alive. Safe hands to win out there, thanks to Asuna's double.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Was this
that
timeout?
It's the double swing when EU has the drone out, right? And Austin is still out in front of it. Could have gone really poorly for 100 Thieves.
I don't lose clutch at least. At least I don't lose clutch.
Is he casting his own games?
The narrative continues.
We just cut to him in between every single round. He'll tell us what to think. It's like, yeah, you know, he's so clutch.
Okay.
His
How's
aim
the
really
attack calling right now? Mate, there's been one buy round. The buy round wasn't too bad. They're trying to insert one and into the jet, so when you exec over towards the site, you see everyone.
He's a big moment
And you would
player.
imagine the jet's there as well, so you're meant to not think there's a lag.
Even game now between 100 Thieves and
They
NRG.
did kind of good on B in terms of 100 Thieves not making any sound. So, mate, we've had one buy round. It's not like we can
It feels like
say
map
too much.
1. It was a little competitive. Then 100 Thieves got their feet out under them. They ran away with it there.
We've seen it go a couple of different ways, right? Even there, like that's the stinger. The exec play looked to work for them, even though they didn't have the guns.
Oh, F? I think it's a Twitch thing. My stream's so fine.
Convincing for NRG to look for more similar setups. So this time around, I think challenging into the mid space.
Okay, up against
Early in halves, I do
Sova
like when
ult,
teams
and maybe
play
they have a
rounds
set
to
plan
sort of
with
figure out
the,
where
oh,
the
okay, we're
default
going aggro
utility
with
is
this.
gonna be specifically around the
What
site.
smoke are we doing? Window smokes to make it look like we're pushing mid?
I mean, that is a crazy one over on the back of A.
This is like a bait of a round we've done before.
Perch up in heaven and get spams
Oh, no,
off
okay,
of.
B. Okay, sure.
Oh, we're going to have a dart deep. 2 players creeping down C for potential spam onto the player top box. Or not.
Yeah, they're just going to leave Asuna on the embed instead.
End up calling off that play when they didn't get any info over towards A, I think.
Mata in garage. Okay, nice shot from
Dude, that
Xander.
fast
The
round, they're
duelist is
just
down.
trying to
No one was
prod.
there with him.
I mean, they're looking for the Cypher camera, and they kind of had to punish on that.
This is problematic for
It's a big
NRG,
jewel to
although
win, though.
this gets
That
them
opens
right
it back
into
up.
it. Still, that double walk up onto C. There's a tripwire.
Dude, he wants more.
Players now, but if finesse falls,
Oh, he spots
all the
one.
pressure in the world on NRG's core to accelerate
And it's the
other way.
Omen as well. And they didn't see the camera over towards C. That should be enough info to know that you're playing retake over towards A with a
High
Cypher.
chance that Brock ends up having to use the Armageddon to hit this site.
No trip here, no camera here.
Thieves have nobody home.
Missile stun. Doesn't break
Yeah,
any
you
of
can
the
see him
trips,
walking in.
But we'll get them out into the site, sparing the ultimate for now. No, they'll use it towards him. You gotta get out of your camp.
Oh yeah, dude, we got the ult for Heaven to punish him as well. Yeah, Boostio's just locked in on that one Xander.
Xander and Asuna need a shot on Finesse.
Dude, insta ult.
He's got a great
That was
corner,
kind of
a
nice
great
though. I liked his
timing
ult
for a
here.
kill onto
Spike down
Asuna.
15 seconds.
Spike knocked down
Whoa.
Xander! Where's that come from? 4 kills.
That's nice from
10 seconds.
Xander,
What's
dude.
his ace? Finesse.
He's just gonna stay alive, to be
He's
honest
walking
here.
out.
Damn, just done. Dude, Xander. What a round that
It's
is.
just a question of when. 100 Thieves.
Omen ult, and at the
win
same
it
time you're
out,
breaking the
all
trip.
thanks
It's kind of
to
cool.
Xander in long.
That is crazy. NRG falling again here, and it's after they're seemingly in a great position with the
Wait,
ult
what?
getting the kill, but it's an Omen ult quick onto the flank. That was an ult just into long, with a Neon coming in behind it to set them even further behind.
Hey, nice shots at the end here.
And Mimi, as you start to think about it, NRG haven't won an attack round on Haven this entire stage.
I mean, the call from the call with the info they got was good, but even the ult over towards Heaven. I think the Brock needs to after the Omen. Oh,
They need
needs to
something
be swinging
here,
that better,
and
but
that's a good start. Finesse opens
there's
around
another
onto
pick
Cryo.
where FNS's own
finds
cryo.
What
What is that? Dude, his Neon's so nuts. It's kind of fast decision making though.
Eu's breaking his ankles, dropping down, getting droned out. Psalm's finding a pick over on C. This is the round NRG win? Everyone just go your separate ways and win your fights?
Freestyle it for maybe their first attack round of the stage.
Oh, Brock, here's the...
I'm not even sure they check this corner. Plant goes down. It's a 4v2, and you still got someone locked in here.
Perfect position for Brock. Trigger discipline. Should be an easy 2. He's waiting. Whiffing a little, but still makes it work.
All good. Win's a win. We're back up to even. NRG gets their first attack round on this map.
Scary? Yeah, I love it scary. Definitely love it scary.
Wow. I mean, hey, Ethan finds the trade, but really, I think this round, the 2 moments, it's
It's a
Finesse
wide
finding
jump
the
peek.
opener, back-to-back rounds, challenging into mid, getting that, and Psalm taking down on C.
Now NRG gonna try and put some momentum off that round. They have the Rolling Thunder, they're postured
1,
towards
2,
C.
3, 4. What would it be? 2,400 loss bonus? Yeah, this is a big round though.
Very interesting setup
A
from Austin in
9-9.
the window as well, though. He's playing like that really tight pixel line to watch players and give up a lot of the space in Garage.
You have a really strong relay bolt there as Neon to fight in
Yeah,
as
we
well.
got Insta Salvos to try and break the trips.
Xander thinking about this angle as well, but NRG are backing away. They don't
The
love the
great
fact
reclear. Look at
they
the
haven't
timing on
seen
this
much.
reclear. It's
Look how
incredible.
quick Austin is to challenge the space. This guy just starts walking. If he doesn't see someone on his screen, he's just going to W key. And what it does is consistently give 100 Thieves beautiful information so they can start preempting these mid-round pivots of NRGs and start stacking into the final destination.
They have full information, A and C
Okay,
long.
Cypher camera that you have to place while the trip is, while the barrier goes down. So you know most likely the trips are here, but you're probably thinking he's in heaven, maybe. So I want to see how proactive
Waterworks up
100
through mid.
Thieves are over towards
This is the one gap in 100 Thieves.
like this double push
defense.
once they lose B could be kind of nice.
Miss on the dash, but site will still be taken.
Yeah, Psalm's going to get up there, so it's no problem.
30 seconds
Benefit of
left.
having
Okay,
Yeoman there.
all 5 on site.
100 Thieves
They
push
gotta
out
take
on
some
the
space.
outside wings, breaking some Cypher utility. See if they can force NRG to take a more
Especially with this
forward
trip
angle.
going, you got to take some space,
Step in
guys.
to 100
We can't
Thieves
tell
crosshair.
5 in sight.
Everybody on site for NRG.
What are they waiting for? Bit of
It's a
sound and then
5v5
Ethan ults and they
retake.
send it?
And 3 angles of approach for 100 Thieves. Rolling Thunder to fight towards Link. That'll buy some space, some time for NRG as this retake starts to come in and 100 Thieves start to find success. Unless Mata
Dude, he got a
can do it
third as
himself.
well.
Shuts down onto 3. Puts EU in the clutch, and there's just not time for this. The clock will expire,
Nicely done from
and
Mata.
NRG will win
Okay,
their
I was a
post-plan.
little worried with the no plan, or at least what I thought was the no plan, but honestly they just waited for the Omen flash and then breach ult to try and get kills off of it, 'cause knew that they would be close. So actually,
Start finding
pretty
those
good.
moments you can challenge on through them.
Mata saved him, let's be honest,
Thieves
but
completely off guard. Been taking down a shielded ISO.
like we said, that was a big round to
That
force
is
them
a
down
big
to an
one for
eco.
NRG.
This should
Forces
be
100 Thieves onto an
11.
eco. NRG are playing for their tournament lives, don't forget, right? No chance because they're the number 4
2-9
seed
on
coming
top of
into
this. I
so
guess
for
when he
them,
buys,
this
he'll
whole
be
tournament
okay.
is
Can buy
single
light armor.
elimination.
We need to win 3 games in a row to make Toronto. Pretty tough odds.
Hey, that's some nice damage.
Good spam from Asuna, though. Man, Ethan's down to 9.
A little bit more damage.
Okay.
Definitely a little
Asuna
bit more damage.
Just puts Finesse down.
Oh boy, this one's looking scary. They got no trips for behind once they commit over towards the side now as well.
Side of the map. But hearing a teleport, I wonder if it's time for Asuna to creep forward.
Oh, he's creeping. Go, go, go. But spotted out.
Yeah,
Has to slide
doesn't
get
want to
away.
give him that kill back for free.
NRG still have a minute left on the clock, but it's a bit uncomfortable because Mata's got the Outlaw, hasn't popped the knives yet. So instead of sort of doing that to accelerate into A, they've left him to see if there will be that late walk-up. Be the later insurance for the team. I think NRG have realized again that B site is being left open in the mid-rounds. And this is heads-up stuff from NRG. they've been getting kind of owned, leaning into C and A in the late rounds, but C a couple times in a row has been abandoned.
Smoke, top of sight,
No flank
Omen
this time
flash
for
for
100
Omen
Thieves.
flash. Oh
And
boy,
where did that kill come from?
Madala,
Through the
Garage.
wall. Ethan's low. Hello, Asuna. In his face. Cryo's shield saves him, but not for another kill. Shots wide. And NRG bouncing back. Ew! Shuts it down. 2 kills with a
Nicely
recovered
done from
weapon.
EU.
And NRG lose to the Eco.
You already know
Oh
it.
boy, I
EU's
mean,
coming in on the
hit some nice
comes.
shots
I'm
at
so
the beginning
clutch.
of the
I'm
rounds.
so clutch. Meon and Eco, we're winning those no problem. And it looked easy for 100 Thieves. That fadeaway shot
Lock
from
into
Xander.
Garage with an outlaw,
And just
but it
a
has to
perfect
take
lineup for
space because they have no
It's a
Cypher
disaster
up.
for NRG. Just losing those opening picks.
Dude, if we
feeling
have an
it after that round
outlaw,
win.
why are we...
Now NRG
And we
are
want to do the smoke on
stunned
Heaven, why
away
we...
by Asuna. We'll still try to challenge back in A. That's a lot of utility to can't claim this angle.
Good kill.
Good shots from Mata to follow through.
Is he going to step up and challenge?
Yes.
He wants to.
Yes.
Mata's on the close
Oh
corner.
my god, this could be...
You.
Okay.
That's a lot of players ahead of him. He's stuck in by this ultimate, but he's got the help of Cryo, who's the hero in this moment. Shuts down the execute single-handedly.
And NRG can't
Big
scale up the
shutdown.
Armageddon.
Does he want to go
Brock
for a
used that,
blind
but
ult?
With Cryo coming to the side, it's not
Okay,
possible.
shield's
Cryo
done.
has ult too. If they play into a retake, he can just steal the planter. Easy peasy.
Interesting ult from Psalm. Early on the rotate.
Yeah,
over
it's a
here.
nice ult though. It creates pressure over towards spawn as well. Helps clear long so they don't have to worry about this corner and the normal reaction to them going over
They've already
towards
cleared
A.
their spawns,
That's
so
a good ult.
Really, it is just B to C link
Yeah,
that
they
they're
hear the
worried about
camera.
now.
Lucio spots him towards long. Ooh,
Great
I
shot.
didn't
Dude, Sum's
expect
had a nice
that
round here.
wide. And that's brought advantage back to NRG.
For sure. At least now
Tell
for
me
100
Cryo
Thieves, they
doesn't
know the
ult
Omen
this.
isn't in their walls. Cryo has the ultimate. If it comes down to it.
No one's miles away. Don't push when you know he's
Cryo
miles
very
away. You can
alone.
play time. Oh boy.
Last player
Okay.
standing.
And now he's
Did
dead.
they think they were going to be saving and they
Xander's
wanted
just
to
gonna
just
save
hunt them
this round.
early? That's sort of scary.
Good work out of Psalm and the rest of NRG to course correct there for sure.
Yeah, it was really nice from Cryo there. 2 kills on A, shut down the
Okay,
hit
let's start
alone.
talking about money a little bit here.
I feel like NRG have been kind of playing a challenge throughout this half where
It's not
a lot of
great.
their actual moments when they're coming to
Asuna's
exec,
got ult.
they're doing without their duelist. And
This is a
that's
gun.
not always like Mata being dead in this round, sure.
This
sure.
can't be a
But lot of
drop,
times it's
really.
Mata over on a lurk or Mata with, you know, a
So what do
sniper
they do?
rifle in
Take a
hand,
hit
so
on
he's left
this?
on his own.
I think
Yeah, they've put
he
him on
might
like
force
Embed
this.
Garage.
They definitely
quite a
might
few
force
rounds
this.
here.
Give Cryo a gun, try and just
Half for
fast
NRG
overwhelm
is
somewhere with
very
the
much
neon
not
ult.
about, you know,
In which case, I guess NRG want to go
execs. It's way
aggro
more
over
about playing the
towards...
slower macro,
I don't
banking
know.
off
This is
their
a hard
winners.
round to call.
Shocking with finesse is the ITL.
You could definitely retake one pretty
Paid off for
easy.
them in the last few rounds, and this is exactly
Yeah,
what
it's
you
a good
wanna see
timeout.
Coach Zix call a timeout 400 Thieves. Come in and have the answer.
Because I would be
This
super
call
tempted
for
to hit Eco and...
Mike's on the other side trying to make
Well-
his way through this one as well. His former boss on 100 Thieves.
If you're
He
forcing
was
here,
Zix's
it's...
assistant coach last
Yeah,
year.
you're so all in. But again, they have great retake ults. Need to make sure no one dies.
I'm kind of expecting 100 Thieves to go back to the style. We've heard Zix talk a lot, like when things aren't going well, the reason is often confidence.
Can players-
you know,
players
we're
can
not
call
playing
timeouts.
aggro enough, like we just need to go and be taking the fights, we know we can win.
They'll just disrespect them.
Just disrespect them, it's a classic. But when I have seen that for 100 Thieves, when they are like stepping forward and just like facing new fights in mid-rounds, oftentimes they've been able to find gaps and get big information against NRG that have helped
My
them
opinion on
massively inside
FNS?
rounds.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
he's a
some
great
honesty to
IGL.
it. And on a round where
It's
you're
just,
going to be popping the Neon ult as well.
The problem is the
brawls around
meta's
that is
not
gonna be very
great.
effective.
Big rounds
Like
here.
the meta
100
for
Thieves are buying
IGLs was
into it.
the Sky
Won't have a
meta.
ton of money left.
That was the real one.
If they lose this one.
So
Last
at
eco,
this current
100 Thieves
meta,
snuck
you
away
kind of
with-
just got to be able
with
to
some sheriff
frag a
shots.
little heavier.
This time Boostio's not even setting up his util. Just
Yeah.
a forward tripwire. Not every day you see that down C long.
Guy meta was
So that
brain
he can
dead.
stack into mid with a
Kind of the
couple his
opposite, to be
teammates, just
honest,
have
but
that very deep info line. Where's that camera at? There we go.
There it is.
Asuna is really on his own over to A. Pulling out some util though.
Yeah, sees the breach in the tail.
Okay, bit of pressure over towards A.
But again, in this mid round, a few times in a row, NRG have guessed correctly. Good spam.
My
and again, proceeding the rotate over.
What is that? What is this, though? What is this read?
No tripwire anymore, speeding to C.
What is this read?
Is pretty quick on this flood.
What is this read? Dude, fast flood, 4 people on site though, is gonna be mayhem.
It's chaos on the site, but Xander!
Damn, dude. Damn, bro, that was nuts. Dude, they had a read when they were holding over towards A that he would be in garage, and they fast flooded with 4. They were so fast on it.
Again.
Dude, Xander's had so many insane rounds.
In the upper bracket is leading the way. 24
Dude, every single time, some mad ult.
And remember the stakes of this round. 100 Thieves forced into it. They lose this, they're almost certainly looking at map 3.
Yeah. Unreal. Dude, they're feeling
P.
it out
Birdman,
there.
thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime.
And
Thank you for the
they
26 months. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you.
Fighting into A. Asuna tucked away
What
in
is
the
the
corner.
money here?
Pamada has an inkling. Has an idea, but he's not good enough to get that kill on the approach.
Walk, peek, the angle.
So 100 Thieves get to play with a straight up man advantage.
Again, around NRG, play without their duelist. And now the other things to worry about for NRG. Accelerating in, there's still the ISO ult in play. 100 Thieves are still looking to aggro back into short.
NRG walk up, Cryo caught with the shield in hand by Sam, but Asuna in short catches the timing of his own, and
It's like a
Xander
battle of the
arriving on
omens.
the scene, the hero of last round, trying to alleviate the pressure from Asuna.
It's so uncomfortable though. Asuna's in your walls. NRG have the sight, but where's Boostio?
It's a
Haven't seen
really
Xander
good
in a second
reposition
either.
from Asuna.
Finesse tucks into a corner. It needs to be more than one, and done
Look
the
at that timing.
Ethan looks away, Finesse.
Oh,
wins it
5
against
bullets
Boostio.
though.
Now a 1-on-2, and
it's a big
Asuna
commit.
holds
He knows
the
that he has to do
line.
something because it's no good plant for him.
100 Thieves match point.
And that means for NRG, one more round could be the last they play here in stage 1. Do or die moment for this squad. They're going to call a timeout to set up for it.
One enemy remaining.
You lose here, and it is a long wait. A month till Toronto, an entire tournament. Having to sit and ready yourself.
It's a big timeout, man.
stage 2.
Big timeout.
NRG, a team that came in with the highest of expectations. Winning two of the biggest events in the offseason.
Yeah, a lot of people had them placed like number 1, number 2 coming into kickoff.
And that fell apart. People believed in a rebound in stage 1. They made playoffs, they looked okay. But now here in the playoffs, facing down a first round elimination. If they cannot win this 24th round and pull us to map 3.
Forget that, they got to go into OT first.
That's true.
Lot weighing on their minds right now. But they are going to have a bye. They're going to have the Rolling Thunder in Ethan's hands as well. So far, the early brawls into A have been sort of so-so. Some have gone their way, some
The
haven't.
double duelist is mostly because the Neon can actually like secure a default over towards A. Like because it's a Neon and a Yora, you can actually use the stun and insert one. Not that they've been going too aggro over towards A, but it's been a fair amount. Like you might see the reason why. We're gonna have double damage go in, and I imagine Asuna's using a stun. Yeah.
So
Ooh.
aggro over here, and Finesse is stunned
Whoa.
up inside of the cage. How is he taking this
Joe.
fight? That's ridiculous, but he doesn't get the opener.
His team will react into B. Mata dashes deep.
Deadly Silver. He goes from spawn to make sure he has a better angle. Almost. Dude, look at the positionings right now. This is weird as hell.
46 HP. And now they're rolling Thunder to push him down.
He has his shield.
Yeah, honestly, the ult's worth here. He'll get full HP in the ult.
Gets a grab onto the Teo. A 1v1 against Brock.
He's done it again, bro.
Shield gone. Brock
Guys out in the open every single time with his ult.
And it's a
Why?
5-on-3 now. NRG trying to keep their stage alive, but Asuna, he's on the spike. He's defusing.
Bro, they're just sticking this the whole way.
NRG barely stop it. And Almada 1v4 facing the music.
Okay, damn. 2-0 for 100 Thieves. NRG done.
2-0.
Oh, boy.
Deny NRG their
Big
chance
game.
at Toronto. They stay alive in the lower bracket.
Train, yeah, the train's gone. There's only one train left.
But another monster
Gonna jump on board the
performance
Paper
out
X
of
train.
Xander. This guy showed up to play today. Look, yesterday for 100 Thieves, speed bump for them. If Xander can play like that, this team has some fight in them left.
There was questions of him replacing Bang to start this year. Some rough games
Well,
for
it's a
100
rough
Thieves,
one.
but takes over here.
See what happens to this
Earns
team.
a 2-0 victory. And another chance. They'd have to win 2 more games in this lower bracket just to make it to Toronto. Trying to run back the script of Stage 1 last year and actually win it out. That's a much harder ask. But for today, they've got their win. And it was a dominant start. That fracture was all 100 Thieves.
Oh, yeah.
Asuna looked on point on the Neon. The aggro plays on defense. It was all put together.
It was all those early fights like you're talking about there that went so well. Then challenged a little bit more on this second.
Xander? No, Xander was
especially in the first half,
unbelievable.
right?
Dude,
Really
those double
struggled to
all
deal
rounds
with
he had was
NRG,
so
sort
sick.
of playing for those fast bloods. Som was locked in. Brock had a couple of monster rounds. But I think once we switched over,
They want to board the
100 Thieves on
EG
the
train?
defensive
Not a
side,
chance, man. I'm alright where I am.
Big moment for
I
VCT.
feel safer
When
on
they
a
played in
Paper X
kickoff,
train than I
he
do on
was
an EG train, and I think that
30
says a lot.
on this series. The all-time stinker for the IGL, but he pulls it back here, has a solid individual performance, and gets a 2-0 win for the team.
he was talking his trash and he came in and he won the series. That's what you like to see.
Fancy. Fancy, what happened to the EG fan cam?
In the weeds towards the end, but this round is, I think, what did it. 400 Thieves. Xander with the 4-piece. Had a
Hey,
few.
were they running up long tag from the drone? Tag from the camera? So they had full info, they were 100% committing.
Teammates hyping him up, celebrating there as they get this win. But of course, that means we have to say goodbye to NRG. We were talking about the lofty expectations of this team, the hope of the fans to see Finesse and Som playing back together again. But they could not put it together here in Stage 1.
I think there was hope coming in that, hey, NRG, that Omega bracket looks so stacked, right, with G2, MIBR, C9. Maybe they could put up more of a fight up against these alpha teams. And they had their moments. You could see it, right? Especially.
So when's the next time we see NRG play?
The years looked good, but today especially.
2 months.
Som
Over 2
had
months.
a few pretty
When
big
does Stage
rounds
2 start?
to keep things competitive.
Well, today it's all about 100 Thieves. They take the win here, and we'll have to check
July?
in. with
Is it even
Asuna,
July?
standing
Yeah,
by
it must
with
be.
Elizabeth
You might
for
be
your
right.
Verizon
Like mid-July, right?
post-match interview.
Hopefully Never's crazy.
Thank you so much, Mimi and Ender. And yes, I have Asuna from 100 Thieves with me. Right away, something I want to ask you is that when we see you on broadcast, they cut to you a lot being hype, being in these moments, you know, yelling things to your team that, like, I think I'm too old to understand. Would you call yourself an emotional leader of 100 Thieves in that way?
I think we have a lot of emotional leaders, and I think all of us combining just makes a really big snowball, like an avalanche. So, you know, we just try to make sure that we're all, I don't know, feeling alive in the game and like giving our all.
A lot better teamwork this game.
There should be no silence in a game like Valorant, and if we're silent, then we're like shutting down in a way. So my goal today was to just bring a lot of energy and make sure that no matter what, we went down with a fight.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, you did not go down. You won. You took down NRG 2-0, making almost all of our analyst predictions wrong.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Mimi said you guys would win. Everyone else said NRG, so thank you for proving us wrong.
Thank you, Minnie.
Why do you think, in a kind of a roundabout way, why do you think everyone predicted NRG over 100 Thieves? Do you think it was recency bias? Do you think it was just, you know, the NRG being Leviathan? What was it?
I think it's because the style we play is very much, we either look really bad or really good. There's no real in between, and our goal is to win. And the style that we're aiming for is similar like T1. And, you know, they're definitely as well a team where some days you look really good and some days you look really bad. And if you see a lot of bad days in a row, you end up just like not really rooting for us and picking us. But obviously, I think today we played pretty good. There's a lot of things we can clean up, especially on Haven attack. But overall, happy with how everyone played. And we have another prac day before our match on Sunday. I don't know what day it is.
It doesn't matter. You 1-2-0. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. One last question for you. You still have, like you're saying, you have a lot of road to get there to Toronto. How is 100 Thieves going to make it to Toronto?
Winning.
You gotta give me more than that, Osna. Come on.
I think it's just being really confident and playing with, confidence and just playing our own game and not letting other people dictate it. And yeah, just being emotional.
Right, emotional sensor. Well, thank you so much. Everyone give it up for Osna. But we have a game to get to. Stay tuned.
Any EG believers? There's quite a few in chat. Pansy's there. Dude, if they give me that performance they did against Crew, then maybe. Damn, even you're calling it blind faith? Pansy, that's crazy.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. We got C9 against EG. Again, another limb game.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers.
Okay, back in a little bit.
Backing your every move.
For us, since we're 4 seed right now, if you lose one, you're out. So it's basically where you have to really like lock in.
Fine, he might just be forced into.
I wasn't ready for that. Obviously, C9 has shown like a lot of promise. They've been performing pretty well, and Obviously, it's not going to be like a pretty easy game, but we're hoping for the best.
Feeling confident against EG, of course. At the end of the day, I know that we'll be prepared and we'll be able to handle whatever they throw at us. With Ye or Derek, you know, hopefully they don't have life games like I do every playoff series.
Doing a great job of controlling the game when they know they have it, having it locked down.
I look forward to having the pressure and then lower bracket run, and I'm very confident. I'm sure my team is very confident, and that we'll make it to Toronto.
And then there were 7. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT America Stage 1 playoffs and our second elimination match on this Friday. You got Cloud9 going up against Evil Geniuses. GB here alongside Brennan Van Silly as we break it all down. And why don't we go ahead and take a gander at our updated bracket. Now that NRG is eliminated, they will move on, or sorry, 100 Thieves will move on in the competition. NRG, we will see you in Stage 2, but that sets up what we have on the horizon for our second elimination matchup. EGC9. And you know what? I mean, guys, let's just jump right into it because, you know, for Evil Geniuses, man, this was a journey for them to get to this point. In fact, I honestly was kind of shocked, you know, given how things had gone throughout the season for them. It felt really slow. Felt like they weren't going to find their bearings in enough time, but then they managed to squeak one real tough one against Loud, and hey, here they are, 4th seed.
And a story around the community, it's pretty much the same run that happened last year, right? Slow starts, turning around to the midseason, split 1. They go into Masters 2. They start going to a run into the grand finals. Then they win champs. Is this going to be a similar storyline with a different team?
I don't think so with this EG team, even though I'm expecting them to do quite well today. They have only really showed one tempo so far, and it's playing slow, the slow play for themselves as well, and, you know, kind of opting into maps, I think, where that really works out well for them. But until they prove that they can shift it up another gear, that's the extra element that most teams that are great, that are going to go on to win events and go to these big events.
But doesn't that run counter to C9 though, Brent?
Yes, and so that's a point that we can possibly put into the favor of EG, I think, in this opening matchup, is that if Cloud9 don't know how to temper their own pace today, EG should have an advantage. Their playstyle, I think, matches up pretty well against them.
And I feel like C9 did have a little bit of that, being able to throw 2 different gears against their opponents yesterday. Although facing adversity and losing and having to play the comeback, we still saw a little bit of that changing of pace out of the side of C9. But I gotta say though, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to disagree with you guys onto EG. Yes, they were playing very slow, for example, against a team like Crew, right? They were staying back towards the spawn. They were able to overtake them quite a lot. But they're also playing maps like, for example, on Waylay Haven, where you do need to be aggressive, and they do have those flash in the pan that they could bring it up if they want to. I think they're just very good at playing against the tempo of their opponents, understanding how their opponents play. So I feel like, as you were mentioning, Bren, yes, because of that, it might look like a similar storyline and a similar battle between like a Cloud9 or like a aggression of Crew. So I still think there's more to it than EG than just the slow team.
Yeah, well, hey, and a great pivot for us here because, you know, when you think about the strategies and how this all comes to fruition for Evil Geniuses, it starts and ends with Potter, who we have standing by with Coach Liz. Check it out.
Now, Potter, there is some concern that EG cannot perform at anything but kind of the slower pace that we're used to seeing from you guys. Is that something that you're aware of? Is that something you're fine with?
I think that's fair. You know, since the beginning of the year, we've been really working hard on getting map control and building synergy and learning how to default with each other, and that takes time. And so it's definitely been a process, but we're feeling really good right now. So I think today's match, there should be a little bit more aggression with the control.
Well, C9's a very aggressive team, so, and slowness usually can punish that. So is that something you're going to still do, or?
You know, when their aggression is obvious on the map, it's something we respond really well with. So I think today's matchup is something we should be able to handle really well.
Well, best of luck today.
See?
Always love
aggression.
Always love him. See, aggression.
I told you.
No, I always love listening to Potter talk about the game because she's obviously got such a great mind for it. But I think also, Brent, it goes to, you know, a lot of the same things that we were identifying, right? I thought it was interesting her mentioning the defaulting and how it's very important for, you know, them to have to lock those down in those critical moments.
Any team that's struggling is going to be trying to focus on the fundamentals to try and build up first. The first building block has to be just map control. Are you playing off of each other well? Are you taking map control well? well, and they are doing that actually with their slow play. It's just the issue arises when they are needing to increase the pace. When there is a moment, there's a weakness in the opponent's setup, they're not jumping on those opportunities as fluidly as the very best are. But that's something you have to build up to. As Potter was saying, you got to focus on one thing at a time, slow defaults, and it's looking good when that is the case and when teams will play into them.
Yeah, and what I also like about this EG team too is that they got a decent amount of versatility, right? And did not expect that coming from Ye, Van Silly, right? He's coming in here giving these guys a ton of different looks, a ton of different options. You need him on a duelist, you need him on a... Like, this guy is really coming into his own in a different way than what we've known El Diablo to be all throughout his career.
And playing some Clove when you need to on a map like this as well, right? So definitely he has been a key piece to EG's successes so far. Although, albeit at the beginning of the kickoff and even at the split, it didn't look like Ye was comfortable into these roles and what was needed and necessary coming out of him. But definitely when it turned things around in that matchup against Crew, and the matchup after against Loud, it was also very good. And yeah, it's going deep, mainly around like even smoking to Sentinel to Duelist. I love that we get to see Ye back on the Jet.
Yeah, I think there's overarching narratives as well that really center around players like Ye. For EG, they are this team that is players land on it really to get a chance at redemption, I think, as well. Cloud9 on the other side, they're a team that's really just looking to offset the narratives that are swirling around them as being chokers in playoffs. Either way, they have one game to showcase it. Are you going to be able to redeem yourself? Are you going to be able to make it even further? It's a lower bracket, right? So listen, there's no more mistakes that you can really make.
Well, look, when you're in those moments, you turn to a Superman. Yes, because I'm not proud of myself for that one, even though everyone's probably typing cringe in the chat right now. I can give a flying rat's behind. In any case, though, Superman, though, I mean, this guy is genuinely, though, playing out of his mind. Like, really, it sounds corny, but they called for a hero and they got it, man, silly.
Yeah, well, originally when you're looking at the roster as well with the picker from Ye, you'd think it would have been Ye as well. And even Superman going into has a very similar storyline than Ye. You start the season fairly slow, but then you actually see the true potential of what Superman could unlock for this roster for EG. Somebody that's been sought out for after Potter was looking for the longest time, and now being able to take him, and now showing the presence that he has, and you know the multi-kills he's able to bring for the team. You're starting to see the true potential of this player, and maybe he is that all-star player for EG.
Yeah, and I need to see him keep up this form all throughout playoffs, I think, for EG to stand a chance. Because the calling, if that's going to be a problem for you, one of the best ways to open it up is your lurk player, your sentinel player, finding opportunities, getting picks, giving you pivot options as well. Superman has been doing that. He needs to keep it going.
Yeah, indeed he does. Now, pivoting, though, to their opponents, you got Cloud9, who's going to be facing elimination today. And look, I'm going to keep it $150 with y'all. It's not the first time I've had to say those words out loud. So let's actually send it over to Elizabeth for more on the team and their journey.
Cloud9 has been a part of VALORANT esports since the beginning. Remember when they had TENS back in 2020? In 2021, TENS moved on to Sentinels, and Cloud9 reinvented their team with new players like Leaf, Zeppa, and Vanity. This squad gelled and performed well throughout the year, managing to qualify for the biggest event ever, Champions Berlin. Cloud9 got knocked out by Team Liquid in the bracket stage, but despite the loss, the future was bright for this team. Cloud9 would be back on the global stage next year, even stronger, but that's not what happened. Cloud9 has never qualified for a global since the first Champions. Hype was at an all-time high in 2023 following the signing of Ye, arguably the best player in the league. But within months, Ye and Vanity were gone, and the roster was reinvented once again. A squad of rookies managed to go 8-1 in the 2023 regular season, yet failed to come through clutch and qualify for Masters Tokyo or Champions Los Angeles. The following year, the roster changed once again. A new face joined the team. Oxy injected a shot of life into C9 and helped propel them to a 5-1 start in 2024. But you know the rest of the story. They missed out on globals and changed their roster yet again. And now we're in 2025, a mix of new faces and old. It has been 1,275 days since Cloud9 qualified for a global. Did they finally find the magic formula and break the curse? We're about to find out. Let's send it back to the desk.
Excellent breakdown, Liz. And guys, I just got to say, though, like looking at what we saw yesterday against Sentinels, I do feel like this C9 team has what it takes. But man, it just just get the dub, man.
Small mistakes happen, though, and it rendered very costly. They had to be quite clean this time against EG, because against Sentinels, they just had to come back the whole game, and they could never close it into the next map.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 just need to keep it into their heads that a prophecy just cannot be self-fulfilling. You can't be thinking about this org's lack of success in terms of making it to the big stage over and over again, the plus 1,000 days, whatever it was. Focus on this one game right now. This is it, one step at a time.
That's right. You gotta live in the moment if you're C9. This is it. Do or die for both teams as they're facing elimination here in the playoffs. Let's send it over to the stage and bring out our squads.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to get this elimination match started. Give it up for Evil Geniuses!
Now look, I'm just going to say that I think for Evil Geniuses, what has been most interesting for me is I feel like they're kind of playing a little bit with house money right now. You know, I don't think a lot of people felt like they were a team that was capable of being in the playoffs. They're here now, so now it's kind of just like, do what you want. You know, the world is your oyster, Vincent.
For sure, but at the same time, I also feel that this is a roster for EG that is starting to believe in themselves too. The first dominant victory versus Crew, but then secondly, the victory versus Loud, even though it didn't mean much into the standings, the fact that they were able to win a series and push this to a third map and win the third map for the first time they split, that tells a lot for this team. They were really relieved in terms of the tenacity.
And I do want to clarify, not to disparage, but I do genuinely feel like this EG team, they have found something. Maybe this could be their opportunity.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Cloud9!
And Bren, we spoke extensively about C9. We heard Liz's breakdown of their history, what they've done. But this is it now, man. You know that your backs are against the wall. And I will say, I'm kind of disappointed that Imi's not out here with the chest hair on.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Cloud9, they're a team with, I think, just unlimited potential overall.
Yes,
You know it from the way that they play.
more.
You see it from an individual's basis as well, from map to map, from time to time. But it's all about how you make it click in the moment. And I got to say, the biggest thing for them has got to be just locking in, focusing on this one match. Forget about the stakes. Forget about what it means if you end up losing this. Again, falling into the same trap that this org is falling into. The players represent the orgs in some way, but you are not the org. You are your own people, your own identity, and you got to focus on the here and now. And looking at this map draft, there's some interesting things to know, I think. EG in particular picking Fracture. This is a map that's almost synonymous with constant fighting as soon as the barriers will drop down. I've got a bit of an inclination that they might be picking this to try and bait and pull Cloud9 into taking these fights at barrier drops and trying to really just absorb the aggression like EG have been doing, playing these slow games to try and bait Cloud9 to overfight and overextend a little bit. That might be where they're going with this pick.
Yeah, which they were able to do for a bit against 100 Thieves when they played against 100 Thieves, until 100 Thieves was like, okay, wait, we actually do know how EG's playing. We could counteract on how passive they've been playing on the attack side, and then they became very one-sided. But there has been some good in terms, like you mentioned it, Brent, working fundamentals on the EG side on that very map that they lost. That still looks good. If that continues on for that, it'll be looking quite swell. The thing is though, the second map is going to Icebox. That's been a map for EG that's been permanently banning as I think it was a first ban for every series that they've done, but they started floating that map over into the mid-season when it was like against Crew or EG or Sentinels rather. So it tells me that they actually always had something planned for a map like Ascent or Icebox. They just wanted to wait until the playoffs to actually showcase that, and I'm looking forward to that second map at least.
Yeah, could maybe be a little bit of 4D chess there from Coach Potter and the rest 100%. Of the squad, but here's the agent select here, and again with Fracture, nothing really all that crazy. Got a lot of good setup here, and I'm really just expecting, Oxy go kill on that Neon.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning as well, for as much as I've been talking about Cloud9 being this pacey team that want to opt into fights, they have shown a lot of nuance, I think, this year. They don't entirely play like this, where they're brainless and turn it off. They do pick and choose fights at the right moments as well, so it's not going to be too easy of a task, I would say, for EG, just to really just try and play slow and hoping that Cloud9 are going to be opting into fights on their pace. Cloud9 are a very, very dangerous team. They still should be considered, I think,
Fracture, Icebox split.
And I think at the helm of that is also paying attention to what Nature could bring here as the IGL for this team, because he seems to be able to read those enemies, his opponents, quite well. And at the same time, within the fight, within the server itself, pay attention to this utility that he uses as the initiator to prevent these aggressive pushes that they were able to do against Crew. If this is going to be a very similar fight,
I only agreed to one.
You could expect that from EG. They could really snuff this aggression coming out from that side.
All right, folks. Well, this is it, our second elimination match of the day. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's a life or death matchup, and you got Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, guys. Riot Games Arena, the stakes
Do you think
are
because of the lack of
perfectly
Imi's
simple. It doesn't get
hair,
any more
his
complicated
brain
than this. You win,
gets
you
better
advance, you
cooling,
lose, you're done
and he
for
can
a
think
really
harder
long time. Dre, let's
than
talk
the
about
other
compositions right off
coaches?
the bat. We're heading into Fracture. We already saw
I'm
some
not a-
changes on the side of Evil Geniuses.
Not a
Yeah, we got
scientist,
Ye
I
on the
don't know
Cypher now, and I
exactly
think
how it
that's
works.
because of the pressure that 100
I
Thieves
don't
previously
think
put on
that's
them
right.
with a Neon comp that's similar to
I'm not-
Cloud9's.
not entirely
now,
sure.
Ye can use a lot of
He
those
might be on
trips,
something.
that camera work to deal with that aggressive defensive side stuff that the Neon can cook up.
As a confirmed scientist, this is how it works? Oh, okay. Well, then there we go,
Away,
yeah.
You mentioned Oxy
You're on
on the
something.
Neon. I imagine a lot of
Sideshow might be the direct counter argument to this idea is also crazy. EG on defense, C9 on attack. Chat, lock in, come on. Talking
Cloud9
about
down
ball
4 on
people.
the southern side, sniffing around the B side of the map.
Interesting use of the Teo salvos from Cloud9 early on is to break some of those trips. None of them here, though.
Whoa.
Oxy will try to follow the drone.
Oh,
Only
boy.
walks his way into Ye's crosshair. 2 kills found, make that 3.
Oh god, if he gets an ace, he's going to be unstoppable. Oh man, he's actually here, they're going for it. Holy, well, we might as well pack it up.
For Evil Geniuses,
What a way to
coming through as the
start.
pistol goes the way of the defense.
If this is how EG are stepping into playoffs with Ye popping
That's how we
off with
start.
an ace right off the bat, I'm scared for other teams. And what a heads-up play from Ye. I think he held on to that trip, placed it late, so it got value in the middle of the round. Those salvos used from Cloud9 early on were to break said trip.
Remember to make sure you follow at iBuyPower on social media. Use hashtag #UnlockYourAce for a chance to win some goodies. EG up early.
Right.
Cloud9 with a non-existent buy.
Full eco on this one.
Looking to
They're
right the
allowed
ship.
the death on defense. Maybe we're just going to go pick up some orbs.
Such a healthy buy from EG.
I'm
So
calling a
that's two
timeout
Bulldogs,
right now.
Guardian, Derek, the only one sitting on that ghost that he brings over from the previous round.
Where's Pansy, man? Should just be celebrating
Orbs
so
were
hard.
gathered for Cloud9. Trying to get something, but now some proactivity from EG. They clear out all the bottom side of the map. There is a Cypher cam that they did not spot. Again, salvos being used to try to break some of those trips that Ye has been putting down.
Yeah, but that thing's at 30,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, very unique trip. Big struggle EG has had in the past on this
Yeah,
map.
it's been.
They are 1-1 on it. Their only win being against Furia was retaking. Their defensive side was lacking.
And this is a free side
Time
though,
with
so they get a plant.
Superior firepower. Opting to play the slow game, allowing that spike to be planted, and waiting for these A main players to reconvene.
Tripwire destroyed. Spike planted.
Mitch committing it to spike just on the other side of the utility. And Derek feeling a lot of that pressure, scaling him back. Buying time, now committing to the fight.
Oh.
And oh boy, this is not going the way Evil Geniuses were looking for. A couple
Someone
of them
commit.
traded.
Key.
Vic with 3. And now they're going to have this utility to play around, but
Wait.
I don't think it's going to...
Is he really-
Well, it's going to stop him, but he got it to half.
Is he really committing
It's gonna be
in a
icy,
2v2
in a
to
1v1.
half?
Already been gotten to half.
Yeah, Mitch has got a stun.
With a decent bit of utility as well. Time is running shorter and shorter. Icy on the tap. The swing comes through. Ball line not connecting. The second dose, he turns the flash. Time is short. He's got to commit onto it. And I don't know that Icy's going to have the time. It's a
well,
thrifty round win conversion
I don't
for
think you can
Cloud9.
commit to half
And
when
we
the
are
breach
in
damage goes
for a
in. You just
banger
end up putting your mate
matchup.
into the worst
Ye
possible
gets an ace in
situation.
the first round, but the pressure that Cloud9 put onto EG, pushing lane right here, it was too much. Vic got 3 into the round with that classic, so sharp with it. The way that Mitch cycled his utility in heaven right there has Cloud9 fired up, and Mitch is somebody who really shined in their last series against Sentinels.
gave
well,
him the
Doug.
salute.
He was doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Dude, we haven't had a salute yet in Valorant.
Zeppa and Oxy didn't really get much going in their last series. Now, with an opportunity to make that up. Zeppa's been known to be the underground king of Fracture, at least against NRG.
Yeah, he had a field day there. Cloud9 will spike in tow.
Dude, they were legit full
Grabbing
eco,
a
by the way,
orb,
not even a
still got
ghost.
So much of the map they can play around. I mean, look at how far Net is up towards B.
Yeah, the approach so far from Cloud9 after that pistol round was taking dish
Oh
control
boy,
early
here comes
on
the reek there.
with a 4-1. Trap play being made here, but that neon allows you to get out.
It's like the worst possible place on the map to try reclear.
Use your stun to reciprocate. Now everybody grouped up here with that cut of noise. Rotations are being made, and Icy gets picked off by Oxy. That's a free A site now.
You imagine they're going to try to rotate back. The defense hadn't gone too far off. But the gun difference is going to be a serious problem for Evil Geniuses. So Cloud9 fill into the space. Should get the spike down here in just a moment.
And who gets their ult early?
One step closer to having the Rolling Thunder online.
Salvos were used
Vic,
pretty early
kinda
on in the
close.
deck, but it does not stop the spike from being planted. And these players from B site just now reaching A main.
Destroyed.
That knows. Ball line. Provide a little bit of cover. Yeah, getting two.
Dude,
Traded back though.
that no
And the
scope.
cage will not save net. Had a couple of silly rounds already. Are we due for another?
There's still Teo Salvos online for Zeppa. It's going to be the contingency plan, but Mitch gets taken out way too early. There might be a window of opportunity.
One down. If the time works out, they might have a shot at this. He's going to fill in
Yeah.
behind it. I don't know how Zeppa's going to fill
They
into
got
this.
it.
He can't. Will the defuse land? I think it's a little short. Oh my gosh, it's not.
Well,
Thrifty
here we go
after
again, and this time they actually got 2 gun
EG,
upgrades.
they took their time on this retake, but it ends up working for them.
Went kind of early with the
players
salvos
in A
here.
main doing so much damage. Look at Ye, he's just on one today, man.
Nice! Look at it.
And another swing
What
of
is this replay?
momentum. Another swing of momentum. Going the way of EG, and you gotta feel like Cloud9, all this talk about choking and legacy of Cloud9, it's showing a little bit. I feel like they have advantages in a lot of these rounds, even in their last series against Sen.
I mean, yeah, they should never be losing that
But it
round.
just gets-
It was still nicely timed from EG. Their retake over towards A main was pretty
I feel
cool.
like both teams have had to dance with that pressure early on.
But they have breach
Have
breach
had their
damage
most
to
tested.
delay
Both
the
teams have
push
had
from
the
A main
opportunity
into
to break, and I think
salvos.
it just comes down to who's going to be the last one standing. When all is said and done, we've had what, 2 thrifties already?
Yeah.
We played 3 rounds. That Armageddon's going to cause some problems as Oxy tucks up from behind it. Besting of the final ball so far,
How's
and
he
Evil
winning
Genius
that?
is finding a lot of space onto the site.
Big nade.
Still plenty of work to be done though.
My
Icy
goodness.
now, rocket popped.
Popping
No
all the
target found
util.
yet. And I don't know that there will
We
be
going
one
for
to
a
claim.
breach?
Vic
Brimble?
has his ult.
One enemy remains.
It's gonna be a
Dude, still gonna
deal with
get
so
kills,
much,
right?
and it may have been too early. Preemptive
Oh,
nade.
dude, that
Big
shot
falls-
actually
big falls
meant-
to it, excuse me, as the defuse comes through.
Oh, dude, I think Imi's got a
EG gets
timeout,
three.
man.
difference
I
this
think
time around
Imi's
for
got a
EG
timeout.
on their
And just,
retake is
and
the
just
trip
make sure that
placement from
everyone
Ye.
chills out
We had
here.
trips that were so
They
far
gotta
back this
chill
time,
out.
waiting for
The
any
nade-
type
the
of
nade was
aggressive
nice and the
push
tagging
that
was
they were
good.
expecting C9 to do, and it ended up paying out for them. They're then able to use all their utility on the
gotta be
site, set up
chilling
for their
here.
retake, and Icy, yeah, he has to invest a showstopper, but it's so worth it. You cannot allow Cloud9 a way back in once again. So now,
No timeout.
EG
Uh-oh.
sitting nice in terms of their
I'm
economy.
worried for them. I'm worried they're gonna make another
And a
blunder.
change of trips once more for Ye. Trip in heaven.
Yeltsin, hello mate.
Picks up the
Today
trip to
was
dodge the salvos.
today was a weird one.
He's so quick with this, Doug, and it's so small.
100 Thieves
but it's so
game
important.
worth watching.
Those changes on the fly.
I mean, depends how much you've been following them. They didn't really change too much. They changed their initial game plan on fractured defenses and go like super aggro at the beginning. There wasn't like anything like super new. They just played as a team a bit better than they have before.
No joy this time around.
While all that commotion was made in B main, Derek decided to re-clear dish, but this information is now gathered for Cloud9. Mitch, understanding that maybe A is going to be a little bit weaker now. We could do a split, a 4-1 on the bottom side.
Xander? I mean, Xander was a monster.
Nature's gonna have a stun as a counter, and that might be enough to
It's
dissuade
stun
into delay.
damage.
Still 4 members here for the side of EG, and Ye's creeping up into sight.
Big Jules for Ye here.
Oh! The reinforcements, and again,
Oh my
Ye
god, the
with
shots
two.
are so nice though, dudes.
Cloud9 doesn't even have the spike in hand right now.
The
Oxy's
shots
gonna
are
have to
so
rotate back,
nice,
scoop it
bro.
up.
God, I thought he was gonna
That's just the
two-tap
first
the
part of the
last
equation.
one.
Seconds left.
Has he just not been trying all this time and now he's in playoffs? He's
Even the
gonna try
score.
it. What's going on
Doesn't
there?
look like EG are going to give them the time of day, though. A main will be taken. It's going to be a crunch onto the actual site. Maybe that fault line's coming
Prime
up
Ye,
soon.
dude. He's looking like it.
Nature stun right up, as you were mentioning, off of the swing on it. Net not able to control the shots. Oxy will crumble as well. EG creating a little separation.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to Ye, though. Let's just
storing
keep it
up his
a buck,
power
Doug.
for this,
I
yeah.
mean, this guy is peeking out through neon walls, getting
Nuts,
two
dude.
at a
It's actually
time.
nuts what
he
he's
starts
doing.
off the game with an ace on pistol round. Playoff Ye is real, man. We have not seen this out of him in years, man. 10-4 right now. Look at that shot onto Mitch. Just
No, the shots
instinct.
are they're impressive.
And the pressure that EG are putting on Cloud9 on these retakes, it's just too much to handle. It's up
Okay,
to
now a
Indy to
timeout maybe?
slow things down for Cloud9. Try to formulate a plan of what's going wrong right now. Cloud9 had a good read into that round. Oxy got a great entry.
And we got the
But they're just
polo out
not
today.
ready for these randomly timed swings through smokes or a player on an off angle right now, and it's very early on, but this is getting out of hand. And for EG, just keep disrupting. It's been working so far. Keep putting Ye in a spot where he can maneuver around these smokes or his cages if he needs to, and just go for broke. I mean, if he's getting 2 every single time he's dying, you don't even need the trips to play off of.
Yeah, 10 kills through 5 rounds. That's a great average. I mean, I'd take that any day of the week.
Again, when was the last time we see Ye have a performance like this?
I think there are a lot of questions around the firepower potentially lacking against Evil Geniuses, because what are you going to do when Vic
I see he was tempted
pops
for the
off? What do you
outlaw.
do when Oxy pops
Would have
off?
been
You know,
4 people
Zempla's
that can
good
one
for it
shot.
too, but
Oxy buys heavy armor just in
Ye's
case
been
for
the
the
one who's
ult.
answered the call, at least early. Here on Fracture, as you were mentioning, plenty of game left to be played. You take a look at the purchase for Cloud9, a couple of stingers, an ult for Oxy. You imagine they're going to want to use it here. All 5 north side, too.
Yeah, another top side default this time. Net along with the squad. I think just going to try to drag a rotation onto this A site. Maybe throw a little bit of a fake here if you're Cloud9. Just have this Neon slide all the way out A while everybody goes up B. But if you look at Ye's setup right now, he's
fake,
so
but are
far
we gonna
back, that
like?
heaven trip, I could get a lot of value here too.
We're gonna do some weird split over towards B. I think we might.
I mean, he might just take out a player on a timing peak here. He's been doing it all game long, right?
Yeah, 1 tap, 2 tap, just like that. Pushed off by the smoke, at least for now.
Yeah, this A fake was the play. Look at that fault line from Arcade.
It's not even just a fake. There has to be a lot of
Nice,
scaling
though.
behind it.
Yeah, it's good with the pathing and draws them over towards spawn. See if more people are covering over towards site.
Fuse put out, now ult popped.
Like the idea.
And Ye getting all of the info. The veil has been lifted. Now they realize Cloud9 is out on B. Remember, the purchase is not great. The buy is light. Can they find their way around this? Waiting for Cloud9 to fully commit, and now the Rolling Thunder's going to try to push them back. I don't believe Vic was tagged, but he's got a sheriff. That's certainly going to help things. That sure might be exactly what he needed. Order Strike now invested. Supa and Icy both with rifles in hand. Supa's weak though. He's gonna get his 1. Potentially falling down to a 1v1. Mitch trying to find every little window that he can.
No,
and he
dude.
swings right into it now. Mitch left in a 1v1.
Not
Icy
this
has already
again.
dropped one of these. Can he deliver the second time around?
Whoa.
Icy stands strong. The
exact
defuse
same.
comes through. EG gets a 5.
For a second there, we thought Icy was going to stick that spike and Mitch would have done it again, the way that Cloud9 won their first round. But he quickly gets off of that spike and connects the headshot. What poise from the rookie, man. Unreal. He's been
Like the
somebody
idea
that's
from
been
C9. It's kind
fairly
of nice.
quiet as well.
Used a
For him
lot
to
of
step
ults
up
though,
and
right?
win a 1v1 like
Or
that
at
against
least,
Mitch,
they
who's
got
been
a
so
lot of
sharp,
ults out of
even
them.
with a worse arsenal. Is very impressive for EG.
Let's look a little bit.
This is a different type of EG that we're seeing here today, Doug. We got to point it out, man.
Far away from these 3. Dude, C9 aren't even that close to their ults though.
We thought maybe they could be in danger after getting thriftied, but the answer back and to win these rounds the way that they're doing it. Let's see if they can handle this pressure into Arcade, though. Oxy slips past.
Yeah, Oxy's taking a fair amount of damage though.
Icy does have that operator right now.
Right now, it's just Oxy.
Dude, that's nice.
Forget about
Oh,
the
wait, that's nice,
on
though.
one side, Nate on the other. It's Michael Bayfield.
Now you're kind of ready for this drop hit as well. I mean, you have Nature sitting on site. He's so good at maneuvering around this pillar.
Derek peeking out just
One of
on
the
the
strong
other side
things
of
you
the
can
smoke.
do, just like
Cloud9, it's a pump fake, not committing to the hit.
punishes or
They're gonna
retaking
rotate
of
off.
map
They don't
control.
really have any space towards B either.
And you're running into Ye. Ye's sitting in heaven quite nicely, but I think they're going to regroup, maybe go back A main on this hit. But if they don't show anything towards
Where do they
B
even
at
go
all,
here? Where do they want to
there's
go?
no need for EG members to move.
Yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock, too.
They're deciding to go A main. There's still a trip up there. Or B main. There's still a trip up there. And Icy still has that
30
operator.
seconds left.
They got no.
Whole sights
Well, they got
ahead.
one smoke.
Vic's going to have to smoke him off.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
it's
see if they
the
guess
standard
right with the
trip
smoke
too.
here.
It's not that
They
crazy
should.
angle
This is the
one.
most common smoke. Wow.
Icy connects.
Dude, they didn't do any smoke.
Salvos to try to buy a little cover, but it's just not enough. Icy and Ye both coming to life, but Net puts one out.
There's just no time, though, and you're not even going to be able to save. Icy's on the hunt.
It's
the double
smoke.
satchel in.
One of
no
them.
Smoke there.
Smoke,
To
one of
block off
them,
the
surely.
Operator sightlines for Icy is a bit of an
We
oversight.
came in so late.
Nope, nobody really performing on the side of Cloud9 here.
You just can't be making
Also, I think,
small mistakes like that. But this trap play that
normally,
EG set in motion.
I'm not saying that all iGels do this, but it's like if you have an iGel that like maybe doesn't have a good read, you can do little protocols that make it easier for them. In my personal opinion, if you have one smoke, you can just lean over towards A and try and do the smoke on the floor. That like covers a good amount so you can cross into sight, and then you can try to get the plant. You can normally jump across this.
Gonna get pushed off of this early
You
on.
will, you will see like some IGLs like heavy lean over towards A just because you can do the close smoke. Doesn't fully fill all this, but you can normally jump across.
Mentioned that off line still there. Icy now having satchel away. While they're nipping at his heels, flashing him, trying to swing out. And Nature and Derek keep him back.
He's still sitting here. He wants the smoke. But a 5v3. I mean, EG, everyone here. Net is going to have to come up huge here, but he only has a stinger, man.
Asking him to make a lot out of
Sever
a
just
little.
hasn't been allowed to plan yet. First time he can stick it without tanking some util.
I wonder if Icy's going to invest
I was
in
wondering
Showstopper
if
and
Icy's
try
going to
save that.
ult now,
Doesn't
but
even
he's not
need
doing it
to. He
after
gets
that
the
kill.
off pick onto Zeppa.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to want to carry that over and continue to have that pressure.
This might be... Well, I was going to say it might be a flawless, but you know how the
You gotta
saying
do that
goes.
4 more times, Vic.
Vic in 1v4. And he will succumb
Well.
to the pressure of Evil Geniuses. They will get up to 7. You still have the op for Icy.
Can't believe I put the shirt back
and
on,
his
but
ult alongside
have we had any
Derek's
tech
too.
pauses?
I love
That's
the
all I'm
confidence
saying.
we're seeing from Icy right now. He held his ground in that door and
Sometimes you
didn't
gotta
care about the
prove a
utility
point.
that was thrown his way because of the supporting cast. He had so much faith in Nature and Derek to support him. It looked beautiful. I mean, look at this. Cloud9 were not ready for the follow-up there.
I think we need to start bringing that conversation back up around Cloud9 and their performance in playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think you come into this series and it's against Evil Geniuses and you think, okay, this should be a chance for them to right their wrongs, right? To right the ship, the struggles, the demons that they've had for so many years now, but it seems like that has not been cleared out of their closets.
This looks like a completely different team from what we've seen from just a day ago. Nothing really working for Cloud9, like you were mentioning. Nobody really having any pop-off moments. The only round they won was off of Mitch having a ridiculous thrifty clutch.
Hey, nobody's even positive right now, and we're 8 rounds into the game.
Yeah, this time a B hit. Vic will get the
Dude, he
head-to-head against
spammed
Derek,
him
but
back
I see
with a
he's
Vandal.
still here with the showstopper.
Mitch committing to getting the plant down. And there's the ult popped up close and personal.
Dude, Zephyr
Looking
did
for it
so
with his
much
life, but the
damage though. I
has
think
been
it's
dealt.
7 after the shorty shot.
Again, now ult used to betray the positions
This is
of
nice from
opposition.
C9 though. Like this actually is a round.
EG right now,
You
you
got
have to
Vic.
speed
Like
up this
all
retake, but with the
EG should be
flank
going for here
around
is
from Oxy.
like try get the
think EG are gonna be
Brimble
ready
out
for
of
this one,
them.
man.
And Vic has his
Try
ult
tap
too.
the spike enough that they
Play
have
this
to
as
use
far back
mollies
as
and
they
Brimble.
want.
It's good shots.
Oxy lighting up the kill feed, showing signs of life. A breath
Okay,
of
very,
fresh
very
air
nice.
for
Save the
Cloud9.
Brimble into it as well. Didn't have to use it.
For Cloud9, you get away
Gotta
with
get the
not
rest of the
having
rounds,
to
though.
use the Armageddon. You get away with not having to use the Breach ult as well. These are heavy hitting ults that you can use in the post plant. If they can get onto site again, maybe they can salvage this half. That showstopper going 1 for 1 really did feel like, yeah, I really felt like the nail in the coffin in this round specifically for EG. Still looking really healthy though. Still an
Okay, big
operator in
change up.
Blake Derrick
Icy
has
got
the
up.
Armageddon of
Dude, he
his
spent
own.
so much money in this. He got
This
backup
time
gun as
Icy
well.
putting his sights on B main, adjusting. Last time he was arcade.
He might have dropped one.
Cheeky trip again. Icy landing the shot onto Oxy. He's gonna re-aggro into this?
Yeah. He almost gets timing there as well. He's playing so confidently right now, but the speed up towards A, Nature doesn't have the rotates here quite yet. Those salvos will delay and fault line.
That ult is gonna cause some problems.
Down.
They're gonna fill in behind this. Yay, playing up close in the cage. With Superman close by. Oh. Cage down, Yay falls. But I don't think they're expecting Supa here.
I mean, they're holding for him, but there's still so many members of Evil Geniuses on the A site. This fault line is going to come back up for Nature.
Boy, patience was not a virtue there. Meanwhile, Net overwhelming Nature. Icy finding a kill with the op. Big. Very uncomfortable. And Net will fall. Icy does too.
Dude, it's absolute chaos.
Cloud9 get another.
There's so much
The
util.
win condition right now for Cloud9 was that speed up towards A, taking Sands, but then freezing. I think Evil Geniuses did a good job of delaying with utility to buy time for those rotations, but it looked like Ye just got caught out when that smoke dropped, not understanding that that was going to be a timing. That little freeze from Cloud9 was so unsettling for EG that they just felt like they had to show their bodies. And they got punished for it. So it feels like a shift in momentum towards Cloud9 now.
Yeah,
Prompts a timeout for EG.
Yeah, he
I
wants to
agree
get,
with you. The tides are turning.
wants to get the last
for
one.
sure.
And they chipped away at the economy as well. Viewers out there can't see it, but it's going to be a bit of a thrifty buy from EG. Let's see
Once
how
more.
Cloud9
Wait, there's
can
2 more
approach
rounds, right?
this round
Okay, yeah,
and
yeah.
see if it's
I mean,
any
honestly,
different
this
from
is
their
nice.
last one, because, man, it was
Give him an idea in the
less than
eco.
ideal for Cloud9 the last time around.
Make sure they can secure at least 8.
Gotta love the classic esports shoes shot.
Yeah.
Gotta get one of those to broadcast, right?
Something I want to keep track of. Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. So I was going to say, something I want to keep track of as this series progresses is Oxy and his individual performance. Last year when these two teams faced, he went 76-45. That's plus 31. Yeah, that series went 3 maps. So far, a bit of a rough start, but he's been bringing it back slowly.
As has the rest of Cloud9.
Icy crept up. He passed Ye in the scoreline as well, 13-6.
Okay, I like this from Derek.
He was using
Derek
that
takes
operator
the
to get
hit
tons of picks already.
and gives Icy the Guardian.
After the timeout, call from Potter and Co. is to do a B main smoke, and with that reach flash being used from Cloud9, Arcade is being taken. Proactivity.
Okay, big change up from EG. They're being way more
Maybe
proactive
spotted
on
by a
this.
cam here. That's
They
gonna
realize
prompt
they
the
take
speed up B main.
tree control, and then in reaction, we're going to push over towards here. We've got a stun in the most common position. And a very nice reaction from C9 pushing underpass here.
What in the world was that? Derek will fall
Like the
too, and
idea
now they
from EG
realize
though.
There's a lot of pressure being applied on
I
the northern
feel
side.
like the idea
They
in
can
the
turn
timeout
all
was
attention
nice.
that way. Excuse me? With a stinger?
Yep. Most insane gun in the game. I mean, what is going on here? Oxy's sitting pretty low. This should have been clean for Cloud9.
It's
Still an uphill battle, though.
Right.
Still an uphill
I
battle.
wouldn't say it's messy yet, but it's far from
Oh.
spotless. Oxy's 11.
Oh.
Okay. We've really made a mess of this now, haven't we?
It's getting too silly for me, Doug.
Spike continues to tick away. I still don't know that there's going to be enough time.
Yeah, it shouldn't
Evil
be.
Geniuses
Double
want to have a say in
salvage,
how
you're
this
fine.
plays out. Nature falls. I don't think Icy even got it to half. No. Big
Close,
gets
man.
his two. Cloud9
That
gets a
boombot
four.
kill in heaven's
And it's the
nuts.
same story on the other side of their timeout.
Who gets to the last one? Because
Cloud9
so
did a great job of
Potter does the
dissecting
whole thing where you call the
where EG
timeout and
was
then
trying to
eco,
get
gives them a good
proactive.
plan in the eco.
They eliminated
And they got a
a
little
lot of the
bit
map
unlucky
control.
with
And
the
once they took control of
this
this B
play.
main, yeah, Mitch slipping in this underpass, helping out Net, who was
And
about
let's
to
see
get
what the
crushed.
idea on the buy
There's
round
enough
is.
of
Are
a
they going to go
distraction
aggro
for
again,
even
maybe?
Net himself to get value,
But, like
running out of
instantly?
his own cage.
Yeah, looks like it.
So methodically working the map, not getting thrifty this time, is really good progress to get closer to shortening this lead.
Oh.
Good night. Yeah, still getting one there is criminal.
There's so much utility being used on Oxy in that
Oh,
moment.
the
Look at this
info
A-main
from the
push
ult means they
bottom
can
side.
speed up
Yeah,
on
they're
this.
speeding up.
How do these four play?
Trip is still going to keep them back, but
Mitch has an op.
Mitch, that's an up.
Yeah, he sees 3.
Now they have to speed up going the other way,
He sees
but there's
3,
not
but
a lot
like,
of room for them to
what do
breathe.
they
Instead,
do?
They decide to dig their heels in, decide to try to take the fight, and it's all EGs for now. Vic
This is
left
nice
alone.
though from EG. I
cannot
liked
convert
what
for
I like the
Cloud9.
changes after the timeout from Potters.
No
It's good.
hesitation on that bottom
Dude,
side
what a
push
half
from
from them.
EG.
They got 8.
They knew that they were going to be faced with all those members in A main. And
Brods,
Icy,
thank you so much for the prime,
he got
dude.
his
Appreciate
third
the 7
showstopper in this in
months,
that
mate.
half.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, he doesn't get value from it, but the pressure that puts on alone, a lot for everybody else from EG to step up and just smother the players that were stuck in A main.
Neither team really hesitating on that trigger. They wanted to swing, they wanted to take the fight, and it's Cloud9 who emerges from the mess on top. We normally would throw it to a break here, but we've got a little special interview. It's Liz standing by with the guests. Liz, take it away.
Anything for you, Douglas Esports. And I'm here with Nona Berlian, who you might recognize if you've been on the Indonesian streams, the VCT. This is the Indonesian host, everyone. Welcome to Los Angeles and welcome to VCT. Can we give a warm welcome to Nona coming to VCT Americas in Los Angeles? You said that earlier when we were just chatting, this is your first time in Los Angeles. You're on vacation and you're like, I'm just gonna show up to VCT Americas. You know, why would, on your vacation? Why would you come here?
I mean, I want to watch Finesse playing before he retired again.
Girl, don't kick him while he's down. Oh my God.
That's
talk about the
crazy.
Indonesian scene in Valorant, right? We've
There was
some
no
amazing
need for the
players,
last line of
NRG
that.
is one of my favorite players. Forsaken,
There was
Mindfree.
no need for
Where
the
does
last
all that
line.
talent come from the Indonesian scene? Is there can you talk to me about that?
I mean, maybe because we just like shoot on the heads. We don't think about the strat.
No strats, just shooting the easy, just click heads. I think maybe some people out here maybe just think about that too, right? Well, speaking about out here, we have C9 versus EG right now. We did some preds on the analyst desk. Can I ask you for your prediction? Scoreline, team, who's gonna win?
Scoreline?
Yes.
For this map or?
For the entire thing, like 2-1,
entire
2-0.
2-0 for EG, Live Evil.
Okay, clean. My last question for you moving forward, you've been in Americas, you've seen Finesse, and you've seen everyone. Is there anyone besides Finesse that you love?
Bustio. So they're playing against each other. It's like.
So Bustio retired your favorite?
Yeah.
So Bustio has to be your new favorite?
Yes.
Well, congratulations, Keldon. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm gonna send it back to the casters. Friends, a game is in your hands.
Thank you so much. An 8-4 half. Evil Geniuses look like they were going to get overwhelmed. It seemed like a lot of the pressure that Cloud9 were able to muster would prove to be too much, but they salvaged things out. Keep 4 rounds between the two, and now it's EG on the attacking side. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. There was a lot of talks around whether or not EG could muster the firepower to punch back. Dre, so far, so good.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous performance out of Icy and Ye, right? And these are the two players that you need shining for you if you want to close this map of Fracture out. Ye, he did such a good job of dealing with the aggression of Oxy on the defense. Can he do it here on the
Right, what do we got
attacking
pistol
side?
wise? Anything crazy? Nothing crazy.
Very methodical and slow approach from EG, taking control of Dish.
Or trying to.
So
Nice,
quiet,
Sonya. Thank you
too,
so much,
just
dude.
now breaking the trip.
I thought he was going to try to duck under that trip.
So now, Cloud9 are aware that Dish control has been lost. Is there any proactivity to re-clear some space elsewhere? If not, might get caught off guard, but it looks like Mitch is setting up a trap play here with a fault line. Oxy's going to be there as well. Let's see how much value this gets and when they pull the trigger.
He's got it primed and at the ready. Missiles out, and there's not going to be any chance to really swing on the other side of the fault line, just enough to buy some time.
Too much hesitation and no map control now.
Yeah, you're
Oh my
absolutely right.
goodness, how does Icy get that
Boldly in front of
kill?
Smoke, getting the best of Zep, but yes, traded. But you're starting to feel the grip loosen. Instead, Cloud9 doubling down on it.
That means that you can't be swinging this triple.
Derek and Supa trying to funnel their way out of heaven. It's all in Superman now.
It's a nice reaction from C9. Dude, I have no idea how Icy manages to get that first kill. We got 3 people aiming at him, by the way.
I guess, but that high-low and 13 seconds left.
Okay, 1-1 on the pistols, though. Might get close.
I was questioning Cloud9's decision-making on hesitating with that trap setup that they had, but they did it wisely.
No,
so
they did good C9. The smoke's down, everyone played in front.
That flood coming out. And
they had like
uncontested in heaven, got
I don't know if they've looked at the pathing from EG on this map, but their salvos here
but how often can you
to
get away
stop
with
them
stuff
to
like
make sure
that?
they have the timing to get through the smokes
situations,
and
those
then hold
trades
the
don't
smokes
go
is
your
really
way.
nice. Like the
And
salvo,
AG
the
can swing it
salvos.
back, but
Where are we?
Cloud9
Yeah, this is
now
nice.
had an opportunity to come out of this round with a lot of guns in their favor. There's full B main control right now for EG. Everybody rotating from Cloud9.
Mitch, the only one hitting a little stutter step to make sure no one's quietly lurking towards A.
Yeah, he buys the hero sheriff. In for it with how he's playing.
These brawls are, they often
Dude, look at
go
him.
the way of
Look
the
at him
team
go.
with the better weapons. That's a couple of, I mean, that's the Phantom and a Bulldog dropped, if I'm not mistaken, scooped up by Net.
And Superman has crept, almost crept into heaven here.
Oh,
that
boy,
got
that,
close for Cloud9.
I was gonna say that could have been so bad, dude.
Net was only 46
It still
HP
could
right
get
there.
bad.
Super connects a headshot.
Got the spike.
Derek has
They
managed to
know
upgrade
about
a
the
weapon.
damage
No
done.
armor, though. And he's heavily outnumbered. Tries to turn the flash and tuck behind the box, but is gunned down. Cloud9 get to 6. What did they carry over? A Phantom and 2 Bulldogs? That's not bad, Dre.
2 Bulldogs, not bad. Mitch took so long on that rotate, expecting a lurk towards that A side of the map. Wonder if they think that Ye is going to be trying to take some
That wasn't a
space
ton. He turned
opposite of
back
the back.
into it.
Which is oftentimes how EG like to play.
Into it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like he should have turned that, but timing just a little bit off. All things considered for EG, some good damage done, and a chance. They could have done it. That spray down could have gone differently. So it is going to be B main control again, showing the same type of look. This time, Ye reconvening with the team, and Net is all alone in heaven with a Bucky.
He's got layers upon layers of protection, given all the utility. One of them
fast
cleared
by.
Get dangerous
They
from here.
find
Salvo's used to
the
try to break
camera,
trips,
so they
much
now
like
know
how
that there's
Cloud9
kill
approached their
trips.
attacking side, but
And
none
with
of them
that, it
broken.
looks like they want
B main
nothing to
trip
do with it.
Still in effect as well.
They
So
go over
C9
towards
to,
A, they insert one under.
second guess
They got a
themselves on that
camera to
rotate that
clear
they
all of this
committed.
as well.
With this stealth bot being used A main and not seeing anything though, that might be false information, and EG are going to play off of that. They can just
they're going to try. I mean, look at the defense of Cloud9, though. They're still kind of around the middle of the map. Mitch still has a stun. Vic still
Yeah,
has
the
2
good
smokes.
part about having an insert over towards here is you do hear a lot of the rotates as well.
It's not like they've
And then can
fooled 'em by
either
any
stop
means.
prodding over towards here.
Ye this entire
or
time was sitting
try
on
and
the
set
side trying
yourself
to hear
deeper.
rotation, but Cloud9, they made no steps on the actual rotate. It's still a fake though.
Yeah, they're not like full committing at the moment. Spike goes back. We've got 25 seconds. I'm looking at Net, and Net has not moved at all. And they might think that he's over here somewhere.
Trip's still in play.
Bucky over towards heaven. He's not going to have to
At
stop
the
the
ready.
plant, you would imagine, but
That's both Trips. Now found the stun. Will buy him a little bit of time. 13 seconds left. The spike getting committed. Net.
and now it gets really
Greedy
weird.
Ye with open arms.
Gets an upgrade as well.
He's still going to have to fight out on the other side of it with 11 HP. Just barely.
It is unlucky. He played it really well.
Grazing by his head. Derek getting a couple. Cloud9 going to have to fight their way through this retake. Oxy beaten and battered. And EG happy to take a step back. Happy to force them to take that fight.
Yeah,
Super
nicely
gets
done.
3 as EG
Okay,
take the
big
round.
buy rounds.
EG
You got
survived
2
the
gunnery buys,
bonus
1
of
armory buy.
Cloud9, but
You got
that
a
got
Razor to
scrappy.
make it easy.
Net, if
Might
he
be
doesn't
way
get
more
that
decisive
tag
on
through
this
a
one than
wall,
what
if
we
that
just saw.
connects, all of a sudden you have a 3v2 and the
I kind of
round's
like the
not in
calling
your
on this
favor. Getting that
from
Bucky
EG
kill,
though.
the way
As soon
that
as
the
they
cage
see
was
this
placed,
camera,
it
they
looked
pretty
like
much knew what they were
he could
like.
have found a
They
window
knew what they
to
wanted to
bring that one
do.
back to convert the bonus, but Superman in the clutch, swinging out, killing 2 there. Allows EG to full
He's
buy
supposed to
into
go in
this
south.
Icy with his 4th
Yeah.
showstopper.
Yeah, I agree.
See what
I like the
EG
fast
have
lock from
cooked up to
C9 as well,
enable
like
him.
2 going through to
18
distract
and 11.
for the guy having
Do you
just
turn
making
the
a
heat
play
up
as well.
here? Maybe inject a little pace.
I feel like you have to. You've approached every single other round so slow, so methodical. You know Net was in heaven last time around. You understand that A main control is completely gone. But you're so scared to run through. whistles were used.
I love how
Similar,
they clear the trip and then they give
a
up
similar
the space.
situation where they kind of find
It's
the
like a
Cypher
six-man
trip,
potentially knocking the behind
and then now they can make a call from it.
Yeah, looks super so worried about that. A-main push
EG,
still.
it was Ye broke the camera as well.
EG, they're okay. They're comfortable in freezing rounds right now. And they're gonna go for this explosive hit, but it's Vic that ends up exploding the face of Icy.
And
Really
that's
rough,
a showstopper,
losing your
so they
duelist
don't
there.
have that tool. Fault line net once again gonna get challenged. It's stun for stun, and it's Net who comes out on
They're
top.
good again. Everyone
Gonna
pushing in
get
front
traded
of their
back, so it's EG
smokes, but they're not
continue to creep their
together.
way forward out
Oh,
onto the
I don't
site.
think that's the right
And
play.
establish control.
4v3,
30 seconds
and they
left.
two-person commit
Defense is
through
pretty
the
far back. You
smokes.
take a look at the financial situation. It's not great for Cloud9.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta play numbers.
Call safe here. No, Zeph was going for it. A 1v2. He's gotten it down to a 1v1. Damage dealt.
Down B.
A reposition
Yeah, he's
now.
at a rough map,
Gay
dude. If he
has
can
been
win
an
this, this is
absolute
mad impact.
monster. But can he deliver for Cloud9 again? He's turned on it. Zeph a weak. Boldly swings
That's
into it
big
anyway.
impact.
Converts for Cloud9.
Because honestly, start looking at their
Before
money
this
here. They
round,
were
Zeppo
Rico.
was sitting at 3 kills. No confidence in his favor. This could be what turns the tide for Cloud9 to crawl back. Maybe a
At least Imi there will be writing, maybe. It looks like the game plan on defense is as soon as the smokes go down, they're into smoke flooding. Like it's definitely something that Imi's told them. But in this situation, man advantage, when you have someone pushed out through A, they gotta chill. They can't. They can't double push
for Cloud9. Hopefully, winning that 1v2 can light some fire into him, build up some confidence.
Meanwhile, that Red Bull clutch keeping Cloud9 in the fight.
The salvo's bugged in that round. Oh, really? Had no recharge.
Run away with this thing. The buy for the attack, suboptimal. Oxy popping the ult. Oh, he's gonna get away.
Okay, instant reaction to them doing a crunch. Push over towards Dish. Smoke, smoke. Wait, where's my first smoke?
That showstopper being used, getting even more.
Whoa. Okay, smoke deep.
He gets tagged
Don't
up
touch
pretty
anything.
bad though.
This is a big round. They didn't have much as far as weaponry goes.
Ah, dude, twice? What's going on? I don't want to reset it. Dude, what's going on? Why? Okay, we'll catch up after this. At least we didn't miss anything.
Not fine. It was a gap.
It's a bit of suspense.
And now it's been exposed. Nature deep fried.
Maybe it
yeah,
is the
1v4.
shot.
They knew where he was from the beginning. The flashes, the smokes, the spam will connect.
Kind of nice from them.
Cloud9 switching up the aggression. Last round, it was in A main. This time B main, and the reactions off of the dish pop from EG, the protocols that Cloud9 had in effect, they worked perfectly. Mitch finding a little bit of an opening in that one-way smoke that Superman tried to use to be able to scale into the actual A site. Getting that pick,
dude,
was crucial for Cloud9. Yeah, it just set them up to just smother the post plant. We'll say though, EG was able to bait out the Brimstone ult of Vic into that round, so that's something. Only one round.
Oh my goodness.
Sets these two
I'm
teams
so tilted.
apart.
Wait, is everyone gonna chill
First
for a little
map of
bit?
Fracture.
Yeah, everyone's chilling. I'm resetting it. We'll catch up after the round,
Only
shall we?
one round sets these two teams apart.
As soon as I see action, I'll make it go normal.
4-1 solo breach on the bottom side, and another very, very slow approach from EG. And I do want to talk about something you
Okay, surely we're fine.
mentioned earlier of when is EG gonna go into second gear, go into third, where they're going.
It has been a trepidatious approach, but they
Dude,
have
what's
not
going on?
really punished the other side of it, at least not this round.
And you know what I like that's different from this round for EG is not breaking the trip at all and just waiting behind it. Now, when you show all this pressure B, you can fall all the way back, pop off of the trip.
Camera taken out.
And Cloud9 might not be ready for that.
They're starting to rotate back A. Mitch at the forefront. Oxy's still there, and the spike is rotating towards that side of the map too, Dre.
Mitch has a read on this, man.
You can't go Dish against
That's
the
gonna cause
ult.
problems.
Wait.
Oxy's down. Icy's through, but it's all. Oh, they're going to rotate back.
Icy
I
had
thought it
to
was gonna be a
send it. They
fake
got the
because
lock
V's
over
open, but
towards
no,
site.
they're
Can they
doubling
isolate
down.
the jewels?
And then
Oh
we'll
my
just
god,
see
bro.
what breaks the camel's
Probably the
back.
best icy
gets
performance we've
3.
seen this year. Look what he's doing.
The side is theirs. 13 seconds left. They still have to commit to getting the spike down, but the way has been paved.
Whoa.
You've even got Ye, who's going to be
Ow.
on this late lurk. Super just barely finding the tiniest of windows.
Bro's getting the phone
And
out.
there's that late flank. EG
Okay,
gets a
crazy
10.
rounds. Dude, how's Icy in that situation
Small
doing
adjustment
this?
from Evil Geniuses. That's
Oh, for God's sake, dude. That's crazy, man. You're killing me.
Windows. And there's that late flank. EG
Yeah,
gets a 10.
I'm not letting it go all the way
that
through.
small adjustment from Evil Geniuses. That small adjustment from Icy. I don't know who makes the call, but let's just say it was Icy in this moment.
Oh, dude, I think I've messed it up again, Chad. I think it's going to do it. Just go Twitch. Yeah, you might have to.
Him waiting behind that triple.
22 and 14. He's been such a subject of criticism.
He has stepped up massively.
It's the shot, dude. It's not the shot. Leave the shot alone.
Keep in mind, EG
Don't
are
bring it
coming
into this.
off of 2 wins. Like, they do have momentum in their favor.
Including a big one against Crew.
Yeah, but they have yet to best a North American team.
Yeah, all of their wins have been against Latin American teams or Brazilian teams. You're right. No victory on home soil, so to speak.
Where are we
Sitting
at?
comfortably right now, though. Or, actually, comfortable might not be the right word for that.
Oh, this crunch. Nature is cooked, man. Can't
Okay,
settle off
instant
that
reaction
breach,
from
now
this,
EG,
though.
They have to
It's
speed up,
descended
but
over
two
to the
trips
kill
here
trips with 2 people
on
that can get
each
kills
side.
off of them.
Let's see how much
Yeah, that
value they
might
can
not
get.
end well. We've got another Judge over towards Heaven.
Yeah, gonna get pushed back. Icy again with
Wait.
another ult.
But Vic's scared to punish.
Oh, he went here. He moved so we couldn't punish
He's
off the
getting
kill
a ton of them,
trips.
but
Okay,
not
sure.
a lot of value at all.
Both those trips got value. Vic needs to be careful. Superman slipped in that. And it's a pivot towards A site. Ye has been getting a lot of great lurk timings.
Okay, you guys
Super's
gotta go
doubling
back.
down.
30 seconds left.
I thought he might just try to rotate with his team. Double dips a little bit, tries to get a free one.
He's wishing now he would have hit that shot, made it a 3v3. Post plant would have been stronger, but there's still so much to clear right now if you're Cloud9. Superman, he's still going to be a thorn.
Neoxy's gonna make space.
Yeah, well, he's going to try to be. A lot of pressure coming out from Heaven. The flash is going to cause serious problems with Derek and Ye. The Angels over his shoulder. Mitch left alone in a 1v2 attack.
Dude, the mid rounds here
So now the real
was
game
nuts.
is in play. Super weak. Derek has his ult too. I didn't think he was going to invest it there.
Just no way in for Mitch. There was still a Brim Molly too to be used for Superman. Well played from
Yeah,
Evil
it's nicely
Geniuses,
done,
down
dude. The mid round was
3v4.
really good here.
But Ye has been finding these timings and understanding that Cloud9 like to over-rotate. They like to push all the way through on one side. If he's not met by that path of individuals, he understands that the space that he's walking into is free. One person there at most. Game plan working perfectly for Evil Geniuses. This is the last time out for Cloud9.
Revenge of the
Imi,
Beefsteak.
for once, we're not seeing a
Revenge of the
single
Beefsteak
ounce of
tomatoes.
emotion on
Thank
his
you,
face.
thank you.
He's
Same this
just
shirt. Curse strikes again. Come on now.
disappointed, to say the least.
Imi? I mean, he's been here
Still
before.
trying to rally the troops.
A playoffs struggle.
I mean, they've had
Pretty experienced to that.
It feels like he's had the life sucked out of him, Doug.
They're still in this fight.
There's no need
But
for
it
that.
does feel like EG, especially in that last round, found something that they've been able to lean into and press.
And a lot of that has been off of the lurk timings that I was talking about with Ye. He's back-to-back rounds. I mean, think of the last 3 rounds, right? I mean, every single time EG
I need to
has
look
gone
at the
towards that
schedule
A-side
draws,
heavy,
but
he's
hopefully.
found the timing through arcade. This time finds the timing through A-site. Allows for that pivot. Superman has been taking a lot of these risks too, like just basically facing the
kinda all
smokes
in.
that he's been throwing on the actual site hits.
Not just him either. It feels like EG have all played at that pace. You're right.
Yeah, they're playing very loose. I think that's really important
It's
because
weird.
a lot of Cloud9
Obviously can't buy
success is
next,
playing that same
so-
type of style. Sometimes
So
when
when
you fight fire with
like
fire,
honestly,
teams
maybe
don't
even
know how
Vic's
to
gonna
react to
take
that.
double hit here to make sure that Oxy has a gun. We'll see what happens next round if they lose this one.
play for the win. Oxy.
Instant reaction, clear over towards here, but they didn't clear the camera.
Arcade space. He does so, but there's
Maybe they weren't even on the
Ye.
camera, so at one point they can just
walk into A main. Nature
camera
has
up,
been
get a lot of
such
info.
a great game.
He really has been.
Dude,
So
look at
impressive.
Duelist Ye clearing all the angles before anyone else.
Dodging some of that firepower that was bought from Cloud9. This is a free
My
A site.
entry.
We'll see if they hesitate a little too long here, though, from
Camera-
that Brim Smoke used by Vic.
Camera goes in, spots one, so they know that there's going to be someone
Gonna
dish.
take all that space on the northern side of the map, and EG try to quietly creep their way out. Now betraying their intentions as they
It's nice
tap
from
the spike,
Derek.
but no committal yet.
Problem is they
That's
might
lot
not
of
be able to get a
pressure on
plant
the
easy,
Nature.
we'll see.
But it's Mitch who falls first.
How does Icy still find a kill amongst all of that utility? And look at how worried Zeppa is of the lurk, but everyone's here.
Yeah, it's a slight freeze to the round. Just enough to introduce out. Now the second set comes through. It's going to be Ned on his own with the Stinger in hand. A 1v3. Nature with the stun back up. Will connect. And the cage can only
Hey,
save
really,
you for
really
so
nicely
long.
handled
Evil
from EG.
Geniuses get to map point.
Oh, man.
Let's have a little look at the buy here. I think someone's going to have to
great
take a
either.
hit for
I think
Oxy, because he's got
Four can buy,
he's
but
got like 3K,
looked
that's
a
it.
little shoddy.
What an approach from EG, though, like walking all the way up into A main.
EG,
Not
dude,
hesitating
EG's
when they
been
get
nice though on
smoked
this
off.
half.
Executing onto the actual site
The
itself,
whole time
and
they
then the
like,
tap of the spike
it's like really
to
chill
wait
from
for the
them. It's
flood
getting a
of
little bit of
Cloud9 and
info, and then they just
Cloud9 members just
Yeah.
being faced by this heavy.
they've been
weaponry,
faking a lot.
these
They've been
phantoms
lurking a
against
lot.
stingers. Of course,
Looks
it's
like
not
they're
gonna
always
go in
trying
your
to pretty
favor.
much dodge the
This
Cypher.
time, 4-1,
Potato, thanks so much for the
being
tier 1. Appreciate
sold.
the 3 months.
Person towards arcade, clearing out all that space. Cloud9 are trying to get proactive.
They look
here,
good. No,
re-clear
it's
some of
been a
that
really
space.
nice attack from them.
But there's no trip B main. Both trips are
And
on
it's
A
not just
side.
like fast set rounds where we're just overwhelming with util.
essentially a
Like
free B main
actually
hit.
insert, chilling, finding
but look
if
at all
it's
his
the
utility
heavy
that's
stack
here.
site or the weak site.
I mean, they've got the stun. They've got the salvos. Mitch has
Getting
his ult.
smokes out of them early, breaking
Here's the thing, though,
trips.
is that they didn't see any trip towards B main. This kind of makes it obvious that the Cypher is playing towards that A side of the
Right.
map.
And then you assume, what, a 4-man stack here?
Exactly. Another great read from Nature. Derek and Ye, if they can get a pick here as well, use that neural theft, might give more confidence to what Nature is already assuming.
It's fracture in for Toronto, yeah, but it's out after that.
Waiting for the type of aggression. That Neon being found out. It's back and forth right now on the mini map.
There's rumors there's going to be a new map at
swings back towards
Toronto.
A.
And by rumors, I mean one person in chat.
I see now finding that timing into Sands. Breach
But honestly,
used on
sometimes we
Ned.
believe
He's
that.
stuck here, man.
Oh, we got an extra boost up.
Traded in kind, but Nature was not tagged by it. Cloud9 are going to try to fill in on the space. Vic is the first to fall. Ned feeling all the pressure as the wall's starting to close in. 10 seconds left. I don't know if the spike is in a position to even be grabbed, much less planted.
Player standing.
Cloud9 in a 3v1. They survive.
Damage
This
though.
round was the
Damage is kinda nice at the
definition
end
of overcooking the round, Doug. Nature's gut instinct was that A was going to be the weak side after they approached B main, and no trip was found.
Yeah.
But the pump fake, trying to bait a rotation out, was just unnecessary, and that ends up biting them in the butt. They give Cloud9 another chance to bring this to overtime. Still 3 rounds setting these teams apart. Still an uphill battle. Economy still not in favor for
Judge
Cloud9.
over
Ned.
towards Heaven.
He has a judge in this round, and he's playing B Heaven with it.
Wonder if C9 have a
This
better
time a
read
trap.
of how
Cloud9
they're liking to
adjusting
call.
to this pressure that EG have been putting in Dish.
Oxy might be cooked. Good night, man. A salvo, stuns, 2 stuns.
Big Joe. We're just gonna dry swing
Face
this.
Ye here, though. He's been getting so much value on these lurks. You kind of have to send all the bodies here.
Good off angle.
You have no idea that's what it is.
Oh!
The other side, and
Oh
Ye
my
delivers again.
God, he's so
3
good
for the
right
Sentinel.
now. Dude, that's it.
And Cloud9 left
He
limping.
started it off with the ace. And then he's finished it with that.
I mean, the map is their oyster right now.
So they're just going to overwhelm Vic. Layer the utility. A site is theirs. Vic is sitting at 57 HP. That regen armor is coming into effect, but what can he really do here, man?
He needs magic. Cloud9 need magic. A 2v5 in a post-plant situation, doesn't even have a smoke anymore. The Judge tries to creep forward, but you're not going to find a net. You're not going to find a space. Facing 5. Vic
Damn, what a
crumbles.
performance from
Evil
EG.
Genius
That was
first.
genuinely a really nice attack from them. Fair play.
El Diablo completely obliterating
Yeah, no,
his
Yay
former team of Cloud9.
Yay and Icy.
We have
Had
yet
really
to
good
see
maps.
a performance
I think
like
the calling
this
was good as well.
from this man on the
Like, I
screen
like the calling. This map was nice.
in what seems to be years, man. But these lurk timings that he was getting, the fact that he was getting multiple multi-kills in these rounds is so impressive. And you gotta shout out Icy, man. Stepping up huge, sitting right there at the top with him. 5 first bloods for Ye, 4 first bloods for Icy.
I mean, to start off with an ace on the pistol, yeah.
I mean, holding it down, hitting every single shot.
It was a good sign of things to come, and I think the biggest takeaway for me is that Evil Geniuses didn't crumble when Cloud9 were starting to mount the comeback. That was probably the most impressive thing for me, Dre.
Yeah, they got thrifty right after Ye gets an ace, but then they thrifty back.
And they take map 1, 13-9. We're going to step away, but when we
Yeah, let me
return,
upload this VOD.
GB and the Analyst test will break
There's
down
still
Fracture.
room on the
Get us all
EG
hot
train.
bothered for the next
Dude,
map.
if
We'll see you
EG
guys
had
on the
looked
other
like
side of the
this
break.
in any of their games, I would be more tempted with the EG train. It was nice, dude. Like, I know people are going to say Crew, but I feel like Crew just melted. Just don't see the potential. Honestly, that probably is what it is.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Okay, getting the VOD uploaded, and let's for a break. Okay, back in a little bit, chat. Any team in Porto is coach? No, I could see the work done here as well, though. This one was valid. It's good.
It's not going to find anything.
Uh-oh. Look at the player in the corner there. Oxy double!
Contract stuff, she couldn't get him. And now she's happy to have him. Yay on the shoulder.
Oh my god.
Here with the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter, running away with your map pick of Fracture, a classic EG Fracture, dare I say. Now we're going to C9's map pick of Icebox. I talked to you earlier today. You said, you know, we're ready for this. We've been really, really working hard for this. What do you expect from Cloud9 on this map?
Oh, I'm expecting Oxy to have an explosive map too. Jet, Icebox, they've got a harbor, able to isolate a lot of good duels for Oxy. So we're prepared though. I'm a fan of this harbor comp, but we've got a curveball of our own too for map 2.
Any way I can get you to say it?
It's not really a curveball. We're putting Yay on Jet.
Best of luck, and let's look forward to that.
Okay, well, El Diablo back on the Jet. That's going to be interesting there. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside Brennan Van Silly as we look to discuss what we just saw. What we just saw was Yay just dominating, man. I mean, the guy was on fire. He had the best possible game that you could ask for, Van Silly, in this one. And I mean, this is exactly why he was brought onto this team, the capabilities, what he provides, the versatility, it's all there and it's in spades.
But the thing is, for Yay, in that moment, for example, with the ace, it's not just Yay holding an angle and just getting picks. He's like being very proactive, moving around his util, moving around the boxes to isolate these fights. This is like a Yay of 2021 again.
Yeah, exactly. For EG to play it the way they did on Fracture, the entire game plan, name of the game as well, on both the Fracture maps that we've seen so far today, is these teams wanted to control the tempo of it. For EG, Yay was the centerpiece of this, to be honest. Like, when it comes to that first half in his gameplay, it's essential that he remains up, he remains active, his trips are up as well to deny Oxy that ability to just absolutely send it, and he was doing that throughout, and then he didn't slow down either. On the reverse end of it as well, when we got to the second half, he was going crazy on top of it. They were, Cloud9 were constantly trying to push this guy out of position, and he was getting value, he was getting 1 kill, 2 kill, they couldn't trade this guy out, he was a menace.
And you brought up a great point while we were watching the game too, Brendan, is that Yay was being proactive on pulling back trips and putting him back as well. When you're looking at C9's game plan at the very beginning is using these salvos to try to break that Sentinel utility, he's able to pull it back and pull it right in the front. The thing is right now, I see the reason around the Cypher. The salvos could break Killjoy utility, but with the trips that go back and forth, that brings a lot of value to their defense for EG.
And my guy got an ace in round 1, bro.
That's
he was cooking from Jump Street. But let's actually hear what's going on with Coach Emmy in the Cloud9 camp, see what's going on over there.
Oh
Here,
boy.
the coach of Cloud9, Emmy. Now, they ran away with their map pick of Fracture, but you picked Icebox. Why, and what's the plan?
It's one of their bans, and we've got a strong map pool, so we're playing into the opponent's weaknesses at the moment, and we've been good at it. But also, I just think if we don't have a slow start, like we did then, we should just run them over.
Well, best luck on map 2.
I mean, that is the hope, that is the desire, but something that I kind of take from here is, I don't know, man, EG, the Icebox thing, I don't know if I'm necessarily believing that right now. I'm not sure, but we have to see.
Icebox is a map where I actually think it's a lot harder to control the tempo like EG were doing, because it's just so, I don't know, it's been, the way you play Icebox has been passed down for generations now.
That's true,
because
lineages.
It's received no changes, and it's just the same kind of map, and the comps haven't really changed that much either. You can, with their competitive lane,
MFM Olga, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 2 months.
One of the biggest problems
Appreciate the
that
tier 1.
EG
Thank you, thank you.
into is that they can control the fights on their tempo. You know, off the wall timings, trying to ISO the fight so that Oxy can take these fights when he wants to.
Yeah.
So it's a lot harder, I think, to control the tempo like they were doing on Fracture.
The issue for me with what Emmy is saying is that they feel that EG has a weak map pool on Icebox. EG has never played it.
Yeah, he's on Jet for Icebox. Honestly, I'm down for it. Dude, when he's playing like this as well, he could actually take over.
So there's probably something that EG has been cooking going into this game. Yeah. And remember, just yesterday, when you want to play into a map pool that is untested and you want to play your own game, that's what happened against Sentinels on Ascent. What happened in that game didn't work out too well in their favor.
Yeah, but now I'm also left wondering too, like on the EG side, you know, you got Yay stepping up. I mean, hell, Icy was having some incredible moments
Icy
in
had like
that
his
one,
best
too.
game, yeah.
It does feel like Evil Geniuses have found this. We were talking about the gears before, but I actually think they might have found the transmission to their car. They might actually understand a little bit here, guys. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think as well, one of the questions I had heading into this entire series was, can these EG players keep it going? Like Superman just absolutely popping off. We saw highlights from Yay and Icy as well in that map here. It seems like that form factor, their shooting, it hasn't slowed down in the last few series as well.
And the fundies are there.
And the fundies are there as well. well. The slow play is looking good, and like individually, these players are shooting.
Yeah, hey, look, the guns are shooting, people are clicking heads, things are working out for Evil Geniuses, but Cloud9 still very much in this. Can we get that map 3? We'll find out after this.
Have a break. They min-max the ads. Pansy. Milking the ad revenue. Yeah, but honestly, if EMEA did this, then maybe we could get some new PCs. That's all I'm saying, Pansy. You might want to suggest it. I don't want to be the one to tell people how to run their show, but extra 30 seconds here. Got that on every single game. Sure, Finn, thank you so much for the 22 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
The gears, the transmission, it seems like everything has been found, and that speedometer is headed straight through Cloud9 potentially. We'll see how Icebox pans out. Dre,
ridiculous.
we got to talk about comps. Potter mentioned a little something funny in store
Dude,
for us.
mate, Pansy, you know that's not me. I'm not leaving the
Ye's
house.
on Jet after how he was just playing.
Yeah.
on
So
that
you
side where
can
his aim is
blame
on
the other
point.
co-streamers for that one.
This might be just done.
And it is
for
Ye.
Cloud9.
Yeah,
Winja, thank you so much for the Prime.
I
Thank you for the 6
my
months.
question on the other side of the coin is, yeah, you're going to put Ye on Jet, and that's great, and Ye, it's Ye, right? But you're still going to have to
Didn't
do
fight
this
because they did give me first class. Did it wouldn't
And
change
IC on
anything.
the Killjoy is going to have to deal with that. I mean, he's going to be the forefront of kind of delaying some of that stuff on his defensive side, right?
Yeah.
The
The icy
problem is
Killjoy,
Oxy
sure.
didn't really get much going even against G2.
Not
Now,
like
keep in
it's
mind, that was
I mean, it's
against
one of the
another
easiest agents to
double
play.
wall composition and, you know, a little bit more utility behind it. But you can't help but feel like with how the engagements have been going for Ye, that head-to-head, you gotta lean towards Ye right now. The form that he's in, Vans was talking about it. It's that champs looking form.
It's been a long time since.
I don't
since
need
he's
first
been
class.
champs or
Plenty
in
of leg room
international.
anywhere.
For that
That's a
matter,
good
Evil
point,
Geniuses
Pansy.
have
You
had a
guys
bit
are
of a
out here
dry spell,
doing
so to speak,
tri-casts. Surely
I
that's
mean, at this
part
point,
of the
you're just
budget
looking
as
to get
well.
past Cloud9. You're looking to stay alive.
You guys need to look
Because
inwards.
we've talked about it on the
Find
show a
many
number of
first
times,
class
even
to
just this
tri-casts.
weekend. Playoffs, it's a different beast. Anybody can catch fire. And Evil Genius has certainly seen lit.
I think we gotta
on
look
the
at
other
it.
side of Fracture, trying to
You
carry
don't
things over
even
on
get
Icebox
paid.
on the
This is
attacking
crazy.
side. That harbor wall
Okay,
already
C9
causing
on
problems
defense,
across the
EG
middle
on
of the map
attack.
as they're creeping up. They've passed right by each other. Yay.
It's
on
so
the
worth
jet.
me. We've got
Zeppa
no game
getting
to
the
watch.
best of them right off the
No
bat.
game to try-cast.
Superman's getting sniffed out here as well. There's a turret that's holding that top tube walk up. And they see the spike right now. They're pinging it on the minimap. So although EG have all of A site, they don't have the spike. And Superman's going to get crunched.
There's a little help on the other side. Derek was starting to peek back.
Oh, man.
But arriving just a little late. Meanwhile, I see you mentioned him and the need for him to deliver.
Yeah, he just did. That pick is massive. It gives them a way back in because now you're allowed to scale back up into heaven and take fights from this different off angle. I say that as Vic is already holding it.
Oxy trying to keep them back, trying to secure the spike. Nature left alone. A 1v4 gets a little
got
bit
really
closer,
weird,
a
but
little bit more competitive.
Pistol's a pistol win.
Trying to bridge the gap. But again, he doesn't even have the spike. I mean, now Sheriff in 29 HP.
This is impossible.
It's pretty damn close.
Almost dropping to a shock dart. Big pistol round win for Cloud9, walking all the way through B site. Zeppa taking out Ye. It's a strong start for Cloud9. And right
Did
now,
I just see the hero Marshall get bought?
can't help but feel like EG leaving that spike there, no one having it, is just so
Yeah, it cost them
rough.
a lot as soon as that first skill's done.
It's a ranked mistake, man.
Well, Pistol's get silly, and I think they were just wanting to
mistake.
pivot around what they had. So you see all smiles on the face of Nature, even after that lost pistol.
2-1 on the
Not ready
pistols.
for Ye to drop that early on. Now
I do like
EG
when Baby
on
Bay starts
Seco
to
round,
flame, man.
they're
It
gonna
gets pretty
take some
funny.
of this B main control. We try to cycle up some of these.
Okay, we've got
orbs
Outlaw that can one-shot
onto
everyone.
Nature,
We've got
was
the
able to get
hero Marshall where
a
they
couple
can
kills in that
just take
previous
turns
round.
and using it,
Looks like
basically.
it's going to be cycled on to Derek instead. And Ye, he has a Marshall. I feel like we've seen this before. He can do some damage with this weapon, but he's going to have to front 2 players here.
It's got to be perfect.
Whoa.
What a flick from
That was
Oxy
a
on
nice
Nature
shot.
there, huh?
Superman falls as well. I'll rotate back to the other side of the map with no real space gained. And no advantage to capitalize on.
Mid-round drone from Zeppa to solidify some information on that Icy lurk. A very early judge buy here as well. Which side of net? Looks like it's going to be put to use here.
Yeah, it will. In more ways than one.
Dude, it actually gets kind of scary. I normally we had a rule in Liquid that you don't buy the judge on the second round just purely because when it gets into the wrong hands, it just goes so wrong.
All sights set on B.
That as you don't really like the judge second buy
Sliggy
here.
should be able to get planted here.
Brother, we're running out of time here. He's got 15 seconds left.
Nah, he's fine. There's no
Ye's
molly
gonna
stop.
get deposited here. He's going to hear the rotations from Cloud9.
Where does he go with the judge
able to
though? Because
snag
after
one
the
here.
rope, he could do
Icy
some
can get up close
could do
and
some
personal
damage.
with this judge. This
Yeah,
is a
he's going
round
up
that
the
could be
rope.
stolen away
Dude,
from
imagine they
EG.
get full
Remember
info
how
and he gets
Fracture
close
started?
here.
Yeah.
Dude, he might
It was a
actually get
pistol and
close.
then
But this
a
could be
thrifty
nuts.
conversion. Do we have that in hand again?
Yeah, they hit all three.
3 members, Doug.
Starting to rotate through. Ye still has to connect the shot, so Icy does too.
Dude, he
and
had
neither of
mollies.
them
He
have
didn't put
much
mollies
health.
down on the spike.
But the trap is lying in wait. Icy creeping forward from up in heaven.
didn't
Spotting
see
a
it.
scalp, dropping back. And now you've got a little bit of utility you can play around. Icy dropping both nanos. Alarm bot still in play. Creeping into the cove, or at least trying to. Mitch is going to try to stick it the whole way. He gets it to half. He should be able to get the defuse as well. Just under a
Dude,
second
imagine
and a half.
putting
but
mollies on
Cloud9
the
converts.
spike. You win the round.
Only one Bulldog saved into your bonus round.
No
and
matter
your
what,
money is
it's a good eco.
disgusting right now. Evil Genius is doing a lot of damage. And Icy, he should have that lockdown online, getting 4 and the spike plant. Yeah, he has it. I just feel like Imi's just had enough, Doug. He's been through an emotional roller coaster throughout the whole season and this playoff. I mean, you got to feel for the guy now.
Okay, look at this bonus. They got nothing on it.
EG, if they can get some of these early picks here onto pipes,
How
push
is that
back
molly not getting
Icy,
shot?
you don't really need to invest that lockdown. I think that's important.
Yeah, you want to hang on to that one as long as you can.
Good heads up buy from Ye as well, abusing the outlaw.
Shot.
What a shot from Oxy. We've seen so many teams struggle with this weirdly timed peaks at A main from
Shots.
Jets.
Oh my goodness.
Is he gonna do it?
He's gotten 2 steps of the way there.
Now you kind of have to invest the lockdown. Yeah, exactly.
You're kind of wanting to hang on to that one for a rainy day. But it seems like the dark clouds are now.
Dude, he's going for another.
He doesn't care.
What the hell? For God's sake, man.
From Derek.
Committing to getting the plant down now, a 2v2. Not out of this yet. Icy picking up right where he left off on Fracture. Vic is left alone, a 1v2.
Oh,
Opts
dinked
go
him.
for the Sheriff. And now switching back. An upgrade of weapon. Still alive, he has to land on them. The trade is perfect.
That
EG are on the board.
is-
What was supposed
That is
to be
close. That's what that one is.
flawless
That one is
round
close right there.
for EG. I mean, all things considered, there was what, 4
Dude, there's some
sheriffs,
absolute
only
shots
one
from Oxy, yeah.
Bulldog from Cloud9. It just got so messy, all thanks to these picks from Oxy.
Great shots.
And now you had to invest. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that?
Okay.
What is that? But yeah, Icy having to do some heroics in this round, having to drop his lockdown.
Bacon SJ, thanks so much for the prime, mate. I appreciate you doing that. Hello, Asner, as well.
Online for Oxy.
Congrats on the win also, mate.
Pushed all the way up in A. So this is the focal point for Cloud9's
Where's the
defense,
money
is
at?
taking
1,
this A
2,
control.
3.
And you kind of have to give
4.
B.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Remember how good he was
So
with the
4 on
Sheriff
each team that
previous
can't
round.
buy next. We got Flash, Recon. Recon got shot.
Icy
And
completely overwhelmed.
dude, they went
So
for a
now
3-person push on the pistol. Now we go for a
obvious.
3-person reaction push over
Everybody
towards A on this one as well.
This B side of the map.
This is nice
and
though.
With that kitchen,
Kind of abusing the
turret
full
being
1
broken.
default.
Oh, that flash
Oh,
is pretty, but
my-
he doesn't check. He doesn't check. Vic cleans him up assassination style. You're gonna have this late lurk coming in through kitchen as Superman gets caught trying to escape. And now the Hunter's Fury. Second shot goes wide left. Vic somehow managing to dodge around all of that. Nature snappy with it. Magnetic onto Zeppa. A 2v2 as the spike has been in play. Mitch left alone. Nature starting to feel some of the pressure. Mitch has gotten it to even footing. Still has utility to play
Don't worry
around.
about your wall. Get your cove out.
But the onus is on him. The cove, and he's gonna go take the fight. Misses the window. 5 bullets left. And now it's just waiting for Derek to hit the swing. He's gotten it to half. He waits it out. Mitch should have the
Oh, bro, that's close, man. Dude, these rounds are kind of close.
Huge for Cloud9 so many
Every
times
single
in this
one,
playoff.
apart from the pistol, obviously.
Another clutch, man. Pre-firing Nature and then just completely outplaying Derek. It felt like after Mitch popped out of his harbor wall and couldn't connect, Derek had it in the bag, but what a play from Mitch to get that spike to half and really making it go down to the wire.
The Sponge Life, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you.
Wonder
Thank
what
you for
kind
the
of
prime.
adjustment EG are going to make in future rounds to deal with that A main push, because Icy just had too many targets to look at. Look at this aggression. Icy. Whoa!
Yeah, I was going to say, Recon went deep. I don't think they thought anyone was even pushed close.
More. Takes a step back.
Gets a little weird now, getting a lot of opening kills. Empty side, we got no killjoy to stop them down. Insta pop the KO as well.
Spike rotating towards B. Vic kind of by himself as Zeppa arrives. Kills traded though as Mitch fully pushes in through A.
Okay, well they know they both locked in on
EG
site.
have gotten the spike down, but they don't really have the weapons. They just have classics, and Nature gets caught scaling up.
Well, they kind of get insane info from this.
All of close sight as well, but
Yeah, they know
the
that
dart was layered on top
close
of
side
that, so
is
now
clear because they didn't have the
makes it
sound
obvious
of the
where
harbor
Derek is,
roll.
but he has an opportunity here to do something silly with this classic.
First, the shock. The second one through. He's going to have to push this. Not again.
Very, very nice.
Zeppa's waiting on the other side with the shorty. 3 kills on the round for him. The defuse comes through as Cloud9 gets to 4.
And hey, it's not pretty Valorant, but if Cloud9 if Cloud9 keep coming out on top in these 3v3 scenarios,
The harbor, I
this is
mean,
what you
it's
want
really
from
good for
the defensive
retaking.
side. This is what you need to bring this series back into your favor. Get some momentum going into that third map.
Oh my god. Nice! Let's go, Eric. Good shit, bro. Let's go.
It's been so back and forth in these rounds, and yeah, like I said, look at that.
My brother is going through it.
Yeah, dude, looks looking like he's dealing with a migraine or something, man. Looks brutal over there.
2 ultimates online for the side of Cloud9, but it's going to be a B fight here. We saw Ye get punished by Zeppa on the pistol round. Can Mitch
Big
do the
changer
same?
from C9. Dude, they're very proactive on their defense.
There's a lot more behind this here.
Ooh.
He's got some help.
Dead.
And again, they haven't cleared out garage. Oxy's got to understand there's a really good
Oh,
chance.
dude, 24
The shorty
HP. It's
at the
unlucky. Kind of read it well.
Does not convert.
And now you have to compensate. If you're Cloud9, you have to do more of a lean towards B. That allows Icy a timing to take onto A site.
Some of that killjoy utility is still going to be up, so passive information.
Oh, man.
But he's not taking the space.
Supa's going to have to react fast off of this.
Yes, he is. Paying off of the mini-map. And a step taken back.
Has to reposition. But yeah, this A side is completely free because of
Yeah,
all that.
Recon kind of clears over towards B at least a little bit. A nice shot.
Punished in mid. He's been
Do
so aggressive
they
on his
expect
lurk
G8
timings,
still
and
having to cross over
it's
towards
kind
A?
of been paying out for EG, but good heads-up awareness from Cloud9.
Yeah.
Yay.
My brother has 24 HP.
Yeah.
Besting net and still has a really good shot at winning this
Oh,
fight
that's
too.
nice though. Got the
Finds
info.
cover, dashes
Dude, he
across.
popped his
Meanwhile, well,
overall
invested
just
from
as
Zeppa.
Icy
I don't even
swung
think he
as
got shot
well.
off. Thanks, Icy.
Oh, it's a rough one for C9.
And so now Vic is going to try
Dude, I was
to
wondering
mad
if they,
dash
he
his way
was
back
going to
into
pop
the
his
site and
overall
try to
when they were
convert a
like in this
1v3.
area. People used to do
But
that
the
all the
utility
time,
is
like
gonna be a
Sage
problem.
Wall here, then
You still
or
have
off
2
of
shock
Sage Wall.
darts in play. Sopa recon dart as well, and Icy. Yeah, that timing that he was able to take onto the
Yeah,
actual
rough
A
round,
side
especially with
because
the
of that
ult
mid-aggression
invested. Go look at that
was the
money. They
gap
ain't
in the
buying
defense.
this.
Those trades going in the way of EG here, that supporting cast, backing up Ye, allows them to take more of an aggressive angle and pinch Oxy. And yeah, I think he's questioning why Net would take this peek with all that Killjoy utility up at A site still. If Net doesn't drop there and you play the 3v3, you can pop those mollies, delay the spike plant.
The difference always gets me, man.
Because that was clearly the game plan, but him dropping too early there is a blunder.
AC out, Net grabbing the orb.
Yeah, every single person can get one shot. It's a great shot from Ye.
Disgusting
Yeah,
shot.
he's hitting some nice ones. There's a real chance he takes over on defense, man. He's looking kind of good today.
Just run its course. You still have Superman completely controlling the flank. This should be clean for EG.
We've had a couple of those should be cleans this series so far, and they seldom are. But it seems like we might finally get a clean one here.
This time, just waiting out that utility, fighting together, using that KO to pop flash. Everybody backside. Vic probably going to try to die to the spike here, not feed any ult orbs
gets pistol on defense.
To anyone. You don't want.
Honestly, wonder if they might save that 400 to get that up out early.
If I'm EG right
so
now,
down for it.
if I'm Icy, I'm already hunting. I'm knife out, running into their spawn.
Yeah, cut them loose, maybe. I mean, the money. No, they could buy us too.
Yeah,
So
but
Aspas playing Icebox yesterday.
Not the best, and you could probably do a
Dude, I still find it so mad watching Aspas on Icebox. I'm telling you, if you had a heat map, it's just this. Like his heat map is this the whole time. And when I say heat map, it's like 90% he's on this box and 10% he's here. That's it.
Oh no.
He got away with it.
He got the timing. He got the timing. I thought for a second, I was like,
Never seen anyone play on top of yellow as much as him. Speaking of oppers though, we got Oxy gets
I mean,
the
that was
op
the
out.
first, and the second one was almost more impressive.
It's just perfect timing.
As one does, right? Perfectly normal human thing to do.
I bet.
He still gets op kills, mate. He still gets like
A lot to deal with
he
now
still gets
for
like 20 op kills on
EG.
defense.
Got that operator onto Oxy, but
He actually
looks
farms
like it's
everyone
gonna
that
be a
goes
fast
B.
approach on A site. Both rechargeables being used to take early control. Set Icy up here. We've seen this default before.
Wait, they
This
know
time,
the Outlaws in play and they all get light armor. But we've been talking about the fact that C9 hasn't been punished for this in stage 1 at
Superman
all.
here, who's kind of been getting, I don't
And
wanna
this
say
might
bullied,
be
but he's been getting attacked
the
by multiple
rounds.
players of Cloud9.
You gotta know that they got
Still in the same
they got
position.
wrecked by it last round. They know it's a thing.
Now you know an op is on the board.
Yeah. Ye is not afraid either, though. Look at him. He's taking all this space with an Outlaw. He's trying to take that head-to-head. Understanding that Oxy has light armor, though. That's why.
Well, and also the way he's been shooting, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so the rotation back towards A, you still have a lot of the Killjoy utility here.
Nice from EG as well.
So much emphasis
They're
towards
like
the mid-side of the
slow
map.
playing, creating a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
This
it
comp
forces
doesn't
the
clear
gap to
info
pop
well.
that pit.
So what, does Icy pop his ult to flush it out? Yeah.
Killjoy ult for Killjoy ult. They
Vic
gotta
here,
make a decision. We've got 30 seconds
like
on
he
this
might
one. They're
have
just gonna
to
full
just stay
respect
in here
it.
and keep this up,
What do we
but
have after? Nothing too
Ye's
much.
gonna flank mid-late.
I mean, Zeppa's going to be waiting for it, though. He looks like he might have a timing on it
Wait.
as well. Both of them waiting.
Vic
And
kind
it
of
is
messed
Zeppa
up.
who walks away on top in
Vic
the
got
duel.
hit by it, so his ult goes down.
Now the second pit dropped.
Spike planted.
Spit at the feet of nature. He's going to have to flush out behind, but did manage to get the spike down.
The problem is the spike's not planted in the pit.
Yeah, that isn't great. That gives them so much space back to site. It's gonna get really weird, but they can at least spam it all the way through the box. So
Footwork as he steps out into one, but Derek from on high trying to clean up another. The defense holding strong for now, but there's still so much they have to solve. They still have to deal with this pit, and time is of the essence. Zupa getting real close, but Mitch.
yeah, it was a good attempt.
Managing to get the defuse and managing to get Cloud9 their 5th.
Now, I just wonder right now for the side of EG if it was a miscommunication on where to plant that spike. Most of the time, you want that spike in the Viper's pit so everybody is low enough for
Which
Superman
again,
to
dude,
not
I mean,
have
every
to
single
pull out
time
the
it's just
shorty
cove,
and just
2
spray
people
his
inside the
vandal.
cove, trade.
If push
You've
comes
seen
to
it. It's
shove.
the 3rd round that's ended like this, right?
What a timing from Zeppa as well. But notice Cloud C9's awareness of dealing with that mid lurk. And yeah, it wasn't Superman this time around, but still understanding that EG think that that's a gap that can be abusable and marking it. So now Potter will take a timeout for Evil Geniuses. I wonder now if there's going to be more oomph in that mid fight. Maybe earlier on, maybe more of a pace for Evil Geniuses. Try to catch out some of these
the
players
Viper
in these off
close,
angles that are holding
it's
it.
not too bad. Like when you talk about him getting hit in the Killjoy ult, because like you got to imagine if someone gets hit, the full presses is like this is your Killjoy ult. You're thinking that someone messes up on the edge. Kind of what
Yeah, all 3 lanes, yeah.
And that's why Vic was forced to pop that.
who did it?
Viper
Did
zone.
Net
It
do
was a
it? I
great
think
plan going into
right
it.
where you got
I
hit
just
by the
think
edge and they kind of think you mistimed it. But he's like going on here, so if anyone tries to take some space early or something, then they can do it. Doesn't really make sense when there's another Killjoy ult, to be honest, but
right now, just understand that, okay, we worked the
was
map
it Vic?
very
Yeah,
well
sorry,
against
Vic.
Cloud9. We're doing a good job of things. Let's just clean up.
Just trying to get
the
like
late round.
a little bit of
Clean up the
info,
post
but
line.
honestly, when there is another Killjoy, it doesn't change too much.
As you look on your screen here, though, an attack operator invested from Ye. And it looks like it's going to be a head-to-head duel here. Battle
Unless there's some other reason that
Oxy versus Ye.
it happens. Like you would get the info if they tried to reposition, but because of the ult, they can't really get there in time.
Oh, something to give him a line, maybe.
Also, with this common Killjoy ult, maybe he feels like he can't go in this corner because they might use some util. Might be that also.
Yay, creeping forward, the timing. Just a tease.
Yeah, he's waiting for that drone that Derek's
You actually have the Aspas heat map, 20 seconds.
Position,
Oh my god, I'm excited to look at it.
He's going to be able to hold the
Let's
heaven
look at it
line
this
once
round.
that happens. I wonder if that audio cue was heard from the side of EG.
How right are we? Probably goes
dark,
here a little bit more than we said. But
He's alone here, though, and he doesn't have dash proc. He might get punished. What is that?
what is that? What is that committed peek? It's a big miss by Oxy though, I'm not gonna lie.
Pops his ult, takes the site. Mitch is gonna have his reckoning for the retake.
You gotta flood with it. You gotta put a pace on this retake. The mid lurk was clear.
Oh, we're going Harbor ult, we're going all in on this.
Reckoning now dropped.
Molly gets popped early. It's the whole Cove thing again, and we're losing numbers to spam it. Dude, what is this gap?
Oh, Ye makes the most of it.
Not sure that's meant to be there.
EG with the numbers advantage, and it's only getting better. Mitch is gonna have to 1v4 his way through this,
Oh,
and
that's so
I mean the money's not great.
dude. I
He just
don't
has
think
to
that's
save.
a thing. But it is
These
what
are
it
the
is.
unfortunate things when you're running the harbor is sometimes when it gets a little tricky on
Where's
some
the
of these
Aspas heat
ledges,
map?
there
Where
could
are
be
we?
gaps in the wall. Just Valorant things, but
That's him. Why
for
can't I
Ye
see
to
this?
hit
Where am I?
that shot in that tiny little gap is just a testament of what this series has been for him so far. He has been hitting some of the most ridiculous shots I've seen since he's been on Chamber. Oh, what? Barely off of the mark? It looked like it was on, no?
It was close.
Tough luck.
It was very close.
Okay, the heat map. I mean, we're pretty. Dude, look at how. Look at it, man. He's always here.
Carry over. Got to share.
It is just non-stop.
But just classics around that.
He loves it, bro.
Derek has the Hunter's Fury online.
But the thing is, he farms from there as well.
Arbor wall.
He just never gets
All
pushed
members
off.
of EG pushing past it with that KO flash. I like the fact that nature isn't the one that exposes his body after pop flashing, and it's the players from the top. It's just a micro detail, but most players tend to look
Force him
towards
down
that
to
side
the
of harbor wall where
eco.
the flash actually pops from. Quiet across the board.
This is a hero
is
gun.
EG. A mid-round drone from Cloud9 should give enough info as to what's going on, but Icy is the only one that shows.
If they commit into this, everybody's here.
Yeah, but two classics. I mean, Phantom is here. Mitch is going
Well,
to
the
have
bait
to
might
do
be
some
good for
heroics.
this.
But he's in like a one and done. There's no way for him to get out.
Prius, give me the hero gun on
he's got his
defense.
one. Net falls. Oxy
What are you
joins
doing?
in. And the Phantom is still up, still in play.
While that was all happening, Superman didn't take any space in mid or B.
Derek getting a little bit closer to even footing here.
Yeah, that bait in was kind of nice,
They're still
though.
doubling down into this?
Last player standing.
They haven't moved.
Spike down A.
All round.
Supa's now left in a 1v3. Yes, the spit will help.
Super
He's gotten it down
doable.
a little bit closer. All target spotted, trying to connect. And Supa does.
I mean, I thought it was
Red
super
Bull clutch for
doable, but I
EG.
didn't think it would go down like
Disaster
that.
avoided.
How's he still alive?
Mr. Clutch back at it.
looking like the crew game all over again, where dude, no one can hit him. He's just got the best movement in the world.
Well. So good
just
in
dancing
these
for
1v3
ages.
moments.
But it never should have gotten to that.
Yeah, it was silly, man. I mean, Cloud9 really held their ground there in front 410.
Oh my, that's my unk. That's my unk.
But now these close rounds because of Unk going the way of EG. Oxy's getting active here.
Oh, you're stuck.
Yes, he is. He's finding success on
Yeah,
the
he
other
did
side
incredible
of it.
though.
Two pocketed. And now things slow down.
Yeah, I guess you can rely on Unk to trade you out as well.
They've been relying on Unk for a lot.
Looks
And
like they're going to have to rely on him here.
again.
Yeah.
2v4 here.
Poison orb emitting.
And here's that close left spot again. I wonder if Derek decides to throw some of these shock darts here, get some chip damage in. Maybe Vic can get taken out. He's trying to spot to see if they're there.
Meanwhile, Supa trying to make sure there's nobody on the flank.
They're too split up, though. Derek's going to get punched.
He's gonna be like, not again, man.
Yeah, not a chance in the world. The only upside here for Superman is he has the spike. He got a 1v3 in the last round against, you know, Classics and 1 Phantom. I don't know if he can do it against 4 rifles, man.
Did you know Oxy is younger than you, mate?
Pop of the orb.
Pretty much every
Net is older than
Valorant
this
player
as
is
well.
younger than me. Apart from maybe Jesse Vash, and then even then I think I got him beat.
He's gotten up further than I thought he would.
He's giving a lot of respect to Superman right now. Maybe that's going to work in his favor. Oh my
Angel, I
gosh.
think I got Angel beat, man.
Almost the timing there, but Mitch will
I'm pretty
take
sure
out
I've got
Superman.
Angel
So this
beat.
time the A fight going the way of Cloud9. Oxy getting really aggressive in that nest area, taking the rope. And here's the thing with KO is like, yeah, the dagger lands. People aren't afraid of the dagger anymore. They don't care. They're just gonna hold, try to take as many out as they can. And if you're Jet and you can get 2 in this round, you've done your job and some.
Dude, stop calling me a fossil, bro. What the hell is this?
Also note Mitch and Zeppo both
Outrageous.
away from having their ults in play.
Brexit, thank you so much, man. From 1 to 10, how's my rifle aim? Are we talking right now?
Towards that A side of the
What's
map.
1?
Should
1
paint the
bacon.
picture for Cloud9 that it's a B side
10.
default.
Who's the best rifler?
EG.
Who's a good rifler?
set back
Someone
for
give me a
lunch, do
rifler
they?
that's gonna be 10.
Vic snappy onto the first, Zeppo popping the ult, finding value on the other side of it.
10 shot.
Meanwhile, Oxy's knives
If
taking 4
Bacon's
lives.
a 1 and
Already
10's is a
down.
10, right now I
Major
reckon
Icy
I'd be a
left alone.
3.
No smokes to play with here. Turret still up in mid.
I'd say a 3.
Now dealt with.
Be very difficult to crawl your way back into this round. Icy does get tagged by that drone as well.
Op? My op's always good, man.
Not necessarily aware that
Right
they're
now
two
without
on the
playing,
other
I
side
would
of
say
that,
I'm an
but
8.
You can assume a few things here.
I back my op heavy.
Ah, and they tuck on the other side of the dart.
Yeah, false info gathered. It still should be clear that this is an opening, though, from the side of Cloud9.
Right.
Especially after
Cancan's a
that
10.
flash.
I still think I'm an 8.
That's why Zeppo is just holding the mid
I know my strengths, dude.
Net falls here, though.
Judge, though? My judge is a 10 right now.
It's a
That never
2v2
wavers.
right now.
Oh.
Rage, man.
Flash a little off the mark.
That happens to the best of us.
Reckoning now drop. It's going to force him to scatter. Icy and Nature forced into these isolated fights where they can try to convert, and Icy might find a window. Zeppa.
Oops.
Player standing.
It's actually Oxy who punishes Nature. A 1v3. Zeppa weak. Nature not many options. And Mitch will clean it up. A 7-5 half for the defense.
7, yeah, that sounds
all
kind of
things
nice.
considered with the way that EG were maneuvering around the map, kind of punishing some of that mid utility that Cloud9 were throwing. Cloud9 salvaged the half, and they ended up being the ones in the lead. So this has been a back and forth battle. Mitch, he's been sitting at the top as well this entire time. He has stepped up so massively for this Cloud9 roster in playoffs. It's just been ridiculous.
We talked a lot about Icy and how good he was for EG on the attacking side as a KJ. The other side of this break will have them on defense. We'll see if he can continue to deliver.
Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
It's for you.
Not sure
Do you
about the
like
name choice, but...
Come on, Charlie, use
that.
your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go.
When we do rank streams again, Nilzino was talking about playing in the off season again. We'll do it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Also, aim trainers. I mean, they're good, man. They're good if you know what you need to focus on. And then you're actually doing like the right thing. Nilzino would want him to pull a tendon in his hand. That's crazy. Why is Neil getting shots like him as well? I thought it was just me. Yeah, aim trainers are good. Could have played early with Doom Bros TMV in Sideshow. That sounds like hell. He's pretty glad I missed that one.
On the barrel of elimination, we gotta have a quick check in on history for this franchise. Their playoff woes have been very well documented. They get through the stage and they do so confidently, and then everything falls apart. And Dre, after map 1, we thought there might be a bit of the same. They're not out of the woods quite yet, but they're putting up a great fight against CG here.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to Mitch and Oxy really stepping up.
Right.
That, you know, we talked about, even Potter was saying how because of the Harbor, Oxy's able to isolate a lot of the fights that he wants. And as well on this attacking side with the Harbor, how is Ye gonna get online?
Great shot.
He finds a gap. He always finds a way.
It's a perfect start. Dodging all of the utility and finding a place to hit where it
The
hurts.
guy unbelievable in pistols.
EG still need to convert here though, because they need to get the operator online for Ye. And if Ye can find gaps like that within the Harbor utility, that's where he's gonna shine and get value. Dagger did connect on 2 of these members of Cloud9.
Did they get him proactive with
They got the pick
with
at
the
A,
5?
full attention towards mid, trying to bait out alert.
I got no info over
see
towards
if there's
here.
any timing being made from Cloud9. 3 members were posted up here.
Drone alarm bot. Rotate goes in heavy. Definitely need to keep an eye on this reaction. Recon goes in as well.
Kill right now. It's actually a B hit, but look at who's here.
Is the wall going to be up? Let's see what Ye can do.
A gap in
Another
the wall.
gap? Why is there just permanent gaps in every wall that I watch?
Finding these openings, man. The utility just not quite on the mark for Cloud9.
Well, you know how the saying goes, you give him a pixel, he takes a life.
Yep.
Oxy trying to find some of that same success.
One enemy remaining.
Yay, with 3 on the round. You talked about needing to get that off online. He's certainly set up for it.
Very nice.
EG, take the pistol.
Flawlessly at
Isn't it
that.
humbling dealing with all these players where you can't even crack ascendant? Mate.
The aggression onto A Heaven, finding the pick through that cascade, and then rotating all the way back to B site.
Yeah.
Right
we basically get Immortal with
really good,
Judge only these days anyway.
Dialed in on how they need to
yourself.
maneuver around the map. Even the mid re-clear. Oh man, a miss of a wall. And
Zoom, enhance.
But here, now you're wondering though,
Getting baited out, yeah, we really
from
are.
the side of Cloud9, if they understand that that was a gap in the wall, or if he was just randomly spamming, like, do they actually know?
Yeah, they can
Because
definitely
when you're
start
dying like that, you saw
snowballing here
nothing.
because this is going to
Yeah,
be
he's
a
having
thing
a
for a
rough
lot.
map so far. 3
And
and 12
C9,
see if that mistake gets
lava
fixed.
light
This time
armor as well,
fast.
so you can get max
Mid to B
value out of this
split, but an
outlaw.
Alarm bot is met here. Icy with the Sheriff.
Already feeling some of Cloud9's attempt. We were just calling out how Net was struggling. He gets his one, but the Guardian punches right back.
Superman conceding all of that B site space as well.
But
Waiting
Cloud9,
for the team.
They did manage to get this fight down here, right?
You only have 1 KO flash to pop through this, and it does make it kind of obvious. Still going to be so difficult. Look at EG just waiting for this harbor wall to drop and taking all the space on the extremity.
One enemy remaining.
And as it goes down, the kills go up. Supa with 3.
Oh.
Zeppa's going to get his 1, but you imagine the defuse will
Okay,
be
it's
stuck.
nice.
The kill will
So they
come
know
through.
the
He's
Outlaws
got a
in
tie
play,
ball game.
surely. Don't do it to me.
All the guns saved as well. That Guardian that Superman had on the B site will be brought forth into the following round. Cloud9, they're going to have to get some of these post-plant wins. On the last map of Fracture, they only won 4 out of 9.
We
The
always get
retakes
2.
of
We
EG
always
were
get
too
2.
strong. Let's see if they can do it here on a gun round.
Only
but
one of them? Okay, it's not
Vic,
too bad.
he's sitting at that regen
I'll take
armor,
that.
and Yay still has that outlaw in play. Another B-side default from Cloud9. This time, nobody running through mid fast. That allows Icy more time to set up, and he's going to break the mid turret of net. Oh, he got a peek of it. Decides not to break it, though.
Get that nice soaring through the sky. Getting a little info, excuse me, on where Cloud9 is.
Connects on the
Okay,
core.
we're going for this
It's
Care
a flash
Flash.
setup play here for Superman. But how many can he actually get?
Oh, oh, here comes the flash. Oh, oh man, we ate our teammates' flash. We ate our teammates' flash.
Now Cloud9 in a position to put this round away. He gets another onto Icy. B side is theirs. The spike is planted. Firm control.
Well, it was ended up being incredible timing for Oxy here.
Will give you a pick on the actual exits. Derek and Yay. Bulldog and an outlaw. What is that shot, man?
Goes from a distance too. I think the big thing we got to consider for this next round is how quickly Mitch got his ult online. That Reckoning will be a problem.
Especially against the operator buy that Ye's going to get in this following round. We'll see, though, with the way that we've seen Ye play in this series so far, how disruptive he's been, finding those windows of opportunity, whether it's around a smoke, around cascades. If he can emulate that success inside of a Reckoning, that is
See,
going
look
to
at
be
this perfect pop flash from him.
just disaster for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's unlucky.
Big if, though.
Well, Harbor ult already? This guy is Thanos.
Yeah, Mitch has been having such a good map. 15-7 right now. Oxy getting online as well in that last round, taking out so many members on that B side of the map, but all players towards this A side of the map. Cascade cuts off Ye.
No recon shooters.
What a good dart to scout him out as well. Slowly pushing back the operator.
The drone will
Was a late recon though,
for Cloud9.
so maybe they were in position to use it,
Still
and then they
plenty
had
of
the late
defense
recon.
here, including the op.
They can see over this though. You have to invest the Reckoning. You have to wait for it to actually start slamming people.
Oh, he saw a hand. He connects onto Zephyr.
Great shot.
And then he gets out. Mitch is going to be there on the trade, now trying to commit to getting the spike down. The shock will delay for just a moment. Second time's the charm.
Spike planted.
The thing is, how do you get Ye in a position to find more value with the op? Doesn't really have a rifle to prey around. Derek and Supa will have to find a way. The Cove to delay a little bit longer as Ye pops blades, tries to get up, tries to get aggressive. Finds Vic, 3 for him. Just waiting for Mitch to fall. Nice bit of HP, but how do you convert this?
Uh-oh.
A 1v3. The high, low. Ye gets the defuse. We're tied again.
Dude, he might
And
take
he takes
over.
out Mitch at the end as well.
Got enough money to buy armor now as well.
He set it
It's a
up
great
perfectly.
round for
How
Ye.
is Ye gonna operate around the Reckoning of Mitch? He found that window. He found that gap. He is in a different type of flow state right now for this EG squad, and I just don't even know what you can do. If you're Cloud9, when the enemy jet is doing things like this, he is just operating at such a high level right now.
Come on, baby.
And he's so calm about it. That's the scary part about it all. Looks like it's another day in the office for him. So now, Cloud9, they do some faint utility towards this B side of the map, but...
Brother, they bit.
Yeah, and normally, Nature will throw a dagger to kind of scout
Okay,
out how many players are there. This time he's
with the
staying,
recon.
so there's uncertainty
To just
in
make
the
sure
defensive setup right now.
that no one's in
But
front of
this
this.
early cast
I mean, the
A
Harbor's really good
kinda
against the
makes
up
it
over
a
towards
little
B
bit
as
obvious
well.
that it's
So
not a B default anymore. Maybe somebody got deposited here, but
it's a good sign from C9 that
should
we're
be a
like
heavy lead for
saving
the
the drone
defense
for
towards
when
the
we're
safe side
actually
of the
going to
map.
sight hit.
Oxy's going to have to come up huge with these knives.
He's going to try to find some high ground. How did IC continues to, I mean, be that guy for EG?
He just got a spam kill on the Gen player, and now that's
Yeah.
Viper smokes. Viper snakebite just gone.
Cove now cleared. Flash on the other side of it. One of them's lit up.
Oh, that's a nice flash, man.
Names claimed.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, wait, he's throwing, he's throwing.
Oxy from on top. It's a battle of the Jets. Oxy on the swing. Ye had no idea.
Little bit rough. He was on the screen for quite a while there.
The lead back.
I'm surprised he's not standing up out of his chair screaming after that one. He needed to come up huge for his team, and he did just
Yeah,
that.
the
He's sitting at 19
POV
and
might look
15.
pretty rough here.
Besting Ye in the 1v1. Look at these shots that he connected. Yeah, it got a little bit scary there with those knives onto Ye, but...
Let's go, baby!
Oh, there's that pop-off I was expecting when we shot
There's
straight
nice
to him. I was
zoomed
like,
in.
"Oh, he's a little too calm for a clutch like that, Doug."
Wait.
Still in a fight. Still just one round. An eco for
Why
EG.
is the Marshals or... Try back in the up
cascade
again.
used this time around B. It's going to be a drone and a walkout.
With the rotations coming through for the defense. Including Ye. With the Marshal in hand.
There's that dagger that we've seen Nature
Like
throw
no
so
one's...
many times before.
No one's saved enough to get him an up here. Oh my god, does he even need it?
The whole conversation was around how
Bro,
he
it's
finds
such a nice
success in this
shot.
double wall comp, and he just continues
Dude,
to
look at
spit
his
in the face of
confidence
that.
though.
Man does not care right now.
Really nice flash for Super to peek back behind yellow, and now the spin. Still plenty of work left to be done. No real threat on the other side.
Nature, Derek, the only one with delay utility here now, though. No more mollies to play with. These shock darts are going to have to do some damage when the spike gets planted. It's going to be a brawl, though. It's going to be a fight once this Viper wall drops. They're looking for kills.
And there's that swing on the other side of it. Nature connecting onto Mitch. Can Ye find anything else? Damage dealt. Icy with 2. It's another mess for Cloud9.
Oh, it's a heat seeker,
Man
man.
has to 1v5 his way through
5
this, and he's
bullets.
done a lot of the work. It's just Sheriff's on the other
Holy.
side. But again,
Oh,
a
C9,
thrifty, and we're
man,
tied once more.
C9. Gotta call a timeout after this. What a lovely
So
shot
much
from Ye
value
to
from
just
that
stop
pop
this one
flash
off.
that Nature was able to use as that Viper wall was falling. He did such a great job of identifying that Cloud9 were going to try to take the fights in the backside, not give all the space to these Sheriffs to put in the work long range, and it works against them.
Oh my god!
Looked way too easy for Icy, who just swings out Snowman in that moment with all those players blind because of Nature. Nature sitting at 11 assists. Yeah, he might not be at the top of the scoreboard, but he's been putting in work with his utility, which is so hard to do against this Harbor composition. Players get so timid to run through those Harbor walls with the KO pop flashes. I like the approach from EG against this Harbor comp. They're actually waiting for those walls to go down and then using their utility. They're not trying to force the issue.
They're playing around it really nicely. Cloud9 calling a timeout. We're just a few moments away from that expiring as we're tied at 9 apiece. And I think a lot of the
Hey,
conversation
me? Oh, he's having a
here
rough
on the
one.
other side of this is the ult arsenal that Cloud9 have to play around.
And their money as well. Do you try to force around these ults and swing it? Do you try to, like, this is such a huge swing round for Cloud9 if they actually do invest.
Yeah, we take a look at it here. You've got the Reckoning from Mitch. You've got the Hunter's Fury from Zeppa, and then you have Net's ult too. It all comes down to whether or not you choose to invest.
I think the approach in the beginning round at least is going to be Oxy go kill. And then if he can get 1 or 2, maybe then you start having this conversation. Okay, maybe I should invest the Reckoning. Maybe I should invest the Hunter's Fury. But he needs to get active for Cloud9 right now. He needs to go hunting for kills.
Quiet across the site.
There's so many ults here for C9
Again, this time only landing
that if they do get a kill, you might see them all go out. We have a knife go and that only hits 2. Wait, honestly, it might have only hit 1.
You told you were telling us Oxy needed to deliver.
All
Oxy
goes
needed
out,
to
they
step
might
up
get
for
an early
Cloud9.
plant here. Dude, it must be
Can he
so
do so? Here he's
tempting
gonna
to
scale
use these
all the way
ults
back
into
into their
this round.
Finding a little bit of cover.
Let's see what happens within like the next 5 rounds. 5
How much
seconds.
does he risk? How much does he send? Remember, for Cloud9, you did a lot of the work here. You got the spike down. Now
They
you
still
have
got double
those big ults
molly
to
in the
play
spike
around.
at the moment. Okay, still one molly though. Didn't see the last one.
Fury will be used first.
They managed to break them all on top of the
Blood on the
spike.
other side
Dude,
of
we
it.
are
There is
investing
Hunter's Fury, Oxy the
ults.
first to fall. Vandal sitting
Dude,
on the
we might
ground,
see a replay
but
where
it's the
Amy
ults that
really
maybe
loses his
Bravo's
mind
defense
here.
gonna get it 3/4
Because
of the
that
way.
is a
6 and
straight
4.
up stick.
Away, down. EG take the lead.
They take the lead and they take away the Hunter's Fury from
boy.
Zeppa. Superman sticking half in that moment, dropping to that Hunter's Fury was massive for EG. Cloud9 did not expect
EG calm, yeah,
the
they're
full
just all on the
stick.
same page. Superman did great.
So much faith in the supporting cast. Question marks in the air from the side of EG. What are they doing in that camp? Now they have so many ults to work in their favor too. Hunter's Fury of their own. Lockdown from Icy. Ye is getting active in mid with this operator. Tag of the drone.
Great shot.
Secures the pick. No Viper smokes in play.
No
Beautifully done by
Viper,
the
no
defense.
pressure on B, no pressure
Setting
middle.
up their start to
Got
deliver,
an
and they
insta
called
head.
his
You're gonna
number, and
invest in that
he showed
harbor,
up.
aren't you? I think you kinda got to as well. They need that round.
For Cloud9, you're playing on a knife's edge here. The money's not good, but you've got these ults. You got to find a way to swing back momentum.
Yeah, but you can't use the lockdown because Derek has his Hunter's Fury. The ults are actually in favor right now for Cloud9. Here's that dart. It's gonna be a flood
Ooh, they leave it?
after this lockdown goes
Wait,
through.
what are they gonna do? Killjoy ult into Sova
Will
ult?
it have bought enough time?
And like you prioritize the Sova ult in this corner? No? Okay.
Derek's using it really late. But he's still got a tag on Oxy. Tries to track through the walls, cannot. Meanwhile, the
Ah, they
Reckoning.
could have comboed this
Part
better.
of the conversation now with 4v4. Zeppa's up on top, gets his 2. Derek trying to convert alone, swings into another, and Zeppa gets 3. Of course,
Dude,
again.
everyone's doing some rough ones. Nicely
Bit
done
of the
from
pressure
C9
getting
to
into
take that
EG there
space
as
back.
well. Using
No, they
that
could have won
lockdown
this so
Icy. It was just so
easy.
late. I feel like even if that thing goes off, man, you don't even have enough time to defuse because you waited out the enemy's lockdown.
It was a nice,
Hunter's Fury
it was a
was
nicely
using playback
timed
sight, so all of a sudden
harbor ult
Cloud9,
as well, to be fair.
They chipped away at some of that ult economy, and Superman's the only one to play.
Yeah,
one
start
of his
looking
own.
at this one. Because they get 2 full loss bonus after this, and there is no money there. And we've got
It's
2
been a
people.
ridiculous one. Yay.
Similar
Still
story
enough
for
money
them on
to buy that
C9.
operator. He's leaning towards this A side. Cascade was shown at B, but Superman is disrespecting it. I think Nature is about to throw that knife lineup.
Why do you do the Viper
Next
wall
on
like this?
nobody, and now
So
Cloud9 are gonna
it's
rewalk into that
mostly for
space.
like this
between the
extra
fact that it
space,
doesn't
especially when you have a
tag B and
KO. This is
Cascade
like
up
way
A.
more common because you can kind of do the
Rotation's starting
flash
to
to
come
like
through.
pop through here. Otherwise, you're popping
Nature will try to
through.
join the
Like
fray.
if you're doing a straight line, you're popping through, and they can be round this
drones
corner.
passing right by
Like if you
one
can
another. I
clear
don't
all
think
of
he's
this,
tagged. I
then
don't
you know that when you pop
him.
through, you
I
can
think
just
he saw
aim
the
into
tip of his
like
head,
all of
surely,
this
the little
line
ponytail.
instead of like
Dash
popping
expired
through
now.
into someone
Yay,
that's
on an island.
on the
Can
corner.
he connect? With Op in hand, Mitch is going to be the first to come up. Zeppa's got his dart too. You're going to try to flush him out, but he stays. A
It's just
war
this
of
extra
attrition.
space of that
And they're
that
just
extra
gonna
bit
rotate
on the
back.
edge. Yeah.
He's never even going to get a shot. They've taken so much space B. Icy taking so much damage. They're trying to push his way forward, and Oxy flushes him out. On the other side of the Viper wall, they try to creep forward. A gap in the wall. Harbor's now up 2, and Nature's ahead of it.
Good Molly.
Molly to try to delay. Derek now waiting for the right time to face, and Vic was waiting. Cloud9 get another.
Dude.
Yay, Super on
Every
the outside
time,
looking
man.
in. I think they have to save
Ah, dude, nice shot again, but it just
Surely you don't try
that
to
round with the
convert a 2v5
ults
with an op, right?
costly for
No,
EG.
you have to save right now.
Dude, they could have won this.
That was such a fine line that Cloud9 were leaning on to win this round. I don't know why Superman's hunting in that moment. now everyone on Cloud9 is going to hunt down this operator. Look at the mini-map right now. Look at Mitch.
All starting to close in on his position, while he's desperately trying to white knuckle his way into saving that op.
Yeah. Gotta look at all of this. He does have Gen Knives though, so he might go something aggro. They've obviously got the KO to set it up, so you're looking at some kind of play.
They might need
Do
more
this
than
one
that.
as well if you wanted.
Ye played that perfectly at that A side as well. If Cloud9 actually did commit, if there was a little bit more pressure from Superman towards that B side of the map to force Cloud9 to commit to that hit, he looked like he was ready to get at least 1 or 2 in that moment.
I don't know how Nature fell there on bridge. And so EG call a timeout.
Last one for them.
Last timeout of the map. The way that Cloud9 maneuvered around that round was masterful. Dodging the knife, re-walking into that B space while
Derek
there was
there,
just
yeah,
a
wait for the
ruse
flash
at
go
A main.
together. Probably still would have gone down to the guy on the left. But
Scary too for Cloud9. Like I said, the way that Ye was kind of maneuvering around the Sova drone, the way that he takes that little off-angle step
what the hell?
to hold
Yeah,
it,
you got it
anybody gives
sometimes.
him an elbow. Now he's left with knives, and EG, they're gonna have to cook up something devious here against Cloud9.
So what is it? What are they going to try to do here? What do they have to do? Because they're down in rounds, their money's not great.
He says EG
The thing
points.
is after a
the last
timeout
map.
like this, when you see Ye has knives online and the economy is bad, for Cloud9, you're going to be holding for aggressive pushes early, right? So you need to find something in the mid round, maybe that re-clear drone mid play that EG did with that operator. Because Cloud9 aren't going to drop to you in the first 10 seconds of the round, or at least they shouldn't. They should be aware that there could be something aggressive coming off of this timeout.
Looks like they're getting the eco, and you would imagine
you're
a 12
definitely willing to
unless
take a lot more risk if
yeah,
you're
with the
EG as
hero
well.
armor and the hero ult can do something.
Yeah, Ye.
Looking
not
at
showing where
C9
knives
though.
are yet is really important for EG, but he's just not
Going
at
to
the
the
right
right
side.
side.
At least it was for now. Cloud9, a confident call to arms towards A.
Drone sees the Sova. This should give confidence to
Yeah, in reaction to seeing
players
them
of
over
EG
towards
to push
A,
up a little bit.
And now the Harbor
they get a
Wall
little bit
too.
active over towards B.
Make that both sets of utility. Nature's got a stinger. He's the only one here with a gun.
Okay.
Also, I mean, the only one here. A little bit of damage dealt.
The chip
But it all
damage
falls on
isn't
EA,
too
and it's going to be a
bad.
fast double flank through spawn.
Might come down to a Zeppa Joe here.
And Zeppo's waiting for it.
This could work out well if the
Nice
spacing and
out. I
like
don't
the
know if you're
timing's not
expecting
too
the other
good. He
one,
might
though.
not
The
expect
blade's
the
on
second
other
one.
side.
Yeah,
Zeppa's
oh, this
there.
gets weird.
A blade
Lock them
between his
in, one
eyes.
pass and low HP in
And
terms
now
of
a
net.
3v3. Remember, no gun upgraded. Derek and Icy both have sheriffs. And that's one
They
down.
spot this guy close.
All
Nice
eyes
shot
on
though,
Ye.
what
He's
the
got to
hell?
deliver. Icy getting a little bit closer. And now the blade's out. Can Ye do it again? A 1v2 with ult in hand.
Oh.
Spots the barrel. Waiting for the
No.
other, but the blades draw silhouette
He
around
just
Mitch.
peeked out.
Cloud9 get to map point.
Can't help but feel for Ye in that moment. Knows he's there, but the movement is just too goofy from Mitch, the run and gun with the Phantom. Icy was hitting some shots there, man. That got a little devious,
Yeah,
like
Icy
I was
getting that shot
talking
there.
about, but Cloud9 settle.
Right click there. Aye.
Put themselves
He's ready.
Yeah, look at the smiles.
He's ready to smash the mouse down. Dude, he got really unlucky that he
Now you have to
swung
deal
out.
with
It's just
Reckoning, you
for
have to deal
just
with
the
Hunter's
info
Fury.
from his teammate.
They're playing for OT. An op in the hands of Ye. An ult for Nature.
It's either info or they went for a double peek. I'm not entirely
Right
sure
side this
which.
time.
Revealing area.
Dueling darts, a little info found. And now the Reckoning will become a problem. They're dumping everything they can into that site. Meanwhile, Ye gets his one and gets out.
He's up in aggressive
it's
spot as
a
well.
close shot.
Almost connects onto a second shot. A narrow miss. But there are layers to this. Nature's on the other side. The double face is too much. This awkward pump fake. The spike is still out of reach. Mitch and Zeppa, I don't know how they convert this 2v5. I don't think they will.
Very,
flawless
very
round
nice.
as EG stay alive.
DDA still had great impact on this.
That
Harbor
fast res
ult,
from Derek,
Sova
baiting
ult, he still
out
gets
anybody
one,
trying to
gets
push and
out,
punish that.
repositions, gets another.
EG are playing to tie things up, bring this into overtime, try to win their first playoff game, and again, yay, the focal point for this team so far in this series. Finding another pick.
He's done such a good job of playing around all of this utility.
All the chaos.
I mean, the Reckoning, the Hunter's Fury, the walls. I mean, both sets of walls. He finds that narrowest of margin, and he hits.
I think the impressive thing for me too was on his escape, he lands top screens.
Yeah, his
And
impact, no,
almost
it's really
almost
big,
goes for
yeah.
another one, right? This is
Had two great
a
maps so far.
reinvigorated Yay.
They used double ults into this as well,
Confidence
right?
level through the roof. Last time out in regulation now being used from Cloud9. Remember, they used nothing on that first half. Can this be the difference maker? Are we going to see something pacey from Cloud9 who have been doing these slow defaults towards A, slow defaults towards B? On your guys' screen it says 12 to 10, but the score is actually 12 to 11. We are playing for overtime.
What's the call for Cloud9 on the other side of this timeout? A lean towards
Dude,
B.
Viper against Viper, Superman has a backup judge next to
with your
him.
Killjoy potentially, but that Viper's pick could be so crucial
This could be caught.
in closing out this map. And it looks like Superman's going to
Yeah,
use
we do
one
the
of his own
early
at A
alarm bot.
instantly. Or maybe
Right.
off some sound.
Stop is
Yeah,
here.
this is nice though. The old Xersha setup you get.
What is that entry from Oxy?
Get early.
Yeah, you're right. Oxy
Oh
strikes
my
first.
god, bro's running him down.
Oxy decapitating Yay, snapping his head back. And now Cloud9 in a 3v5.
Oh.
What?
Keeping things competitive, keeping things close. They're clawing their way back into this. Remember, OT on the cards. If they can convert.
Whoa.
And they're getting a little bit closer. Vic and Seppa looking to salvage a mess. The opening was there. And EG
Dude,
instantly
if he gets
slammed the
another
door
one, he
shut
gets
on
his
it.
ult. Mate, Derek.
You have got to
Derek.
be kidding me,
Dude, where
EG.
did he do the first shock dart from though?
How
Was he
did
not
you
over
bring this
towards
one
here and
back?
he gets
How
the shock here?
clutch can Derek and Superman be?
Oh my god.
Do or die.
Dude, Derek,
And
what a
EG
round this
stands
was.
strong.
Lovely molly from Superman
We're
into
playing
it as
OT.
well. That was sick.
Oxy did everything.
It's a
He takes out Nature
3v5
in the
double
first
shock.
10 seconds of the round. He follows it up with a kill on Yay. But a shock dart kill and net just not able to execute on the lurk timing that he had.
The shock spit on the plant. It was unreal. Unreal round.
There's no world you are losing that round if you're Cloud9. No world, and that's why you see Immy
That's such a good line before you show
reacting
Imi's
the way that he
POV.
is, but we're here. EG brought it back to overtime.
And it's Oxy with the glass
Oxy
cannon
gets the
operator.
hero up.
He's going for a
No
quick
arm
mid
of
pick
that.
here. There's no turret.
Surely the orb there, you know you're not going to get a window, at least not initially. Meanwhile, Vic playing off a pixel angle, he's going to get pushed back by the
As
drone.
soon as we contact him for
Yay,
Oxy's
Oxy's
getting
cross
over
right
here.
behind it. Not enough on the punish.
Dude, Ye wants to do what Oxy just did.
Does
Popped his
bait out
dash
a lot of
already.
that utility.
The op has arrived. He spotted Yay. No shot yet. And now they know where the operator is. You see the ping on the minimap. Do you dare challenge? Oh, it's a mess. Oxy, excuse me, Icy getting to Spike now planted. EG in a comfortable position. That dink is gonna hurt. Traded right back to 10 HP for Mitch.
Oh god, it might be good. Oh my god, everyone's shock darts.
What
They're
can Oxy and
insane.
Zeppa do here? They're gonna have to retake, and Oxy has an op. Can he find success with this weapon? Position given away. The dart exposes him. Oxy in a 1v3.
Holy
No shot.
EG
gets a
won
series
away.
point.
So much to dissect from
How
EG
is
in this
Icy,
round. They
Icy's
never
done
showed
that?
a
That was
double mid lurk
nuts,
in
bro.
regulation.
That second kill was fast.
As Superman is breaking the Killjoy turret top mid, Icy takes the timing in the smoke, but this transfer is ridiculous. You match that with the pace that was put in B main. EG want it. They want it bad. They want to send Cloud9
Now Ye
home.
gets his out.
Multiple years of playoff failures looming over Cloud9 right now. Bearing
Yeah,
the
you
weight
gotta. It's true. You gotta say it.
potentially falling short again.
How many times can this happen to a roster?
They have to find a way to shake that off. An operator for Ye. An opportunity to rewrite things for Cloud9. An opportunity to take the skeletons out of that closet. Oxy pacey towards A, as is the rest of Cloud9. There's no fake. There's no late lurk. It's just fight. And nature's the first to fall. Everyone lit up. But no punish on the other side of it. Yay, playing the tightest of angles, and Net's there to snap. Can Derek convert on this? He finds this one, but it's not going to be enough. Now, Ye, next up to the plate. He's finding his one, but can't connect on anything else. Supo, 1v3. Cloud9 looking to push this into double OT, and they will succeed. They're not done yet.
Full A hit from Cloud9. But this time the spacing, the patience, a little bit different. Making sure they don't throw this round away after those entries that they got on the actual site. Off of the space that they gathered. Fighting together was what was so successful for Cloud9 in this round.
Shit, I'm moving.
And now a timeout to build a little bit more suspense in
He's
case there
getting
wasn't
involved.
enough already. Tied at 13.
Time is it here? ~1.
Cloud9 trying to avoid, again, another disastrous playoff run. They're looking to avoid elimination. Looking to avoid having to take a 2-month break. But hope dies last.
Last
have
time,
to step
wait,
up and
what is this?
help Oxy in these
Last
moments
time
when he gets these entries,
C9
when
won
he
a
puts
playoff
them in a
series
spot
was
to take the
2023
lead.
LCQ.
The rest of the members need to be the ones that close out
As
the
in
round
just
for
a
him. He
map?
can only
As
do so
in just a
much.
game, sorry? Do they really lose every... They really lose every single playoff game. They
times
don't even
like
win a
these
game.
where
How is that a
stars are
thing?
born.
I guess that's only
although
like
he's been
1 year of it if
very
it's
hot
LCQ, but
towards
still.
the end of stage 1. He
It's
has
the,
yet
it's
to
the problem.
take
The
that
problem is
Rookie
they always look
of the Year award
unbelievable in groups, so it's hard to
for
ignore.
his own.
EG on the attack, looking to deal another death blow to
Okay,
Cloud9.
Oxy gets the op out,
They've
and they are
weathered a
going over
couple.
towards him, and it looks like we change up something over
They're gonna
towards
have to do it
middle.
again, and a lot of focus towards the middle of the map here. Knife not tagging anyone. How far up do they go?
So you're not going to pull that turret. Doesn't have to.
Enemy marked.
Drone across the middle. Not getting a ton of info. Meanwhile, while all that was happening, we failed to mention Oxy has the glass cannon up again. And it's A, where EGR.
GR contacting in as well. He finds a sliver. He finds a way to put Cloud9 in an advantage.
It's kind of close
They've
on
been
that.
here before, though.
Imagine you hear that.
And EG have been rascally.
So we're taking
They've
a lot
been
of space
ratty.
over
They've
towards
found
B
a way
from
back
this, but
into
we'll
the
get a pretty
round.
important 1v1 in a bit.
Can they do it again?
Vic is being
Yeah,
called
with the
upon to
recon
be
used
this
as well,
game
that's when you
anchor.
get the
He's gonna have
rotate
to
coming
deal with
out.
El Diablo.
So
who's
wall's
going
been up for a
hunting
while,
right
so they
now.
could have got over towards site.
Little friendly fire there. Prox a dash as the wall goes down, waiting for the fight. No challenge yet.
30 seconds left.
The drone can't clear out Vic.
He's still playing back there. Their spit, there it is. Manages to stay alive just long enough to get the spike down.
Doing
But
the
it's a 3v5.
doing the server duties. What used to be the Sage G's.
This would be a disaster if Cloud9 were not able to pull this through. Yay getting his first.
I mean, maybe
Now
right
4v3,
now.
but again,
if Icy
control
gets
still
around
on the
this
side of the
corner, that's
defense.
good timing.
They're going to need more than that.
Oh my
Icy
god,
gets
bro's
two.
done it again.
Vic on the tap, super creeping closer, and he snaps onto him. It's going to have to be Icy. Spike has been taken for a little while here. Can the rookie deliver again? Vic's going to stick it. Stops at half. On the swing! Icy gets his fourth. The Red Bull clutch! And EG again on series point.
How's he done? How? Is a nice molly from him. It was incredible 2K.
From Icy.
Oxy 40 went tube.
The transfer. The mid lurk and the head-to-head. The pop-off moments that EG
I think
need.
it's the first time we've ever seen him stand up and give it.
A 3v4 round win.
And again, the thoughts of Cloud9 get real loud right now.
Dude, he keeps getting, he
Can
keeps
EG put them
doing an
away?
absolute madness in this square.
They haven't really been in an advantageous position. I mean, you go all the way back to the pistol on Fracture, and it was an ace from Ye. They've been on their back foot the entire time.
Uphill battle after uphill battle. B default in the beginning of the round. That dagger connected onto multiple members, but it's so suspenseful right now. It's a lean towards A. The success they had in the previous OT. Mitch is alone here to sell the fake.
Do they bite? Harbor wall up.
Another gap in
Dude,
map long,
how does their Viper lineup have a gap
over,
in
and now
it?
the alarm bot is going to confirm that it is a fake. It's going to be a mad dash towards A. Cloud9 fighting for tournament life, down in numbers without their caller. Icy holding the line. Derek's there too.
Holy hell, EG 2-0'd him.
Seems to be
C9. C9, bro. Playoffs. Double loss. No way. Dude, Icy and Ye were crazy though.
What a ridiculous playoff form we've seen today from EG. We didn't know what to expect. We certainly didn't expect for Icy and Ye to pop off like they did today.
The entire series.
It was
Dude, they
just
can't shake
from
this
start
cast.
to finish unbelievable from those two. But you have to point out the Cloud9 playoff curse, Doug. That Viper wall was missed off the rip from round one.
The Viper wall was missed. I mean,
it's only
just their
fitting that they
lineup.
lose
Their
to
Viper
it in
wall lineup's
overtime.
rough, man.
Small mistakes like that are the difference maker of what takes you onto that third map, what keeps your tournament dreams alive. Mistakes you cannot be making at a level like this in playoffs. But mad props to EG for taking advantage of all of that and some. Masterful performance on Fracture. The game planning was great. The lurk timings from Ye on the Cypher.
And then putting him on the jet in the face of a double wall comp. And they picked it apart. They picked it to shreds.
The confidence that he came into the game with was just unmatched. The fact that he was able to outplay almost every reckoning that we saw go his way. When other
Yes,
jets
the
would just
Icebox
dash
was pretty
out,
fun to watch, to
get
be
out of
honest.
dodge, play retake with the operator, but understanding what his team required of
Dude,
him.
here it
That's
is
the
again.
wall that I
Just
was
every
talking
single
about,
round, man.
These are the mistakes you cannot be making if you're Cloud9.
Dude, you can't have this
in
wall.
these playoff runs.
It cost them
Ye
3
was
picks, right?
electric. Icy as well.
Cost them the pistol, cost them
Again,
one
a
up round, and then the
was
overtime round.
criticized a lot. Subject to criticism on G2, subject of criticism on Evil Geniuses. But boy,
At least
did he
3,
show
yeah,
up today.
at least 3.
And we got to talk about what the
Do
desk
we have
was saying
a-
about the
dude, I've
different
got a
gears
good
that
Viper lineup.
EG had to show. I think they proved
Let's help him out.
that they've stepped it up a level here
Viper
today.
lineup do I have?
They did so with a 2-0 win over a team that people were talking about as one of America's best, right? They looked really confident. They looked really comfortable. We thought they were finally going to be able to get over that hump of not being able to convert in playoffs. And again, unfortunately, they hit the exact same spot and they stumble the exact same way. We bid adieu to Cloud9 as they once again fall short in playoffs. Another spectacular stage 1 run that they're just not able to convert around, and you imagine that's going to be a lot of the topic of conversation around this team for the next 2 months.
Mad, man.
For EG, man. First stage 1 playoff in quite some time.
Yeah, something they haven't been able to do for a while. Again, we say goodbye to Evil Geniuses, or excuse me, to Cloud9, and now we're going to go celebrate with Evil Geniuses. We're going to send it down to Liz at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Derek.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And it wouldn't be right without the clutch Karen ferrying C9 to their end. Derek from EG, you just give it up for Derek. Because you just told me, I was like, well, when was the last time you were in playoffs? You're like, I've never been in playoffs.
Yeah.
Never.
I've always been one map off. Everyone knows the 100 TMI BR. We got knifed by an assistant coach.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Unlucky, but I'm not gonna let this playoffs slip by. So
Talk about that emotion though, because you've been so close every time, and now you are here, and that almost went the wrong way. Map 2 could have gone the wrong way if we were going to a map 3. What is that emotion like? What is that? Is there fear? Is there stress? Is there just an overabundance of confidence?
I'd say it's pretty stressful. Like when it went to OT, I was like, damn, we kind of threw that. But my boy IC put on the KJ that 4K in mid to bring it back. I mean, wow, bro.
I mean, IC standing up, it's incredible. There's a new energy with EG. Would you have to agree with that? Like, what's going on?
I think we're riding the momentum of just making playoffs and just riding the crew win, the loud win, and just, I mean, all my boys are shooting. We got Jake back on Jet. That boy's nice.
That boy, I mean, that's what Potter said was the kind of curveball on Icebox, right? And I got her to say a little bit early that was Yay on Jet. What was that process like? Was it just because he was feeling it and he was shooting?
I mean, the transition was kind of easy because we put him on Jet on Pearl with Icy on Yoru, and we're like, it kind of makes sense to kind of put him on Jet on Icebox too. He's nice on the box, and he's just nice on the Jet in general. So.
Yes. What a fantastic player. They were saying this is like the best form we've seen of Ye in years.
100%.
I'm going
he
to
played
pause
so well.
to you. Do you think people underestimate EG?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it. What do you want to say to them?
Keep underestimating. Listen, we're here we're going to make it run. We're going to make it run.
Yes! Give it up for Derek one more time, everyone. And we have Map Point with Potter and Nature.
Oh, they got the thing. Dude, where's
Oh, sorry. Hello. Hey, we're
I think I have a good Viper lineup. Let's quickly check that one
I'm
out.
here with Potter and Nature. They were yapping about the game, bro. They're ready to break it all down on us even next round. Because
This is my Viper wall chat. Look at this one.
But you do end up dying first.
This one's kind of nice.
I didn't, but it's all good.
Yeah, it's
all
good.
I'll leave it down here while I
play.
play.
You're getting ran down by 3 players. There's not much you can do. You're trying to time
This one's nice. We can give this. We can give this to them.
Okay, so you end up dying.
It's a bit of a. It's not pixel lineup, but you can do it every single time. You got room to luck. You got one way over towards here, so you can see the feet early. Blocks all of this. No gap at the back. I think we need to give Amy this one.
What I like though about it is that you guys don't just.
Dude, that's crazy that they don't have like a. Do they have a bad Viper wall?
Into like CT, into their spawn a little bit.
Gameless. Sometimes you gotta. Sometimes you gotta get out there.
Get into position. But
where can you find that? That's a great question, Minnie. You can find that on Coach Mateo's Patreon.
Now where you're like really focusing on your fundamentals of it. But this call here, this moment, you're sending it in with a showstopper into the site, but you take CT control as well. What was this com off? Was it because Ye has the cam?
Could have worked out much better. It's almost if we planned that, Minnie.
Was it because you guys had just 3 of them pushing you? Or?
I think that actually Ye made this call. He said I'm gonna push spawn on this, and I think it was just
actual
paid,
actual paid chatter.
I mean, he just had the feeling. I mean, we saw him all game, right? He had feelings all game because he's acing them. But once he made that call, everybody just kind of like followed through with it. He didn't have to say.
Icebox, we might have made this one free at one point when Icebox was
I love the way that you guys played this.
I'm not entirely sure.
Because, like, I mean, look at Cloud9, they're just wandering around here. Superman's going crazy. By the way, this is crazy by Superman. He's like overstaying his welcome a little bit, but I was getting a bit worried. But then it goes into this. You get into the post plan. You have an open site because of this call, this mid-round call that's being made. And then this moment right here.
You tell me that professional team is a member of Coach Mateo's. Heretics were.
Like, this is a
they got a couple of seconds last year.
Superman is getting hard
Who else we got? Doom Bros.
The help comes in from the
we saw what he did with Fnatic in 2 weeks.
Like, what's going on with the comms here?
This was at the end of the round. A main Derek actually called to open. Get ready to open this door off of Fought. Is what he said basically.
Not sure about anyone else to be honest.
The moment Fought said they were running at him, Yay open door, and then they just double fought. These are the types of things that, I mean, we call it pong to the pink.
Okay, chat. Why are we still here, dude? I can be
but we're
sleeping
killing
right
everybody
now.
off of them.
That's nice. What
I
was
can be sleeping. Give me a streamer that's gonna be watching this. We got Pacific in
We're reading them like a coloring book.
6
The
hours and a
entire way
half,
through,
right?
Even the rounds that we
Dude,
messed up,
6
the
hours
anti-ecos,
of
it didn't
sleep.
matter. We had full
Goodness.
control, and making this move was these guys giving each other the info
Sleeping
the whole
good.
game. The whole game we had the info.
100%.
No, it's looking nice, genuinely.
Go on.
It's looking
Yeah,
really,
we can
really nice.
show
I was super excited to show that round. I
Film's
didn't get the
always good to
opportunity
watch
when the game's
this.
going on, but I'm glad we got to see it here as well. Now you guys can take your places as well, take your seats.
Okay, if you want to watch Talon versus Genji, that is also playoffs game. Will be live in 6 hours and a half.
That was awesome. A great match.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you all watching. Thank you for being here. If you want to watch more playoffs games, that's where we'll be. If not, we're here for Americas tomorrow night also. That's more your time zone. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you.
And
have a good rest of your day.
And run through like basically the start of
And
EG
people on
kickoff,
YouTube, go subscribe to me as well. I get those numbers up.
Going to playoffs now.
What if you want to watch a tech pause? If you want to watch a 3-hour tech pause, latest VOD channel has all of the EMEA action for you. 3 minutes, 3 hours, 5 minutes, I think, the last VOD. If you want to check that one out. Good little on-the-fly podcast from all the EMEA talent.
Okay. I'll start from like the
You
beginning.
got all the
said,
options.
talked about, like,
You
even
could watch
kickoff
it
and everything, but I
twice,
think
and then
we had a lot of really
Pacific
big, long
would be on.
conversations as a team because we weren't.
You could do
I
that.
wouldn't say like meshing,
Right.
but we were trying to figure each
You
other
all know
out
about
still
it.
for like so
Yeah, it's
so
Sean
long.
for me.
And that
Bye, everyone. Bye,
bled
bye,
into
bye.
us more focusing on like our individual jobs and coach like bringing that up to us. Make sure we're doing this.
YouTube chat.
This
Subscribe if you can. Thanks so much, guys.
I
Thank
have
you.
all the things I
See you
have to
soon.
call
Bye, bye,
and
bye.
then fought, or Superman, I should say. Sorry.